The dragon of the starry sky howled beneath the world net. Despite how powerful it was, it still felt like it was trembling on the verge of collapse. However, as it exerted control to keep its body intact, and even prepared to counterattack, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed, and his regenerative powers kicked in. Instead of falling back in the face of the dragon, he clenched his fist and, in completely unprecedented fashion, unleashed another undying emperor's fist. After mastering the undying blood, Bai Xiaochun could tell that his undying emperor's fist was not limited in the way it had been in the past. Thanks to his regenerative powers, he could unleash it over and over again. 3 punches. 4 punches. 5 punches. A series of 5 domineering fist strikes was more than the dragon of the starry sky could take, and its entire 300,000-meter body exploded, sending a blast of energy raging onto Bai Xiaochun. The force of the detonation shocked even the giant Ghost King, who considered trying to interfere, but couldn't react quickly enough. This was one of Patriarch Starry Sky's trump cards, something he had planned to use on the giant Ghost King, but was now forced to use on the troublesome Bai Xiaochun. From a distance, it was possible to see that the detonation of the dragon of the starry sky created a massive vortex, almost like an enormous mouth that loomed over Bai Xiaochun to swallow him up. The destructive power of that vortex would be shocking to even a demigod, much less any cultivator under that level. The disciples of the river-defying sect were getting very anxious. Song Junwen's face was ashen, and she trembled in fear and disbelief. Patriarch Spirit Stream panted as he stared nervously at the huge vortex. However, even as everyone watched in anxiety and anticipation, Bai Xiaochun's voice rang out from inside of the vortex. "That's all you've got?" he said, striding out into the open. His hair was in complete disarray, and he was seriously injured. However, with each step he took, his aura grew stronger, and his wounds healed. By the time he emerged fully from within the vortex, he wasn't harmed at all, and his aura was all the way back at its peak. "Impossible!" Patriarch Starry Sky gasped, staggering backward in complete disbelief. He could accept that his spear of the starry sky had been defeated, and he could even handle the destruction of his dragon of the starry sky. But the fact that even the detonation of that dragon hadn't killed Bai Xiaochun was something that seemed to defy all reality. He didn't even look like he had been hurt. Patriarch Starry Sky's scalp tingled in fear, and his heart pounded in terror. He finally had to admit that this was an enemy he couldn't defeat. Even worse, he was finally coming to the realization that Bai Xiaochun might actually be able to beat him into submission. "This guy can recover from any injury. None of my divine abilities can do anything to him. I guess I've lost the initiative, which means that the next thing which will happen is he'll attack me." Having reached this point in his train of thought, Patriarch Starry Sky's eyes began to shine with terror and fear. All of a sudden, he thought back to a powerful expert from years past, a person who all of the demigods in the lands of Heavenspan had feared. That person was very much like this Bai Xiaochun, a person with terrifying regenerative capabilities. "The famed blood ancestor," Patriarch Starry Sky murmured. He could well imagine that, with regenerative abilities like this, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't necessarily be invincible in this heaven and earth. However, the only people who could possibly be a match for him would be the Celestial or the Gravekeeper. No demigods could possibly qualify to tangle with Bai Xiaochun, not even the most experienced and qualified of them. In fact, it wouldn't even be a certainty that demigods could team up to defeat him. The only way to beat him would be to defeat his regenerative powers, or handle him like the blood ancestor. Have the Celestial crush him, pierce through the power of his undying body to directly slaughter his nascent divinity. The giant Ghost King was reacting similarly, and simply couldn't control his facial expression. Bai Xiaochun's powers of regeneration surpassed all imagination, and left the giant Ghost King completely aghast. Furthermore, if Patriarch Starry Sky suddenly thought about the blood ancestor, then it made even more sense for the giant Ghost King, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Archemperor dynasty, to think of exactly the same thing. Years ago, the blood ancestor had vied for the throne with one of the archemperors, but had eventually ended up dying in the lands of Heavenspan. Bai Xiaochun could see how shocked the two demigods were. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Patriarch Starry Sky and said, "Any more divine abilities you want to try out? If not, then I guess I'll take my turn." "Oh yes, I have more," Patriarch Starry Sky said, his eyes bloodshot. Suddenly, he reached up and touched his forehead, causing his divine soul to fly out into the open and shoot up into the starry sky above. As his divine soul merged with the starry sky, starlight that was even more blinding than anything before began to shine down. "This is my most powerful divine ability, Bai Xiaochun. Let's see if your regeneration powers can save you from this." In the blink of an eye, Patriarch Starry Sky began to descend in the form of a starry sky. It was as if the heavens were embodied and falling down toward the earth. "Most powerful divine ability, huh?" All of a sudden, the desire to do battle surged strong in Bai Xiaochun. His previous two clashes with Patriarch Starry Sky had been defensive in nature. He hadn't even tried to unleash a counterattack. But now, he was done holding out. Without any hesitation, he shot up to meet the descending starry sky. Shouting, he used the mountain-shaking bash and the undying hex to pick up speed. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the power of countless heavenly bodies came to focus on Bai Xiaochun. He was shaking on the verge of collapse, and yet, after only a breath of time passed, was fully recovered. And that was when he unleashed his undying Emperor's fist. If one fist didn't work, he would use 10. If 10 failed, he would use 100. Then 1,000. Then 10,000. "You will be destroyed," he shouted. Fist after fist struck, causing the starry sky to tremble violently. Inside, Patriarch Starry Sky's divine soul was rapidly reaching a point of instability. Gritting his teeth, he rotated his cultivation base to try to hang on, causing destructive power to surge out to meet Bai Xiaochun. However, no matter how badly Bai Xiaochun was injured, his undying blood made him terrifyingly resilient. He quickly recovered from any injury, and his aura always returned to the peak. He seemed completely indomitable, utterly domineering. Everyone watching the scene was dumbstruck. The giant ghost king's jaw hung open, and Patriarch Starry Sky was as shocked as if the heavens had collapsed. Finally, the starry sky shattered, the stars exploded, and Patriarch Starry Sky's divine soul fled out into the open, terrified. Bai Xiaochun also appeared, moving so quickly that he transformed into a series of afterimages that headed directly toward Patriarch Starry Sky's divine soul. His goal was not to kill him, but to beat him into submission. Patriarch Starry Sky looked over at Bai Xiaochun, who seemed to be clad in world raiment, with his will having surpassed the will of the world itself. He seemed impossible to defend against, to the degree that Patriarch Starry Sky's battle spirit immediately vanished. As of this moment, he truly feared Bai Xiaochun. "Fine, I agree. It's too tiring fighting you. Truce. A truce. No fighting." Patriarch Starry Sky couldn't help but feel a bit depressed about the situation. After all, under normal circumstances, Bai Xiaochun would be so far beneath him that he would likely be able to kill him, given enough time. But these were not normal circumstances. Bai Xiaochun's terrifying powers of regeneration essentially negated any injuries. And although his divine abilities and magical techniques were not impossible to defend against, getting hit with them over and over again was profoundly frustrating. Fighting with him isn't worth it. You can't even hurt him. Patriarch Starry Sky sighed, fairly certain of how the fight would end if it continued to play out. With that, he flickered into motion, falling back a bit while his divine soul returned to his body. Clearly, he was agreeing to a ceasefire while here outside of Giant Ghost City. When Bai Xiaochun saw that, he sighed, and then looked over at the Giant Ghost King. "Now it's your turn, Giant Ghost, old pal." The Giant Ghost King smiled wryly and shook his head, feeling very much the way that Patriarch Starry Sky did. "No, I'll do whatever you say. A ceasefire it is." With the two demigods having made their decision clear, the cultivators on the battlefield began to back away from each other, mixed emotions on their faces. The cultivators from the river-defying sect likewise stood down. As for the disciples from the spirit and bloodstream divisions, they couldn't help but think back to how Bai Xiaochun had single-handedly stopped a battle between their sects all those years ago. But can he really stop this war? Patriarch Spirit Stream thought. When Bai Xiaochun saw the two sides backing away from each other, he sighed in relief. At the same time, the hope in his heart grew stronger. Stopping this battle is only the first step. The next thing I need to do is go talk to the gravekeeper. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he turned to leave. However, it was at that point that the entire world shuddered, and massive pressure suddenly began to weigh down on the entire area. The cultivators from both sides of the conflict were all shocked. Everyone, including the giant Ghost King and Patriarch Starry Sky, all looked up into the sky. There, high above everyone's heads, was a gigantic eye. The enormous eye was looking down at the battlefield and specifically at Bai Xiaochun. The presence of the eye made the pressure weighing down seem even more intense. All of a sudden, the countless cultivators down below began to tremble, and felt terror rising up from within their very souls. In fact, they were so shaken that their minds went completely blank. It was as if the entire world had gone still and ceased to exist. The only thing that existed was that gigantic eye. The gaze of the eye was cold to the extreme, like the biting, freezing iciness of winter. It was a gaze that could pierce through anything, and could see into the hearts and minds of everyone, even the Devis. The powerful giant Ghost King was actually panting as a result of the eye. The celestial, he murmured, backing up, a look of madness appearing in his eyes. He rotated his cultivation base immediately, as though the gaze of that eye put him in such unprecedented danger that he instinctively had to protect himself from it. Patriarch Starry Sky was shaking visibly, but in contrast to the giant Ghost King, he immediately bowed formally to the eye. Bai Xiaochun looked up, his aura already unstable, his entire person trembling in terror. He could already tell that the celestial was more powerful than the last time he had seen him in the north. Although he still was not back to the level he had been when he had fought the Gravekeeper, he was close. Clearly, acquiring the clone of the laughing crying ghost face had been of great benefit to his recovery. Well met, Celestial. Bai Xiaochun felt as if the Celestial could see every aspect of him, inside and out. Thankfully, he wore the world raiment, and thus somehow had a bit of the will of the world with him. Because of that, he was able to resist the assault of the gaze to some degree. Clasping hands respectfully, he bowed. In response to his bow, the gaze of the Celestial suddenly changed. Instead of being ice-cold, it became warm in a way that Bai Xiaochun had never experienced before. Bai Xiaochun. When the Celestial spoke, his voice contained something encouraging, as well as other mixed emotions. Not only could Bai Xiaochun detect those mixed emotions, but the others in the area could as well. Far, far away from Giant Ghost City, in the middle of the Heavenspan Sea, right on Heavenspan Island, there at the peak of the mountain in the Palace of the Tao, the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. Also, two eyes lit up with the brightness of suns. The aura of the entire world seemed to tremble as those eyes looked out, and waves began to surge on the surface of the Heavenspan Sea. So, he's appeared. Of all the times to show up, he picks now. The Celestial sat cross-legged in the Palace of the Tao, a blood-colored flag stretched out in front of him, within which was the sealed soul clone of the ghost face. The laughing, crying appearance of the face inside the flag was bizarre, to say the least. So those fluctuations I sensed really did indicate that someone mastered the Undying Codex. This Bai Xiaochun actually did it. He's ready. I don't need to push him anymore. He's truly ready, even before I've made my final decision. It seems that when he went missing, he must have gone into hiding somewhere in the north. And that apprentice of mine is not dead after all, although that's not important now. I really don't want to take that final step. She's my only flesh and blood, after all. Looking torn, the Celestial cast his gaze out of the Palace of the Tao in the direction of one of the other mountain peaks on Heavenspan Island. Standing there was Du Lingfei, who seemed so forlorn that she was like a mere husk of her old self, as if her divine soul was dead, and only her physical body remained. The war is nearing its end, and I'm not sure if I'll be able to open the world gate. After that damned gravekeeper perishes, will I be able to open the door on my own? Or will it remain closed for all eternity because of his departure? There's no way to tell ahead of time. Perhaps this really is my last chance, and my best possibility to succeed, an opportunity just waiting to be taken advantage of. After a long moment passed, the Celestial's eyes turned as red as blood, and his expression twisted ferociously. I have to get out of here. Even if the price were higher, I would still pay it. Considering my talents and qualifications, if I were in the world beyond, I could easily make another breakthrough. Then I would reach the true Mahayana realm. In fact, the Archean realm might not even be impossible to reach. And my current longevity can no longer be increased by the use of longevity pills. His expression twisted into an even more ferocious display of determination and madness. Having made his decision, he rose to his feet. You're forcing me to do this, gravekeeper. He threw his head back and roared, causing the entire world to tremble. The waves on the heaven-span sea reached frightening heights. As for Du Lingfei, she shivered, and tears began to stream down her face. If one looked closely, it would be possible to see two magical symbols hovering deep within her vacant eyes. Xiaochun, I'm sorry, she murmured, her face as pale as death as tears streamed down her cheeks. In that moment, the Celestial reached out in the direction of Giant Ghost City and made a grasping motion. A massive vortex sprang into being, with one side on Heavenspan Island, and the other in the air above Giant Ghost City. What had once appeared to be the eye of the Celestial transformed into that other vortex, which span furiously as a huge hand reached out of it toward by Xiaochun. The Celestial's hand was descending from the heavens. It seemed to supplant all creation, as though the only things in existence were that vortex, and that hand, which thrummed with enough power to destroy the world. The hand grew larger and larger, until it seemed that it would surpass the vortex. The lands quaked from the pressure, and crevices began to open up everywhere. It was even possible to see the fingerprints on the hands, which were almost like enormous mountains and valleys, all of which threatened to crush the world. Intense fluctuations spread out in all directions, causing all the cultivators to be so shocked that they could do nothing other than stare blankly. It wasn't just the people near Giant Ghost City who could see this amazing scene. In the cities belonging to the three other heavenly kings, cultivators on all sides of the conflict could see what was happening. Although the vortex and the hand were not large enough to cover all of the wildlands, they were large enough to cover nearly 70% of it. It was truly an astonishing sight. What is that? Heavens! That's a huge hand. The Celestial! It's definitely the Celestial! Cries of alarm rose up from both Wildlanders and Heavenspan cultivators alike. However, it only took a moment for the Heavenspan cultivators to start getting excited. The Celestial is making a move. We're definitely going to win the war. As such cries rang out, the soul cultivators and savage giants suddenly looked profoundly worried. In fact, their eyes began to glitter with despair. The Nine Serenities King, War Champion King, and even Su Shan's father, the Spirit Advent King, were all deeply shocked. As for their opponents, the demigod patriarchs from the other three river source sects, they couldn't control their reactions. That's the direction of Giant Ghost City. What's happening in Giant Ghost City? Something strange is going on. Virtually everyone in the Wildlands was completely focused on that enormous hand emerging from the vortex. A very serious expression could be seen on the face of the Grand Heaven Master as he stared out of Archemperor City and up into the sky. As for the reigning Archemperor, he stood in the Imperial Palace, eyes flickering with intense hatred. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun hovered in the air above Giant Ghost City, hardly able to breathe as he stared up at the vortex and the hand. Already, a sense of deep foreboding filled him. As that sensation grew more and more intense, it reached the point where he was sure something catastrophic was about to happen. The Celestial is going to attack me. Bai Xiaochun had no time to try to figure out why the Celestial would do such a thing. Without any hesitation, he prepared to flee. However, the hand was too big. It was far larger than Patriarch Starry Sky's magic of the Starry Sky. After all, that Starry Sky was a Taoist magic, whereas the Celestial's hand contained the power of the world itself. Even as Bai Xiaochun prepared to flee, the hand began to close in on him. Clearly, it didn't matter where in the world he went, that hand would catch him. A look of shock could be seen on the giant Ghost King's face, and Patriarch Starry Sky was stunned. By now, both of them could tell that the Celestial's hand was going after Bai Xiaochun, the blood ancestor. All of a sudden, both of them thought back to what the Celestial had done to the blood ancestor years ago. Of the two demigods, the giant Ghost King reacted the most dramatically. "Get to Arch-Emperor City," he shouted. "The Celestial is going to try to kill you." Bitterness gripped Bai Xiaochun's heart as he thought about how he had never done anything to offend the Celestial too badly. Furthermore, he was in a relationship with his daughter, Du Lingfei. He just wanted to stop this war, and had been just getting ready to go talk to the Gravekeeper about opening the World Gate to let the Celestial leave. Although he had made an agreement with the frigid matriarch, Bai Xiaochun had pointed out from the beginning that he didn't have any beef with the Celestial, and therefore wouldn't take the initiative to try to kill him. He didn't like fighting and killing. He only wanted to figure out a way to resolve all of the issues everyone had with each other. He wants to kill me. However, despite his bitterness, he wasn't very surprised. It was as if, based on all his experiences, he had somehow been prepared for this on a very deep level. Whether it was his relationship with the Gravekeeper and Bai Hao, or the matters pertaining to the World Treasure and the frigid matriarch, the Celestial had plenty of reasons to want to attack him. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the hand got closer and closer, filling the sky. In turn, Bai Xiaochun fled, although it didn't seem to do him any good. In that critical moment, he drew upon the full power of the cloud-lighting forefather transformation. "Damn you, Celestial!" he howled. Aware that fleeing would do no good, he decided to do the only thing possible: fight back. Meanwhile, in the most ultimate reserve power of the Arch-Emperor dynasty, the magical treasure that was Arch-Emperor City, deep in the third subterranean level of the city. Within the ruins, in a place that had been buried ever since the original war between the Heavenspan region and the Arch-Emperor dynasty, there was a crumbling pagoda. Inside of that pagoda sat an old man. He wore a long black robe, and had hair so white and old that it emanated an aura of decay. His face was crisscrossed with wrinkles, and he emanated a powerful aura of death. Were it not for the fact that his eyes were open and glittering dully, he could easily be mistaken for a corpse. However, despite the glittering of his eyes, he still seemed like he was mostly dead, an oil lamp just on the verge of winking out. He might be able to survive for a bit longer but soon would return to dust. He was none other than the Gravekeeper. He had lived for many, many years, as if he had been born along with the very world in which he lived. He had seen many changes throughout his life, and had seen many generations come and go. Generations were born, and generations died. But he remained. It was an enormous weight to bear. In his spectacular battle with the Celestial and Ghost Mother's soul clone, heaven and earth had been significantly damaged. He had used his magic of the 5 organs, calling up metal, wood, water, fire, and earth in a way that weakened him even more than he already had been. Afterward, he had passed his title on to Bai Hao. At the moment, he only had a tiny bit of energy left, energy which might vanish at any moment. In fact, he couldn't even move. He could only sit there cross-legged. That was the reason why he hadn't appeared during the true battle between the Celestial and Ghost Mother on the Ghost Galleon. It wasn't that he didn't want to, he simply couldn't. However, in the moment that the Celestial made his move in the wildlands, the decrepit Gravekeeper took a breath. Then he slowly looked up. It seemed to take profound effort, but as he did, his eyes began to shine with increasingly bright light. He was like kindling that had been sparked into flame. His lips twitched as though he were speaking, although no words could be heard. Back outside of Giant Ghost City, the Celestial's hand continued on toward Bai Xiaochun, who was struggling to fight back. But then, the lands shook, and powerful fluctuations spilled out everywhere as the earth broke apart, revealing an enormous hand that reached upward. This new hand seemed comparable to the Celestial's hand in all ways. As the lands collapsed, the hand shot up and slammed into the Celestial's hand. The wildlands shook violently as a huge boom echoed out. A massive shockwave rippled out into all the cultivators watching the event. Thankfully, the demigods and devis were there to absorb some of the energy. Otherwise, all of the other cultivators would have been either seriously injured or killed. "Gravekeeper, you old bastard! Celestial!" Two voices filled all creation, one shaking with rage, the other quivering with extreme weariness. As the two voices echoed out through heaven and earth, it felt very much like the last time the Celestial and the Gravekeeper had fought each other. And this time, they were fighting a battle the likes of which could end the world. The Celestial was returning to the wildlands in much different circumstances than when he had left. He had recovered from his injuries. Furthermore, the Gravekeeper was now extremely exhausted. However, despite how weak he was still the Gravekeeper. As the enormous hand stretched up from the earth and slammed into the Celestial's hand, a massive shockwave rippled out. The sky went dark, and tempests screamed across the lands. Yet again, a certain limit of power was reached, and the protective world net appeared up above. As the net appeared to fill the sky, Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered. He could clearly sense that because of everything that the world net had experienced throughout the years, it was weakening in many places. Because of the explosive power being unleashed by the Gravekeeper and the Celestial, the only people who could remain in the area were Bai Xiaochun, the Giant Ghost King, and Patriarch Starry Sky. Only those three could bear witness to the shocking spectacle of the Celestial and the Gravekeeper fighting. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't wish to remain behind. He actually borrowed the momentum of the blast to fall back. The Celestial's hand shifted as if to follow him, but the Gravekeeper's hand moved to intercept it again. The cultivation base power backing those two gargantuan hands vastly surpassed the demigod realm. They were in the Mahayana realm, which was also referred to by some as the Celestial Realm. Years ago, Ghost Mother had mentioned that Taoist Heavenspan called himself the Celestial, but was in fact only a quasi-celestial. Even still, he could unleash power that could change the face of heaven and earth. Therefore, not only did Bai Xiaochun attempt to flee the area, but the Giant Ghost King and Patriarch Starry Sky also began to back away. They could all tell that the Gravekeeper was on his last legs, and wouldn't be able to hold out for very much longer. Patriarch Starry Sky hesitated for a moment as he considered whether or not to stop Bai Xiaochun from fleeing. However, considering how the Giant Ghost King was glowering at him, he simply sighed and decided not to make things complicated. After all, even he was a bit frightened by the sudden and unexpected appearance of the Celestial. "You are weak, Gravekeeper," the Celestial said, his voice laced with arrogance. "You should be in the underworld river waiting to die. How dare you show up here and try to interfere with my plans?" The golden light of Heavenspan river water shone out in all directions as the Celestial's hand once again shot toward the Gravekeeper's hand. As the resulting boom echoed out, and Bai Xiaochun accelerated in the opposite direction, a fourth boom could be heard. Looking over his shoulder, he was shocked to see that the earthly hand of the Gravekeeper was collapsing into pieces. As for the Celestial's golden hand, it once again filled all heaven and earth as it headed toward Bai Xiaochun. "You can't escape, Bai Xiaochun. The Gravekeeper is forcing me to do this. It is not my wish, but I have no choice. Therefore, you will submit and become the medicinal pill I need." Bai Xiaochun knew that he couldn't escape, and as he stared back at the Celestial's enormous hand, he had no time to think of anything other than fight. "God Killer," eyes bloodshot, he called upon the trump card that came with his undying blood. Now that he had mastered the Undying Codex, he could control the Godkiller technique and would not lose consciousness when using it. As blood chi surged in his body, and he accelerated rapidly, the Celestial laughed coldly. "The Archancestor's secret Undying Codex. If you had the Live Forever Codex, then not even I would be able to fight you. But without it, You have no way of escaping the destiny I have prepared for you. The enormous hand formed from heaven-span seawater sent golden light shining out that suppressed by Xiaochun's blood qi and completely ignored the God-Killer technique. Damn you, Celestial! Bai Xiaochun howled, throwing his hands out in front of him. Instantly, water vapor erupted out in all directions, turning the area into a huge swamp. Suddenly, a howl erupted into the air that seemed to come from the ancient past. A howl that combined with Bai Xiaochun's shout to shake everything in the area. Curved mountain peaks rose up from that swamp, the manifestation of none other than the Water Swamp Kingdom. Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base now was in the great circle of the Deva realm, which meant that his Water Swamp Kingdom was vastly more powerful than before. As the mountain peaks arced through the air, a huge beast hand appeared in full, rushing to meet the golden hand of the Celestial. Unfortunately, the fact that Bai Xiaochun was a Deva meant that he was vastly below the Celestial. When the Water Swamp Kingdom met the Celestial's hand, a huge boom echoed out. The Celestial snorted coldly, and the beast hand shattered. A howl of pain and rage erupted out from the watery swamp, which roiled violently, as if the creature inside wished to free itself. But the Celestial's hand was too powerful. Thrumming with energy, it continued onward toward Bai Xiaochun. Soon, the entire 5,000-kilometer area around Bai Xiaochun was nothing more than that hand. Closing around him, the air shattered as though it were corporeal, causing cracking sounds to echo out. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun's vision was obscured, allowing him to see only the 5 mountain-like fingers surrounding him. Compared to the size of that hand, he was like nothing more than a bug. If the world were likened to a sea, then the Celestial's hand would be reaching down into that water to pick up the tiny shrimp larva that was Bai Xiaochun. There was literally nothing he could do to fight back or resist. Blood sprayed out of his mouth because of the intense pressure weighing down on him, and cracking sounds rang out as his bones began to shatter. The watery swamp around him was thoroughly defeated by the golden hand, and simply collapsed. There was simply no way for Bai Xiaochun to escape, and as such, a feeling of despair began to grip his heart. However, even as the hand closed in around him, black water suddenly appeared out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, it created a shocking underworld river. A stream of energy erupted from the river, wrapping around Bai Xiaochun as if to take him away. "The new Hell Emperor?" the Celestial said. "If you had 10,000 years to prepare, you might qualify to face me, but right now, you're simply courting death." The heaven-span seawater that made up the enormous hand exploded, creating a powerful attack that slammed into the underworld river and crushed it. Bai Xiaochun could even hear a muffled cry of anguish and pain from Bai Hao. "Hower!" In the blink of an eye, the heaven-span seawater overwhelmed the underworld river water and drove it away. The only thing left was the Celestial's huge hand, closing in around Bai Xiaochun. As it closed into a fist, it seemed prepared to crush anything within its grasp out of existence. In that moment, Bai Xiaochun went mad. Although he was already grievously injured, his powers of regeneration defied imagination. Without any hesitation, he resorted to the Cloud Lightning Forefather transformation. 11th transformation. As he grew larger, rocks began to fly toward him as he used the Living Mountain incantation. His fleshly body power skyrocketed, combining with his cultivation base to somehow manage to keep him going. However, he couldn't hold on for very long. A moment later, his Forefather transformation and Living Mountain incantation collapsed, and he was badly injured. With his regeneration powers, he recovered, but in a moment was back to being injured. It was a seemingly endless cycle. In the briefest of moments, he went back and forth from being injured to his peak state about 100 times. And there seemed to be no end in sight. The Undying Codex truly is extraordinary. When the Celestial saw how Bai Xiaochun was able to fight back against someone vastly more powerful than himself, and consistently regenerate despite his injuries, he was quite moved. Thankfully, this isn't my first time encountering someone who has mastered the Undying Codex. Back on Heavenspan Island, the Celestial's eyes suddenly flickered with a crystalline glow. As he did, Du Lingfei shivered. Even as she stood there, as mute and numb as the walking dead. A crystalline light suddenly shot out from the depths of her eyes, and the two bizarre magical symbols that existed there. There was a strange power inside of her that the Celestial seemed capable of drawing upon because of those magical symbols. Back outside of Giant Ghost City, as his hand remained closed around by Xiaochun, a crystalline glow suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, the entire hand turned crystal and then crushed down harder. Rumbling sounds echoed out as by Xiaochun, his hair wild and disheveled, called out to the world treasure of the north. Unfortunately, the frigid matriarch was still sleeping and didn't respond. Worse, it seemed that because of the incredible pressure weighing down on him, his regenerative powers were faltering. Whatever magical technique was involved with this crystal seemed to be at complete odds with the Undying Codex. Without his regenerative powers working fully, Bai Xiaochun couldn't stand up to the raw power of the Celestial. A popping sound rang out, and he was crushed. At that point, he couldn't remain conscious, and passed out. The Celestial began to slowly retract his hand. As it headed back toward the vortex, everyone in the area looked on, completely shaken. Devas and demigods alike were completely floored. Everyone from the river-defying sect was trembling, and many of them had their hands clenched tightly into fists at their sides. Song Junwen's face was wet with tears, and yet there was nothing she could do except watch while everything happened. When the vortex disappeared, she coughed up a mouthful of blood and then toppled forward, unconscious. As the Celestial's hand vanished, his voice rang out to fill the wildlands, cold and emotionless in all aspects. All Heavenspan cultivators are to join forces and exterminate every living thing in the wildlands. The Celestial did not like being in a passive position. He preferred to be in control. That much was possible to see from how things had played out with the Bone Galleon. This current matter was playing out exactly the same. All of his hopes were wrapped up with Bai Xiaochun, and although he was only about 80% confident in being able to succeed, that didn't mean he would let his guard down. Since there were still two paths available, he would leave both open to pick from. If neither path works, then since my longevity is running out, I will just bury this world along with me. With that, his hand vanished completely. The cultivators from the Heavenspan region were shaken. However, no matter how tired they were from all the fighting, they had to follow the orders of the Celestial. And of course, there were some who were very enthusiastic about following such orders, and immediately began to fight with murderous fervor. The morale of the Wildlanders had suffered a severe blow upon the defeat of the Gravekeeper. From what they could tell, there was absolutely no way out for them now. The lands of Heavenspan would accept no captives. The Celestial wanted everything in the wildlands dead, all the way down to the grass and the roots. Savages and soul cultivators alike, even the animals, would all be killed. The only choice the Wildlanders had now was to fight to the death. The sound of battle resumed, accompanied by bitter chuckling, roaring laughter, and the sounds of self-detonation. Blood once again began to stain the ground, and the death count rose. It seemed as if the end of days had come. The sky was dark, and the lands were shattered. It wouldn't take long before Giant Ghost City fell, as well as the other three kingly cities. When that happened, the Wildlanders would be forced to retreat, all the way to Archemperor City. Far beneath the surface of Heavenspan Island was an enormous necropolis. In the depths of the necropolis was a pool of black liquid surrounded by a huge spell formation, fully 30,000 meters from side to side. It was a spell formation created, not by spirit stones, but by human bones. Some of the bones were golden, and some were crystalline, and despite being dead, all of them seemed to radiate an air of holiness. Around the perimeter of the pool of liquid were 3 deep pits, each of which contained a skeleton. Shockingly, all of those skeletons were partially gold and partially crystal. Although none were perfectly fused together, the pressure they emitted was enough to cause even demigods to tremble. That pressure was extremely close to the level of the quasi-celestial Taoist Heavenspan. Although none of them were quite as powerful as him, all of them were only about half a step from being in the true Mahayana realm. If the reigning archemperor were able to see this place, he would instinctively recognize who those three corpses were. They were the remains of the three most powerful archemperors of the past. Clearly, the Celestial had located their sepulchres and exhumed their skeletons, then used them to create the most ultimate of spell formations. The rotting, holy bones had been collected throughout the years from people who had cultivated either the Undying Codex or the Live Forever Codex. In the very middle of the spell formation, within the black pool of water, Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged, his eyes closed. He was breathing but not conscious. The water swirled slowly around him, rippling as magical symbols slowly floated about within. The magical symbols almost seemed alive, and many of them would crawl up onto Bai Xiaochun and move around on the surface of his body. It was a very ghastly scene, made even worse by the flickering lamps which lit the area. All of a sudden, Bai Xiaochun shivered, and then opened his eyes. As soon as he did, the magical symbols that had been crawling all over him flew back into the water, apparently having been startled. First, his expression was blank. However, as he breathed, his eyes began to glitter. Then he looked around at the pool of water and the bones that made up the spell formation. He wanted to rise to his feet, but soon found that he couldn't control his own body. It was impossible for him to leave the pool of water. Apparently, the energy of the Undying Codex and Live Forever Codex in the bones around him created an aura that disturbed his mind. At that point, a raspy voice filled the air. "Don't struggle. This pool of water is made from the blood of countless descendants of the Archemperor, back when I drove his dynasty out of the lands of Heavenspan. It's been fermenting here for many, many years." Bai Xiaochun then saw the air up ahead ripple, and the Celestial walk slowly out into the open. The Celestial's eyes burned with excitement and anticipation as he looked at Bai Xiaochun, as if he were some consummately important medicinal pill to be consumed. Panting, Bai Xiaochun looked at the Celestial, his heart pounding with foreboding. Just when he was about to say something, the Celestial looked around at the bones and kept talking. "I killed many of these people myself in the final battle at Archemperor City, and some are cultivators I ran tests on after I started researching the Undying Live Forever Codex. Sadly, despite the fact that the Undying Live Forever Codex is a technique that anyone can cultivate, for some reason, I am not able to. Perhaps it's because I've killed so many people with the blood of the Archemperor in them. I can only research it by having other people cultivate the technique. I even exhumed the corpses of these three archemperors and brought their skeletons here to learn a thing or two from them. You see, I stole the Live Forever Codex from the Archemperor dynasty. And as for the Undying Codex, the Gravekeeper made it public for some reason. Perhaps it was an attempt to resist me, or perhaps an attempt to continue the line of the Archemperor dynasty. In any case, I added fuel to the fire by making sure the Undying Codex was available in the lands of Heavenspan as well. The trickiest thing was the Live Forever Codex. It is very, very difficult to cultivate. In fact, few people have ever managed to master it. Most would fail along the way, after which I would place their remains in here to make the best use of them. Over all the years, only 2 people have ever completely cultivated it. One of them was an apprentice of mine, and the other is my daughter." By this point, the Celestial didn't really seem to be talking to Bai Xiaochun, but rather muttering to himself. As Bai Xiaochun listened, his shock mounted until he felt like his head was being struck by lightning. After seeing Du Lingfei's bones years ago, he had already begun to suspect the truth. But to hear the Celestial say it out loud was a different matter. Sadly, I wasn't quite prepared last time. Furthermore, my apprentice discovered what was going on. Therefore, my first attempt to concoct an Undying Live Forever pill was a failure before I even started. But that doesn't matter. I have a second chance now. With that, he turned to look at Bai Xiaochun with glittering eyes. "Fair," he said. At that point, Du Lingfei stepped out from behind the Celestial. Upon seeing Du Lingfei, a bitter smile spread out across Bai Xiaochun's face. He understood. He understood everything. Or perhaps the truth was slightly different. Upon seeing Du Lingfei, Bai Xiaochun smiled bitterly, and was fairly certain that he understood. Many years ago, the Celestial rebelled, waging war against the entire Archemperor dynasty. The forces of the Archemperor were soundly defeated, losing not just the lands of Heavenspan, but also one of their most important legacies, the Live Forever Codex from the Undying Live Forever technique. After relocating to the Wildlands, the Archemperor dynasty only had the Undying Codex, perhaps in an attempt to resist the Celestial, or perhaps just to foster hope. The Gravekeeper had taken steps to allow people who were not direct descendants of the Archemperor to cultivate the Undying Codex. And as the technique became more widespread, incomplete copies eventually showed up in sects in the lands of Heavenspan. As a result, the Undying Codex lived on. At the same time, everyone in the Heavenspan realm had a chance to cultivate a secret magic that had once belonged only to the Archemperor. The Celestial didn't do anything to stop it, focused as he was on the Live Forever Codex. However, it was only after attempting to actually cultivate the Live Forever Codex, and failing, that he came up with an idea that could only be described as insane. He would encourage more and more people to cultivate both the Undying Codex and the Live Forever Codex. Then he would fuse those people together and use them to concoct an Undying Live Forever pill. By consuming that pill, he would then get access to the hidden power offered by the Undying Live Forever technique. Both the bones scattered in the necropolis and the remains of the 3 Archemperors had all been used in his extensive research. Unfortunately for him, the Live Forever Codex was much more difficult to cultivate than the Undying Codex, and also more powerful. Despite all the years which had passed, none of the countless cultivators who had cultivated it had ever succeeded. At most, some of them made superficial progress. But then his top apprentice came along. She was the frigid matriarch of the North, and once she mastered the Live Forever Codex, the Celestial's heart began to burn with avarice. It was at around that time that a mighty hero rose up in the Wildlands, a person called the Blood Ancestor. Perhaps it was his own spectacular talent, or perhaps he had the blood of the Archemperors in him. Either way, he mastered the Undying Codex and made a spectacular breakthrough, reaching the fleshly body level of a demigod. If it wasn't for the fact that the Celestial had brought ruin to the Archemperor dynasty, it was entirely possible that the Blood Ancestor would have eventually gone on to cultivate the Live Forever Codex. If the Blood Ancestor had succeeded with both codices, then he would have been able to break through to the Celestial realm. He would have met the qualifications enforced by the Gravekeeper to leave the Heavenspan realm. The frigid matriarch should have been the Blood Ancestor's greatest enemy. But somehow they fell in love with each other. And when they discovered the truth of the Celestial schemes, well, Bai Xiaochun had already been told that story by the frigid matriarch herself. The frigid matriarch betrayed her master, and joined with the Blood Ancestor to try to kill him. In the end, the Blood Ancestor died, and sank to the bottom of the Heavenspan River, with only one defiant hand stretching out above the surface of the water. The frigid matriarch also perished. However, she managed to create a soul clone that possessed a true spirit. Afterward, she remained hidden in the Spirit Stream sect, forever gazing into the distance at the Blood Ancestor, her Taoist partner. Because of how things played out, the Celestial's first chance to concoct the pill he desired ended in a failure. But the Celestial didn't give up. In the years that passed, he tried to come up with other ways to escape the world in which he was trapped. But at the same time, he kept the Undying Live Forever pill in his back pocket, ready to use as a last resort. If no one else came along who could master the Live Forever Codex, then perhaps the Celestial would have been forced to eventually abandon his insane plan. But then his daughter, Du Lingfei, became the second person who was able to cultivate the technique. Du Lingfei's bones slowly became crystal, and although she didn't advance by leaps and bounds like Bai Xiaochun had done with the Undying Codex, her rapid advancement in her cultivation proved that she wasn't very far behind him. After all, she had the backing of the Celestial, and therefore, it was only natural that her cultivation would go easier than it would for others. The Celestial was not completely cold-hearted when it came to the fact that his daughter was succeeding with the Live Forever Codex. On the one hand, he deeply desired to escape the Heavenspan realm. But on the other hand, he still hesitated at the thought of sacrificing his own child. It was that hesitation which led to the spectacular battle in the Wildlands. and his alliance with Ghost Mother's soul clone. All of it had been an attempt to either kill the Gravekeeper or escape to the world beyond by using Ghost Mother's battleship. Unfortunately for him, all of his plans had failed. The Celestial began to descend into utter madness, and at the same time, constantly muttered, "Gravekeeper, you bastard, you're forcing me to do all of this." As far as the Celestial was concerned, the Gravekeeper really was forcing him down this path. It wasn't what he truly wanted, but he felt that he had no other choice, and thus he had gone to war with the Wildlands. He would end all life in the Wildlands, kill the Gravekeeper, dispel the Underworld River, and end the bloodline of the Archemperor dynasty. In the middle of all that, Bai Xiaochun became the next person after the Blood Ancestor to master the Undying Codex. In the end, the Celestial had two choices: sacrifice his own flesh and blood, or watch his longevity run out, and his hopes of escaping the Heavenspan realm be dashed to pieces. Finally, he picked the former. And considering how his initial attempt at this plan had failed, as soon as he made his decision, he placed a magical slave seal on Du Lingfei. Then he simply waited for Bai Xiaochun to show up. After confirming that Bai Xiaochun had succeeded with the Undying Codex, he made his move. There was no one to stand in his way, and thus, he brought Bai Xiaochun from the Wildlands to Heavenspan Island. Bai Xiaochun watched bitterly as Du Lingfei stepped out from behind the Celestial. Her expression was vacant, making her seem almost like a marionette or puppet. Furthermore, deep within her eyes, it was just possible to see the flickering slave seals. "Boo!" he said, thinking back to how the Celestial had used the both of them to lure out the ghost face. He would never forget the disappointment and bitterness he had seen in her expression back then. "Don't hate me," the Celestial said. "I never wanted to do this. It's all the fault of the Gravekeeper." Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously, although it was possible to detect bitter sadness within the laughter, as well as madness. The Celestial had truly gone crazy. It was visible in his eyes as well as his smile, which looked completely different than it had in the past. Eyes bloodshot, he performed a right-handed incantation gesture and then pointed at Du Lingfei. In response, Du Lingfei shivered and looked up slowly. Expression blank, she began to walk slowly toward Bai Xiaochun, who could do nothing other than watch her approach. When she stepped into the blood in the pool, it immediately stained her white garments black. At the same time, the greedy magical symbols began to crawl onto her and pass to and fro on her skin. She stopped right in front of him, where she slowly reached out and put her hand on top of his head. As she did, she began to glow with crystalline light. At that point, the aura of the Live Forever Codex erupted out. Chuckling endlessly, the Celestial shoved his right hand down onto the ground, causing the entire necropolis to tremble. The spell formation began to radiate dazzling light, and the bones which formed it melted. Even the remains of the three archemperors started melting away. The melting of the bones caused the spell formation to glow even brighter. At the same time, the black blood began to bubble and seethe, sending more magical symbols wriggling onto Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. They began to pour into their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths. The pain caused Bai Xiaochun to shiver, but what was worse was the anguish and rage he felt. His anguish was because of what was happening to Du Lingfei, and his rage was because of the cruelty of the Celestial. "Am I going to die?" he thought. Again, he tried to call out to the frigid matriarch, but there was no response. Magical symbols rushed into him, causing him to glow with golden light that seemed to correlate perfectly to the crystalline glow coming off of Du Lingfei. A resonance formed with the light of the spell formation, whereupon a shocking gravitational force erupted from Du Lingfei. The gravitational force spread through Du Lingfei and into Bai Xiaochun, causing him to shiver. Looking dully at Du Lingfei, he slowly closed his eyes. However, when that happened, a look of intense struggle appeared in Du Lingfei's eyes. A tremor ran through her, and suddenly she seemed like she might lift her hand off of his head. Apparently, despite the slave seal that had been placed on her, she instinctively refused to harm Bai Xiaochun. The human body was still capable of reacting even under the control of a slave seal. Clearly, Du Lingfei had a tenacious determination in her heart to avoid hurting Bai Xiaochun. When Bai Xiaochun felt the hand on the top of his head trembling, he opened his eyes to see Du Lingfei's face twitching. Furthermore, the magical slave seals in her eyes were flickering dramatically. A moment passed, and then she moved her hand away. "Boo!" he murmured. Off to the side, mixed emotions could be seen in the Celestial's eyes. However, he quickly wiped them away with madness. Reaching his hand out, he pointed at his daughter. She shivered, and the slave seals overwhelmed any sensation of pain she felt. She went still and then calmly put her hand back down on Bai Xiaochun's head. She looked at him with eyes that didn't contain even a scrap of emotion, and yet Bai Xiaochun could still sense her inner pain. His lips parted as if he were about to say something, but instead, he stayed silent. This time, he didn't close his eyes. He knew that his life was nearing its end, and therefore, in that final moment before he died, he would create an eternal memory of what he was seeing. Rumbling sounds filled the necropolis as the bones melted into the spell formation. Then, an explosive force left Du Lingfei's hand and entered Bai Xiaochun's head. Intense pain raged through him as his life force, cultivation base, flesh, blood, and soul all began to rush toward Du Lingfei. It was as if his body were being destroyed. His bones, blood, energy passageways, and everything else that made him up were being transformed into the ultimate type of life force. That life force was what the Celestial needed, and what was currently rushing toward Du Lingfei. Bai Xiaochun was the undying medicine, and Du Lingfei was the pill furnace that could live forever. After that pill furnace sucked in the medicine, it would sacrifice itself, withering up into death to produce an undying live forever pill. "Soon," the Celestial muttered. "Very soon now. I've been waiting my whole life to get this undying live forever pill." He began chuckling loudly. His expression twisted and distorted in bizarre fashion as he watched his daughter absorbing Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was shaking violently and was racked with unprecedented levels of pain. He had endured much pain to cultivate the Undying Codex, but none of that could even come close to comparing to what he was feeling now. He was beginning to wither up. His hair was even turning dry and brittle. His undying blood began to fade away, and his undying bones were turning dull and dark. His undying tendons, undying flesh, and undying skin were all melting. He couldn't struggle or fight back. As he was emptied out, as his life force was sucked away, he slowly began to lose consciousness. He suddenly thought back to everything he had done in the wildlands. He thought of Bai Hao, the giant ghost king, Mistress Red Dust, and Zhou Yixing. Then he thought of the river-defying sect. He pictured Li Qingho, Song Junwan, Master God Diviner, and so many other faces. They seemed so vivid to him that he was sure he could reach out and touch them. "The river-defying sect," he murmured in a voice that only he and the dead could hear. As he weakened, his hair began to fall out, transforming into dust before it could even touch the surface of the black blood. By now, he was so withered that he was like a candle flickering on the verge of winking out. He wasn't thinking about the river-defying sect anymore. He was thinking about the eastern lower reaches and the spirit stream sect. It was as if all the memories of his life were flowing past him. He saw himself in front of the stone steels of plants and vegetation. He saw himself licking his lips as he eyed some spirit tail chickens. He saw himself with big fatty Zhang. He saw his master, who had perished before even taking him as an apprentice. He saw Ho Xiaomei. He saw so many things. By now he couldn't breathe. He looked like brittle skin wrapped over dry bones. Rotting patches of death were spreading out to cover him, and his teeth began to fall out. As of this moment, he looked like a desiccated corpse that had been left in the grave for years and years. The hand on top of his head was like a black hole sucking away at everything that was him, and filling him with a pain that he had already grown used to. The Undying Codex was now 80% extracted from him, and it was the same with his life force. In his fading consciousness, He no longer saw the spirit stream sect, but instead, Mount Hood. On top of the mountain was a boy who was somehow holding 7 or 8 axes and cleavers, all at the same time. At the top of the mountain he tossed the weapons aside, and even as thunder crashed in the sky, he lit a stick of incense. It was a comical sight that made him want to smile, but he couldn't control his body, and was thus incapable. Perhaps that was a good thing considering his current appearance. Smiling would have made him look even more horrifying. As his consciousness continued to fade, he was fairly certain he could sense his soul beginning to rise up from inside of him, toward an all-consuming vortex. He only had about 10% of his life force left. Cracks had begun to appear on his dried-up skin, to the point where the slightest brush of a hand would likely turn it into ash. It was the same with his 5 yin organs and 6 yang organs. The power of the Undying Codex was now almost completely gone. Only a tiny scrap of it remained in his bones, which caused the faintest glimmer of gold to be visible through the ragged openings in his skin. In that moment, he saw what would likely be the last image he ever saw. A child crouched next to a bed, tears streaming down his face. As his parents began to breathe their last breaths, he began to weep, and then to wail. "Xiaochun?" A weak voice murmured. "Don't be afraid." A cold hand came to rest on his forehead. "Take this stick of incense. Haven't you always dreamed of becoming an immortal? Here, take it." The boy looked up through his tears to take the incense. Then, the hand which had moments ago lifted the incense up to him slowly dropped down. The boy's tears flowed even harder. The boy remained at the bedside in a daze. Eventually, the neighbors came into the room and carried him out. He saw many sympathetic gazes as his parents' bodies were carried away. The boy sat down in a corner, wrapped his arms tightly around his knees, and looked at the incense. "Why do people die? I want to live. I want all the people around me to live. I want everyone to be happy. I want to live forever." The boy's voice echoed away into silence inside of Bai Xiaochun's mind, a figment of eternity. He felt more tired than he ever had been in his entire life. However, in that moment right before his consciousness disappeared, a teardrop fell down onto the parched skin of his arm. As it was absorbed into his skin, it seemed to merge into his rapidly devolving consciousness. "A teardrop," he murmured. He could sense the bitterness in it. Using his last scrap of energy, he opened his eyes and could just barely make out Du Lingfei struggling against the slave seal. Even if it destroyed her, she was determined to remove her hand from the top of his head. Oh, so slowly, her hand began to rise up. Then she spoke in a voice laced with the utmost despair. "Daddy, I beg you." Although her words were spoken softly, they struck the Celestial like lightning. He began to tremble. The Celestial's heart felt like it was about to be ripped to pieces. Things which had once been the most important in his life, but had vanished along the way, were suddenly brought right back to the forefront thanks to Du Lingfei's words. He suddenly saw her as a child, tugging at his garments and calling him daddy in her cute, girly voice. He wasn't sure exactly when it happened, but somewhere along the line, she had stopped calling him daddy and started calling him father. "Fair," he said, trembling physically, his pupils constricting. After all, this was his daughter, his own flesh and blood. The Celestial was the mighty ruler of the entire world, and yet had never had many Taoist partners. Over all the years, he had never had a son. Du Lingfei was his only daughter, and in fact, his only child. The Celestial had been so focused on escaping the heaven-span realm that Du Lingfei's mother had never meant much to him. She had long since passed away. The Celestial's heart was currently being ripped 2 ways, in one direction by his humanity, and in the other by his desires. The part that represented his humanity was screaming at him furiously. "You're really willing to sacrifice your own flesh and blood just to live a bit longer? Just to get off of this world? Is it really worth it?" On one side was his daughter, and on the other was his longevity, and his deep, insane desire to escape this prison he was in. Du Lingfei was currently in the middle of a struggle And so was the celestial. "Daddy, please." Du Lingfei had begun to weep. She trembled physically as she fought against the slave seal. Every time she pushed against the magic of the seal, intense force slammed into her mind, making it feel like her soul might collapse at any moment. "Daddy, is it worth it? I'm your daughter. I beg you, Daddy. I beg you." And yet, she wouldn't give up. She didn't want to hurt Bai Xiaochun, and also didn't want to see her father like this. In her pain, she was like a helpless child who could do nothing more than beg and plead. The father she remembered was not like this. Worse, she couldn't remember when he had changed. When had he become a stranger, a person who would actually hurt her? Upon parting with Bai Xiaochun in the north, she had returned to Heavenspan Island. Gradually, she came to find that her mind was slowing down, and eventually, she heard a complex, emotional howl from the palace of the Tao. It was her father, the Celestial. That was when she lost control of her own body. And yet, she never lost her consciousness. Eventually, she watched herself consuming by Xiaochun's life force, and watched him dying, and the pain became too much to bear. "Daddy?" she said, trembling as the slave seal began to slowly collapse as she fought back against it. However, it was at this point that the Celestial looked up, his eyes burning with madness. "Shut up! Shut the hell up!" As his shout echoed out like thunder, the madness in his eyes grew even more intense, and all the warmth of humanity that existed inside of him was wiped away. He shoved his memories of Du Lingfei away as surely as if he had cut them with a blade. He was no longer Du Lingfei's father. He was the Celestial, someone who didn't care about anything other than his longevity and his hopes for the future. Fuse with Bai Xiaochun. That is your mission. Combine the undying with that which can live forever. That is the entire purpose of your existence. Face twisting with vicious coldness, he waved his finger out in front of him. The slave seals in Du Lingfei's eyes glowed so brightly they turned red. It was as if her mind was being suppressed, and as she lost control, she slowly reached back out toward the top of Bai Xiaochun's head. As her hand neared, it trembled, and Du Lingfei's eyes twitched. Despite how furiously the slave seals were controlling her, she was still trying to resist. Crystalline light shone brightly as she murmured, "I won't." Tears streamed down her face and fell onto Bai Xiaochun. Blue veins bulged out on her face from the effort of speaking, and bloody wounds could be seen as her skin ripped and tore from the effort of fighting against the slave seals. She looked like she was about to collapse both physically and in terms of her divine sense. And yet, she wouldn't stop fighting. As of this moment, it was possible to see Du Lingfei's unswerving determination. She had made her decision. She would rather destroy herself than betray what she believed in. Bai Xiaochun could barely see what was happening. Virtually all of his life force was gone, and his mind was in chaos. His lips parted to speak, and yet, he didn't even have the energy to say a single word. The tears falling onto his parched skin created rippling waves in his heart. When the Celestial saw that Du Lingfei was about to destroy herself, his anger flared. "Unfilial bitch!" he shouted, striding forward into the black pool of liquid. The black liquid began to swirl about even faster, and the magical symbols all shied away from the Celestial. Ignoring them, he stepped up to Du Lingfei and put his left hand onto her head, and then placed his right hand onto Bai Xiaochun's. Tightening his fingers, he pushed both of their heads toward each other. According to my original plan, after I refined you into an undying live forever pill and left this prison of a world, I would eventually become an Archean, and then figure out a way to resurrect you. Why must you rebel against me? Why? Why do you go so far as to defy me? The Celestial's twisted expression was terrifying. He radiated a sensation of complete madness. As for Du Lingfei, she tried to fight back, but was powerless to do so. With the Celestial forcing her head toward Bai Xiaochun's, there was nothing she could do, not even kill herself. As the Celestial forced Du Lingfei and Bai Xiaochun closer to each other, the radiant golden and crystalline lights began to swirl together with glittering radiance. All I wanted you to do was consume by Xiaochun, the Celestial raged. All I asked you to do was become an undying live forever pill. If I had any other choice, I wouldn't do this. Apparently, it was only by shouting at the top of his lungs that the Celestial could convince himself that what he was saying made sense. I can't simply gamble that the world gate can be opened after the Gravekeeper dies. What if it's sealed for all eternity? At that point, it wouldn't matter if I got the technique. Therefore, I have no choice but to refine you two into a pill now. Then, I can finally acquire the undying live forever technique and be unstoppable. I can't bet on what I don't know. If the world ends up sealed, I'll never be able to change it. I have no choice here. If you were in my position, you would do the same thing. With that pill, I will no longer be a quasi-celestial. I will be a true celestial. I will conform to the requirements of the will of this world, and will be able to leave. Why are you defying me? You're just like your eldest sister. She defied me too. Why? She did it for the blood ancestor and you for Bai Xiaochun? Why? All I have to do is get out of here and become an Archean. Then I can resurrect you. How can the two of you be so selfish? The Celestial was screaming so loudly that in the outside world, wild colors flashed in the sky, and raging winds screamed across the heaven-span sea, causing huge waves to rise up. In the depths of the palace of the Tao, the Celestial's energy radiated out, provoked by his emotions. The spell formation was reaching its pinnacle of power, and as the black liquid in the pool spun faster and faster, the bones in the necropolis melted, and began to fuse with Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. Apparently, the spell formation was now acting like an enormous pill furnace, refining the ingredients therein to create an undying live forever pill. This was the most intense moment of deadly crisis Bai Xiaochun had ever experienced during his entire life. There was nothing he could do to stop what was happening. He didn't even have the strength to struggle. With the Celestial having physically taken matters into his own hands, it seemed a foregone conclusion how things would end up. Bai Xiaochun's path of cultivation would end with Du Lingfei. The two of them refined into a medicinal pill by this enormous spell formation, which the Celestial would then use to transcend the bounds of the world in which he lived. Never could he have imagined that things would end up like this, not even after having been told by the frigid matriarch that he would eventually have a falling out with the Celestial. Bai Xiaochun had always naively believed that because of Du Lingfei, the Celestial wouldn't do anything too harmful to him. Furthermore, he had the Gravekeeper and Bai Hao on his side, and a vast array of secret weapons that had filled him with confidence. Except, all of that had been as realistic as the reflection of the moon on a shimmering lake. He was losing consciousness, yet strangely, Du Lingfei's aura also gave him a strange sense of clarity. What if all of this is part of the Gravekeeper's plan? He murmured. Seemingly in concert with Bai Xiaochun's speculation, the Gravekeeper, who sat cross-legged in the pagoda in the ruins of the third level of the subterranean Archemperor city, opened his turbid eyes. Bai Xiaochun, he murmured bitterly, I hope that you won't hate me. This is my mission, and the mission of the Hell Emperor. His gaze penetrated the void, passing to the ends of the wildlands, to a huge river that no one could see. There in the inky, endlessly flowing darkness was the antithesis of all of the life force of the heaven-span sea. This river represented death. Its waters were filled with infinite vengeful souls, all of them howling and screaming as they were carried along by the river water into the cycle of reincarnation. Its name, the Underworld River. At the furthest end of the Underworld River was a pitch-black palace, rife with an aura of death. It was cold beyond belief, without even the slightest hint of a flame anywhere. It was the Underworld Palace. Sitting inside of the palace, clad in imperial robes, was the reigning Hell Emperor, Bai Hao. Radiating off of him was an intense aura of death. He normally wore a stern expression, but now, his face was a mask of anxiety. His mood affected the Underworld Palace and the Underworld River, causing waves to spread out across its surface. He had personally witnessed the Celestial's enormous hand defeat the Gravekeeper, as well as his own attempt to interfere. He had watched helplessly as the sinister celestial took Bai Xiaochun away, and although he couldn't be sure of all the details, he was convinced that his master was in critical danger, and he knew that the only person in the world who could save his master was himself. He well knew how weak the gravekeeper was, and that he could pass away into death at any moment. Sadly, Bai Hao also knew that, despite being the Hell Emperor, he was currently not a match for the Celestial. "Master," he murmured bitterly. Many memories floated up in his mind, memories of the time he had spent with his master in the wildlands. Bai Xiaochun was his only family, and there was no one who Bai Hao felt more gratitude to than him. He had even sworn an oath to protect him with his own life. His days spent with his master were the happiest he had ever experienced. The memories faded away, leaving behind a single image, an image that would always be a part of his soul. It was an image of Bai Xiaochun standing there with his back to him, calmly accepting him as an apprentice. "Master," Bai Hao murmured, smiling. It was a smile filled with staunch determination. He knew that if he wanted to go to Heavenspan Island and take his master away from the Celestial, then there was only one way to do it, and that was to concoct something that could break through the limitations of the world itself. 22-colored flame. It hadn't mattered to Bai Hao that Bai Xiaochun was already a deva. He had continued his auguries and research into 22-colored flame. Eventually, he had come to the realization that in this world, the limit for flame conjuring was 21-colored flame. With the exception of some special circumstances, it would be impossible to succeed with 22-colored flame. According to the limitations of the world, everything from 21-colored flame and below was considered mortal fire. However, everything from 22-colored flame onward was immortal fire. There could be nothing more powerful in this world than a 22-colored flame, if it appeared. In fact, it could burn anything that existed. Fire like that could be used to fight the Celestial, and could enable Bai Hao to rescue Bai Xiaochun. Unfortunately, there were no souls within this world that could be used to concoct a 22-colored flame. Even using all of the souls within the underworld river would yield nothing more than the limit of 21. There's only one way, he thought, shivering with fear. After a moment, though, the determination in his eyes grew stronger. It was a method Bai Hao had come to understand due to two reasons. The first was that Miao Linner's clan had attempted to use him to conjure a flame. The second was that he was now the Hell Emperor. That method was to use his own soul to conjure that most consummate of flames, a 22-colored flame. That was the only way, and since Bai Hao was the Hell Emperor and had complete control of the underworld river, that meant that he controlled all of the souls that were part of the cycle of reincarnation. "Master, I can save you." As he smiled, tears streamed down his cheeks, but his decision had been made. The price to pay was enormous, but he could accept it without any regrets. Soon Bai Hao would cease to exist, and yet he had no complaints. Bai Xiaochun was his master. In the moment that he had kowtowed to become an apprentice, he had decided that he would do anything to pay back that kindness. His tears were not corporeal. As they fell from his face, they became a part of the underworld river. Sighing, he rose to his feet, then threw his hands wide. "Souls, come to me." The endless torrent of vengeful souls outside of the underworld palace surged and began to head in his direction, forming a massive vortex. Bai Hao performed an incantation gesture with his left hand, then touched his forehead, which caused his entire body to burst into flames. It was a one-colored flame. His hands began to blur with incantation gestures as the surrounding sea of souls spun and spun. One soul after another entered Bai Hao, causing the flames that surrounded him to flicker in astonishing fashion. 2-colored flame, 3-colored flame, 4-colored flame. In only a few breaths worth of time, the sea of fire surrounding Bai Hao reached epic proportions. It was soon featured 16 colors, and things kept going. If there was anyone in the entire world who could surpass Bai Xiaochun when it came to conjuring flames, then that person was his apprentice, the Hell Emperor Bai Hao. Rumbling sounds continued to echo out as the flames burned around Bai Hao. Countless souls dove madly into him as a 17th color appeared, then an 18th and a 19th. Things weren't over yet. The determination in Bai Hao's eyes couldn't have been more intense. Waving both arms out in front of him, he caused the entire underworld river to shudder from beginning to end. 20 colors. 21 colors. At that point, Bai Hao looked out into the void and unleashed an incredible howl. At that point, his soul began to burn. With that power, along with the souls from the underworld river, and with the river itself as the base, Bai Hao's eyes slowly lit up with 21 colors. And then another color appeared. It was a 22-colored flame. Nothing happened out in the wildlands when the 22-colored flame appeared. Everything seemed normal. The cultivators continued to fight, and yet, their hearts suddenly quivered. It was as if their souls were trembling due to the imminent arrival of some powerful, invisible force. Nascent soul cultivators, devas, even the demigods. All of them were so shaken that they gasped. It wasn't just in the wildlands that such things happened. All living beings in the lands of Heavenspan, from cultivators to animals, even the vegetation and the mortals, all reacted similarly. Then, high in the sky appeared the world net. At that point, all beings in the world heard a voice. Although it was only a murmur, the pressure weighing down on them was impossible to even describe. "Master, I'm coming to save you." It was a voice filled with the deepest faith. It was a voice filled with fearless madness. It was a voice that revealed a deep reverence for a master, the type that could not be erased even by the destruction of the body. Heaven and earth rumbled as flames spread out across the sky of the wildlands. Cultivators from both sides of the conflict looked up in utter shock, with many of them gasping aloud. "The sky is on fire? The heavens are aflame. How could this be happening? Look, there's a person inside that fire." The enormous figure which appeared inside of the flame slowly looked up, fixing his gaze on the distant heaven-span sea. As he did, his features became clear to the cultivators down below in the wildlands. Soon, the savages, soul cultivators, heavenly marquises and heavenly dukes began to cry out in astonishment. "That's the Hell Emperor! The Hell Emperor!" As everyone in the wildlands reeled in shock, Bai Hao began to speed toward the heaven-span sea with mountain-toppling, sea-draining energy radiating around him in the form of the sky-wide sea of fire. The fire was spectacular to an indescribable degree, to the point where anyone who looked at it would assume that it could burn the entire world to a crisp. As for the heaven-span sea, the incoming fire instantly whipped it up into a frenzy, as though it wished to block its path. However, any such efforts were useless. The fire closed in from the direction of the wildlands, covering the entire sky above the heaven-span sea. The flames, which contained Bai Hao's will, then began to rush toward Heavenspan Island. The sea didn't seem capable of standing up to the burning heat of the fire, and began to evaporate, releasing boundless energy of heaven and earth. It was so unprecedentedly strong that it quickly spread out into the entire world, reaching even as far as the wildlands. Plants suddenly sprouted, and flowers bloomed. Animals roared, and all living things were deeply shaken. However, they also felt instinctively uneasy. After all, these levels of spiritual energy were clearly not a natural occurrence. They were more like when a cultivator burned his or her own soul to gain dangerous levels of power. The heaven-span sea was not without end, and as it evaporated and poured incredible spiritual energy out into the world, it did so in a way that couldn't be replenished. And yet, Bai Hao didn't care about that. He had surpassed the limits of the world by creating 22-colored flame, and had even placed his own soul on the road to sacrifice to do it. And there was only one reason for all of that. Bai Hao knew that he didn't have much time to work with. Just like the evaporation of the heaven-span sea, using his own soul to conjure 22-colored flame was a path that could not be returned from. Now that his soul was aflame, it would only be a short period of time before it was burned into nothing. At that point, the 22-colored flame would vanish. Time was of the essence, and therefore, Bai Hao immediately made his move on Heavenspan Island. If this moment were frozen in time and depicted artistically, the sky would not be visible, nor would the heaven-span sea. The only thing visible would be an endless sea of fire, descending with ultimate madness onto Heavenspan Island. As of this moment, Heavenspan Island did not exist within the Heavenspan Sea. Instead, it existed within heavenly flame. Its beaches melted, its lands were scorched black, and crevices ripped open everywhere. A roar like that of a furious giant echoed out in all directions as the fire completely engulfed the entire island. Many parts of the island began to explode, sending rock and rubble flying about, which was almost instantly transformed into ash. It was as if Baihao's plan to save Bai Xiaochun was to simply burn Heavenspan Island completely away. Rumbling sounds filled the world as the sea of fire became a huge mouth which consumed Heavenspan Island. The plants on the island vanished. Mountains turned bright red and then shattered, the resulting debris instantly becoming ash. There was little need to mention the beautiful buildings which filled the island. They were burned away within moments. The valuable medicinal plants that had once grown in abundance were destroyed, as was the lake of Heavenspan seawater and the waterfall. Thankfully, Baihao was by nature a kind person, and controlled the fire in a way that spared the special guards, who fled in complete astonishment. This, someone's attacking Heavenspan Island? There were 2 old men among the special guards who were actually demigods. They were none other than the famed Heavenspan Island Divine Guards. And yet, even they were completely flabbergasted by this raging fire. They couldn't even approach the flames, and were forced to watch from a distance as the flames engulfed the island, and rushed specifically toward the huge statue of the Celestial, his palace of the Tao. The 2 mountains to either side turned bright red, and then exploded into ash. At the same time, the flames engulfed the statue of the Celestial. Everyone watching could see it melt. Within a few breaths of time, the statue which had stood for so many years was reduced to a lump of slag, which then dissolved into ash. The entire palace of the Tao was wiped out of existence. The moment the Arch-Emperor dynasty had been driven out of the lands of Heavenspan, this island had become a holy land. But now, fire rained down from the heavens and wiped it out of existence. On what was left of the island, many of the flames converged together, revealing an enormous flame giant, radiating an aura that caused the entire world to tremble. The giant wore imperial robes made of flame and a fiery imperial crown. When he spoke, it was in a roar that caused everything in the area to shake violently. "Master, I'm here to save you." The special guards were struck to the core, and their minds began to spin out of control. And yet, the burning destruction wasn't over yet. As the giant roared, the rest of the sea of fire, having destroyed everything on the surface of the island, began to pour into the crevices which had opened up in it. Their destination was none other than the huge spell formation in the necropolis. The spell formation was in full operation at the moment. The bones and the remains of the 3 arch-emperors had fully melted and were now part of the spell formation. Roughly half of the black liquid was gone, having turned into countless magical symbols that crawled over by Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. As for the Celestial, he stood there, a vicious expression on his face as he kept his hands locked onto the heads of Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. Fuse! 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 Damn it! Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei were trembling non-stop, and seemed just on the verge of fusing together. And that was when the necropolis began to split apart. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The rock walls began to glow red, and then simply exploded, allowing torrents of fire to burst inside. It was as if the world were descending into a fiery apocalypse. How could the Celestial not be aware of what was occurring outside of the necropolis? However, the critical moment in the fusion process had come, and he couldn't afford to be distracted. At the moment, he wouldn't care if the entire world and everyone in it died, much less Heavenspan Island. To him, only the task at hand was important. "Fuse, damn it!" he shouted, sending some of his cultivation-based power out to block the sea of fire. and using some of it to try to force Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei to fuse together. "Master!" Bai Hao cried from within the flames. The first thing he had seen upon entering the necropolis was his master, unconscious and in the hands of the Celestial, who was trying to force him to fuse with Du Lingfei. It was a scene that almost immediately drove Bai Hao into utter madness. Howling, he advanced toward Bai Xiaochun with increased speed from within the 22-colored flame. As he did, the rock walls melted, and intense rumbling sounds echoed out. The burning heat and shocking aura of the flame immediately caused the Celestial's expression to flicker. Shockingly, the defensive measures he had thrown up with his cultivation base were absolutely powerless against these flames. What kind of fire is that? The Celestial's heart was already starting to pound because of this intense flame, the power of which surpassed anything he could ever have predicted. In the blink of an eye, the fire was inside of the Celestial's defenses, past Du Lingfei, and right next to Bai Xiaochun. Then, it let out a blast of power. Boom! Power which surpassed the limitations of the world created something like a wall of fire that shoved violently against the Celestial. The Celestial's face was one of vicious fury, and his eyes blazed with cruelty and madness. "Feeling suicidal, Bai Hao?" he roared, unleashing the energy of a quasi-celestial. He hoped to destroy the fire, but it was too hot, and in fact, filled him with a sensation of imminent, deadly crisis. Just what kind of fire is this? Even the Celestial was forced to retreat in the face of the heat. Also pushed away was Du Lingfei. She had long since lost consciousness, so as soon as the force pushed against her, she was ripped away from Bai Xiaochun and thrown off into the distance. Rumbling sounds echoed out continuously as the wall of flames continued to push the Celestial away. Although all of this takes a bit of time to describe, it actually happened in only a split second. After Du Lingfei and the Celestial were pushed away, the flames once again formed into the shape of Bai Hao, who stood there, right in front of the unconscious Bai Xiaochun. Because of the shock which came from the interruption of the fusion process, as well as the heat of the flames, Bai Xiaochun suddenly regained a bit of consciousness. He forced his eyes open, and although they were listless and mostly blank, when he saw the fire and Bai Hao, he weakly murmured, "Hower!" In response, Bai Hao shivered, and his eyes flickered with profound grief. As for Bai Xiaochun, it seemed that his life force was on the verge of being completely exterminated, and he slowly closed his eyes. At that point, the pain Bai Hao felt in his heart reached the ultimate pinnacle. "I'll take care of everything, master," he said through gritted teeth. By this point, he could sense that his soul was on the verge of vanishing, which meant that the 22-colored flame would only last for a bit longer. Right now, the most important thing to do was save his master. And Bai Hao could sense that Bai Xiaochun's injuries were unprecedentedly severe. His life force was 99% gone. He only had a tiny scrap of energy left. Any delay could lead to Bai Xiaochun being killed in body and soul. His body would cease to live, and his Tao would vanish forever. It was the most critical of moments, and therefore Bai Hao didn't hesitate for even a moment. Howling, he retracted the wall of flames, which caused a sudden burst of teleportation power to appear. He was using 22-colored flame, something that surpassed the limitations of the world itself, to perform a teleportation and whisk Bai Xiaochun away. "How dare you, Bai Hao?" To see all of his hopes about to be taken away caused the Celestial to descend into further rage and madness. How could he possibly just sit there and watch as Bai Hao saved Bai Xiaochun? "Disperse, you trifling sea of fire." The Celestial was shocked by the power of the flame, but that didn't stop the pressure of his will from exploding out. It caused the air to split and rip, and the sky overhead to shake. In fact, all of the lands of Heavenspan began to tremble. At the moment, the Celestial possessed the power of an entire world, as well as its fury. His energy skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, the seawater began to seethe, and the lands began to quake so hard that crevices opened up everywhere. The Celestial's aura, his cultivation base, and all of the pressure roiling off of him reached a fever pitch as he lifted his right foot and then took a step forward. As he did that, his aura, his cultivation base, and the pressure took physical form. An enormous Dharma idol materialized, which then lunged toward the flames. Radiant color shone off of the Dharma idol, which seemed to encompass the power of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Shockingly, this was the will of the world itself, which was now attempting to contest with the 22-colored flame. Energy levels like this could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Boom! The fire, which surpassed the limitations of the world, suddenly trembled. Inside of it, Baihao was shaking visibly, as though an enormous invisible hand were closing around him to crush him out of existence. Baihao wanted to keep his soul burning to power the flame, but the power of the celestial was too incredible. With every step the celestial took, the 22-colored flame was forced backward, and also shrank down. Nobody can stop me from saving my master. Not even you, Taoist heaven span. As the celestial approached, Baihao howled and stretched his arms wide. He glanced back at Bai Xiaochun with a look of sorrow and departure, then decisively waved both hands through the air in front of him. Burn! Burn my soul! Burn all of me! Laughing loudly, Baihao ignited the 40% of his soul that remained. He was going all out. He was holding absolutely nothing back. The 22-colored flame, which the celestial had been battling against, suddenly flared to life with madness. The celestial's face fell. "No!" he screamed. But the 22-colored flame was just as fear-inspiring as before, despite how he had suppressed it to a certain degree. And now that Baihao was burning his entire being, even the celestial was forced to back away. His eyes were completely bloodshot and filled with madness as he watched the power of teleportation building up inside of the sea of fire. At that point, a howl of rage erupted from his lips that everyone in the world could hear. For rivers form the heavenly bones. All of a sudden, the heaven-span realm began to tremble, and ghost images of the 4 rivers and the lands that bordered them rose up into the sky, almost like enormous souls. A golden sea to act as flesh. Blue veins bulged out on the celestial's face and neck as he waved both hands through the air. Instantly, the waters of the heaven-span sea began to float up. In the blink of an eye, they connected with the souls of the 4 rivers. Shockingly, the souls of the 4 rivers were like bones, and the seawater was like flesh, creating an enormous, golden hand. The hand emitted an aura that caused all living things in the heaven-span realm to tremble. This was, really and truly, the hand of the world, and it was now moving toward Heavenspan Island. It blotted out the heavens as it moved with incredible speed toward the sea of fire on the island, which had still not teleported away. Despair rose up in Baihao's heart, and he smiled bitterly. Although his burning soul was powerful enough to contend with the hand of the world itself, he couldn't evade it. The teleportation would be interrupted, and his soul would be gone. There would be no second chance for escape. However, it was in that very moment that, from the direction of the eastern Heavenspan River, or more precisely, from the sect headquarters of the river-defying sect, a blood chi suddenly appeared that raged into the highest heavens. Along with the raging blood chi, a blood-red beam of light appeared in the air over Heavenspan Island. It came from the east, causing all the lands to tremble and quake as it pierced through the air. Within that blood-colored light was an enormous blood spear. It was fully 30,000 meters long, and as it closed in, it became clear that its target was not the island itself. Instead, it was the enormous world hand formed from the souls of the 4 rivers and the Heavenspan Sea. It moved with shocking speed, and when it slammed into the world hand, it unleashed a deafening boom. "Blood ancestor!" the celestial howled, his face twisted with rage. "You're not dead?" Unfortunately for him, his shout could do nothing to prevent the blood spear from hitting the world hand. The spear began to crumble into pieces upon impact, and yet, it caused the hand to falter slightly on its path toward Baihao and Bai Xiaochun. That slight pause was enough. Baihao, who had been in the middle of smiling bitterly, suddenly caused his soul to burn with even more intensity, instantly completing the buildup of teleportation power. Bai Hao's flame form wrapped Bai Xiaochun up and then vanished from Heavenspan Island. The unconscious Bai Xiaochun struggled to open his eyes, but all he could see was vaguely flickering flames. And yet, he was still able to detect a raging blood chi that was very similar to his own. Back on Heavenspan Island, the Celestial howled with rage and madness, causing the world to shake, and icy coldness to spread out in all directions. Damn you, blood ancestor! You're not dead? The Celestial was filled with so much rage it defied description. He had sacrificed his own flesh and blood, had paid the highest of prices, and yet, in the end, he yet again failed in the critical moment. He failed every time, a fact that pushed him into pure insanity. Damn all of you! I hope you all die. You won't escape, Bai Xiaochun. As the Celestial howled, the world hand began to grow larger, and simultaneously speed in the direction of the wildlands in pursuit of Bai Hao. However, it was in that very moment that another surge of blood chi erupted from the sect headquarters of the river-defying sect. And this time, the levels of energy involved vastly surpassed the last eruption. The entire world turned the color of blood, and the source was the Eastern Heavenspan region, the sect headquarters of the river-defying sect. All of the disciples who were still in the sect were completely and utterly shaken. In fact, they began to flee, their expressions those of incredulity and shock. The focus of their gazes was something towering up in the very middle of the river-defying sect, something that was viewed as a precious treasure of the sect itself, the fleshly body of the blood ancestor. He was matchlessly tall, a giant who stood right next to the dire sky banyan, and had remained in place for countless years without moving of his own volition. For all intents and purposes, he was a corpse. But right now, the blood ancestor was actually moving. Soil and dirt that had built up on his skin over the years began to crack and fall off in pieces, falling down to the earth far below. His hand, once the home of the bloodstream sect, twitched, causing more dirt and soil to crumble down toward the ground. Deep within the blood ancestor, his withered heart suddenly began to beat. Thump thump, thump thump. The pounding of his heart echoed out as blood-colored light poured from it into his blood vessels. Streams of fresh blood then began to flow out into his body. His blood vessels were regenerating. The process happened extremely quickly with maddening speed. Soon, the beating of his heart became so loud that it was audible outside of his body. The cultivators in the river-defying sect all gasped and began to cry out in alarm. The blood ancestor! The blood ancestor! He! Heavens, what's going on here? He's alive! The bloodstream division was especially shocked. After all, this was their reserve precious treasure, something that had aided all of them in their cultivation over the years. They had imitated the blood ancestor and used him to create all sorts of divine abilities. And now, he was coming back to life. In the past, the blood ancestor could move when the disciples of the bloodstream division pooled their power to control him. But now, no one was controlling him. Therefore, the sound of his heart beating caused waves of shock to rise up within all of the disciples who were present to observe. Soon, the sound was as loud as thunder from the heavens. Even more shocking was the heaven-shaking, earth-shattering life force which began to burn inside of him. Because of it, and because of the raging blood chi, all heaven and earth became stained as if with blood. The blood ancestor was coming back to life. No longer did he radiate an aura of death. Instead, he thrummed with astonishing fleshly body power. However, it was only a resurrection of his fleshly body. The blood ancestor was coming to life physically, but he had no soul. And yet, as the blood ancestor's fleshly body awoke, and his life force flourished, a monkey appeared on a mountain in the Spirit Stream sect. This monkey had first appeared years ago, when Bai Xiaochun concocted medicinal pills in the Spirit Stream sect. An unprecedentedly serious expression could be seen on his face right now, as well as a look of determination. It's time for me to pay back what is owed. I should be dead, so it's been a true blessing to be able to come back for these short years. The gravekeeper wants me to restore your soul? That's a fair trade. The monkey laughed as his body withered up and then transformed into ash, revealing a soul. It was not the monkey's soul, but rather the discarnate soul of some unknown entity. And it immediately began to fly toward the blood ancestor. In another location in the river-defying sect was a rabbit. A wistful smile could be seen on his face as he closed his eyes and collapsed into ash, revealing another soul that also began to fly toward the blood ancestor. It wasn't just the monkey and the rabbit that did this. In another location in the lands of Heavenspan was a winged tiger, crouching in a mountainous valley. A tremor ran through it, after which it threw its head back and howled. As it did, it collapsed into ash, and a discarnate soul flew out. The same thing happened with a certain flock of birds, a colony of ants, and a group of geese. All of the bizarre entities that had come into existence thanks to Bai Xiaochun's pill-concocting efforts all transformed into ash. As they did, the souls they had been carrying in their bodies flew up into the air and headed toward the river-defying sect. Countless discarnate souls flew into the river-defying sect, and then entered the body of the blood ancestor. When the final one arrived, the blood ancestor shivered. Then, a growling sound echoed out from his throat to fill the entire world. I held my breath yesterday, to awaken today. Finally, I'm back. In that moment, the blood ancestor opened his eyes. A shocking murderous aura erupted out like a tempest, a murderous aura filled with tempestuous hatred. I've come back for you, Celestial. All of the soil and dirt which had once existed on the blood ancestor was gone, revealing a god of battle who leaped into the air and began to fly in the direction of Heavenspan Island, seething with hatred and madness. It was in that moment that, in the imperial palace of Archemperor City, the Archemperor stood looking in the direction of Spirit Advent City, which had fallen and was burning to the ground. In fact, streams of soul cultivators were fleeing from there toward Archemperor City. All of a sudden, a tremor passed through the Archemperor, as he sensed a type of blood chi which existed in legends. That's. The Archemperor was so shocked he almost couldn't speak. Far below, in the third level of Archemperor City, within the ruined, crumbling pagoda, the gravekeeper sat there cross-legged in meditation. Yet again, his eyes slowly opened to look at Bai Xiaochun and Bai Hao, who were materializing in front of him, wreathed in flames. The final phase of the plan can now begin? Everyone in the river-defying sect was completely stunned as the blood ancestor launched into the air, radiating an astonishing blood chi that caused all creation to turn the color of blood. Within his eyes burned madness and vengeance that originated from countless years in the past. He was a bright beam of light that cut through the air and headed directly toward Heavenspan Island. Mountains crumbled because of his passage, and the Heavenspan Sea parted as surely as if it had been cut with a gigantic blade. A huge line appeared, stretching directly from the eastern river all the way to Heavenspan Island. It was so deep that the seafloor was visible at the bottom, with 2 cliffs of water on either side. Even the powerful Celestial was shocked, and instantly ceased any attempt to chase after Bai Hao and Bai Xiaochun. However, there was something different to this blood chi compared to Bai Xiaochun's. Although the blood ancestor had reached the great circle of the Undying Codex, he currently had no cultivation base to back it up. And yet, because of his bloodline, his fleshly body power was even more shocking. He was a descendant of the original Archemperor, and therefore the power he could draw upon from the Undying Codex actually surpassed Bai Xiaochun's. After all, the Undying Codex had originally been designed for use by the Archemperor's descendants. Furthermore, the blood ancestor had been famous for many years. He had built up much more blood chi throughout his extended cultivation of the Undying Codex. And back when he had died, although it seemed like his blood chi vanished, it had actually remained hidden, deep within him. Bai Xiaochun, who had just made his breakthrough, couldn't possibly compare to that. Now all of that power erupted out into the open, and it was far greater than the power of an ordinary demigod. It was very close to the Great Circle, and created an aura that even Taoist Heavenspan was surprised by. If that were all there were to it, it might not have been a big deal. However, when the blood ancestor awoke, he could sense Bai Xiaochun's existence, and could tell that he was not a descendant of the Archemperor. Because of that, he immediately had an idea of what the Gravekeeper was planning to do. It was a different plan than the Gravekeeper had explained to him on the eve of his own death. But the blood ancestor didn't care about that. If the Gravekeeper picked him, then that's fine. I brought shame to the original ancestor. I don't deserve to lead the people of this world out into the heavens. I don't deserve to fulfill the founder's wishes. I just wanted to live an ordinary life with Linger. The celestial murdered Linger right in front of me. But now I'm awake. I won't stay alive for long. But I must see the celestial dead. The blood ancestor was laughing and crying at the same time, his eyes shining with madness. Maybe I can't kill him myself, but I can prevent him from ruining the Gravekeeper's plan. I can stop him from gaining control of the world treasure that Linger is fusing with. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the blood ancestor burst into flames. Shockingly, he was burning every aspect of himself to further increase his battle prowess. My only regret is that I can tell that Linger's soul clone is asleep inside the world treasure of the north. After casting a glance in that direction, the blood ancestor pushed forward with greater speed. He was a burning giant that pulsed with battle prowess that surpassed the great circle of the demigod realm. He was very close to being a quasi-celestial. Within mere moments, he caught sight of Heavenspan Island, as well as an enormous hand whose bones were made of the souls of the rivers, and whose flesh was seawater. In front of that hand was none other than the Celestial. Celestial! The blood ancestor howled, accelerating. The Celestial's eyes narrowed, but they still pulsed with a murderous aura. The frustration and hatred he felt for the Gravekeeper in this moment defied description. Although the Gravekeeper's cultivation base had declined in recent years, the man had not lost any of his ability to scheme. In fact, every twist and turn in which the Gravekeeper came out on top caused the Celestial to sink to further depths of failure. To be deprived of hope over and over again had pushed the Celestial into a state of insanity. Growling, he waved his arm, causing the enormous world hand to shoot toward the blood ancestor. 10,000 years ago, these two had fought a battle to the death. And now, 10,000 years later, the same spirit of battle could be seen. This would be a shocking fight, the likes of which the world rarely saw. As it began, the Gravekeeper was in the depths of the precious treasure that was Archemperor City. He had been looking out in the direction of the Heavenspan Sea, but now he retracted his gaze and looked at Bai Hao and Bai Xiaochun. There had been nowhere else in the world for Bai Hao to flee to. This was the only place where he felt he could escape the deadly pursuit of the Celestial. Although the Gravekeeper was hovering on the brink of death, he was still the previous Hell Emperor. And despite his age, he was still the Gravekeeper of this entire world. After the teleportation finished successfully, Bai Hao breathed a sigh of relief. The 22-colored flame being fueled by the burning of his soul was now starting to fade away. Bai Hao knew that his remaining time was very, very limited. He didn't want to leave but had no choice. He looked at his master, sitting there cross-legged, his life force as weak as could be, his skin like wrinkled parchment and his hair fallen out, and Bai Hao wept. "Master," he murmured. As a soul body, he would normally not be able to truly shed tears. But now, in this final moment of his life, a miracle occurred, and tears began to roll down his face. As they fell, they turned into fire. And yet, the stabbing pain in Bai Hao's heart ensured that they only continued to flow. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun apparently heard his apprentice. Groggy and weak, he barely managed to crack open his eyes. The mere effort caused a fresh wave of exhaustion to sweep through him. Although he could barely open his eyes, he was still able to see his apprentice standing there in front of him. Bai Xiaochun was mostly in a daze, almost soulless, and yet, his gaze locked directly onto Bai Hao. "Master!" Bai Hao said excitedly, kneeling down in front of Bai Xiaochun. As he did, his soul began to fade away, and yet, a happy smile could be seen on his face. It was the pure smile of a young one looking at the most important person in his life. It was a smile of respect that originated from deep within his body and soul. And as he smiled, he placed his hands onto the ground and kowtowed. One kowtow. Thank you, Master, for saving my soul. Even as he murmured the words, his head touched the ground, and he thought back to the moment he had regained consciousness, and seen Bai Xiaochun standing there. I'm your master, he had said. It was an eternal memory for Bai Hao. Bai Xiaochun shivered, sensing that something unusual was happening. He struggled against his confused state, wishing he could think clearly, and wishing he could open his eyes further. Bai Hao straightened from his kowtow and looked deeply at Bai Xiaochun. His smile was radiant, but at the same time, contained the sorrow of departure. With that, he kowtowed again. 2 kowtows. Thank you, Master, for keeping me company. Bai Hao's voice was weak now, and his soul had almost completely faded away. The 22-colored flame was now almost completely gone. In his mind, he saw the spirit enhancement shop back in Archemperor City. He thought about all the things that he and Bai Xiaochun had done there, memories which would never leave him. It had been the first time in his life that he had truly experienced familial love. The warmth he had felt then was something that would always be part of him. Bai Xiaochun shivered. It was as if, deep within him, his consciousness was struggling to free itself. A deep feeling of unease had overtaken him, the type that came when someone realized that something supremely precious was about to disappear. Despite his weakness and the befuddlement that gripped him, Bai Xiaochun was starting to regain his senses. Bai Hao looked up at Bai Xiaochun for the final time. His gaze was deep, as if he hoped to burn this image into his mind for all eternity. He didn't want to leave, but now his time was up. As his soul began to fade away for good, he kowtowed for the last time. 3 kowtows. Thank you, Master, he murmured. He wasn't able to finish speaking the sentence. In the middle of his kowtow, he faded away. It started with his feet, and spread to his legs, and then his torso. Finally, his head disappeared from view. 3 kowtows of gratitude. The rest of his sentence would only ever exist within his mind. If I get another life after this one, Master, I hope I can be your apprentice again. In the moment that Bai Hao faded away, Bai Xiaochun suddenly reached out with his withered hand. His hand grasped at nothing but air. However, Bai Xiaochun's consciousness began to rise up from within the blankness, pushed by an indescribable wave of grief. His eyes snapped open to see nothing. The 22-colored flame was gone, and Bai Hao along with it. Only a tiny wisp of the fire remained, a spark, the last trace of Bai Hao that remained in the world. As it fell onto the back of Bai Xiaochun's hand, it burned him, leaving a small mark. Bai Xiaochun shivered, his hand frozen in midair in front of him, his eyes filled with tears. Although he had not been able to see Bai Hao's final moments clearly, he could sense that his apprentice was now no more. Tears fell down onto his withered skin, and the ground beneath his feet, as more grief than he ever imagined could exist overwhelmed him. It wasn't that Bai Xiaochun had never experienced the death of a friend or loved one, but this was different. Bai Hao's passing filled his mind with a deep, deathly stillness. It was a grief the likes of which led, not to screaming and yelling, but to silence and the shedding of tears. He thought back to the first time he had ever seen Bai Hao. He thought back to the moment when his soul awakened. He thought back to how they had relied on each other to survive in the wildlands. From now on, Bai Hao, I'm your master. How do you think Master did this time around? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, your master has a lot of experience with this kind of thing. As the memories flitted through his head, he shivered uncontrollably. He still couldn't pull his hand back, and in fact, made another attempt to grab hold of Bai Hao. He refused to believe that his apprentice had truly perished. How he murmured, tears streaming down his face. Then he began to weep, the sound of which echoed out with the most profound grief and pain possible. Why? Why are people always fighting and killing each other? Why do people have to die? Why? Immortal cultivation is about living forever, isn't it? Why? As he wallowed in his tears and grief, he couldn't help but ask the same questions he had wondered about from the moment he started down the path of cultivation. Time passed, and his voice grew weaker and weaker. He only had the tiniest scrap of life force left in him. Bai Hao's departure had inundated him with grief, a grief that was not the type that could be expunged with mere tears. And thus, the grief built upon itself, becoming a cold wind that extinguished the last spark of warmth left inside of him. It became a tempest that sealed away anything and everything. In the moment before the tempest sealed away his life itself, Bai Xiaochun looked up at the gravekeeper, and within his gaze was profound grief and hatred. By now, he understood that, whether it was Du Lingfei or Bai Hao, the person responsible for how everything had turned out was the gravekeeper. He didn't know why the gravekeeper had done all these things, but it didn't matter. There was no way he could forgive him. The hatred within Bai Xiaochun's eyes was something that had never before appeared, or even existed within him. He was a happy-go-lucky person with a simple heart. And yet, all of that was now overwhelmed by the hatred, locked away and sealed within his memories. He chuckled and then closed his eyes. The gravekeeper saw the hatred, and could sense the life force in Bai Xiaochun withering like an unbloomed flower because of the grief. The gravekeeper sat there in the crumbling pagoda, and he sighed. Had it been possible, he would never have let Bai Hao perish. But not even he could save Bai Hao's soul after it became the fuel for a 22-colored flame. He might have been able to secretly feed a bit of life force into him in the end, but even he wasn't sure if that would have done anything. Bai Xiaochun, he murmured, his ancient voice echoing out into the ruins of the third portion of the city, which was spread out around him. Please know that, although I came up with this plan, I didn't orchestrate every single detail. The reason why all of this is happening is the undying live forever technique. The undying aspect corresponds to Yang, and the live forever aspect corresponds to Yin. Although his voice entered Bai Xiaochun's ears, it could not reach his grief-stricken consciousness. It almost was as if the gravekeeper wasn't directing his words at Bai Xiaochun, but rather himself. It was as if he was attempting to bolster his own convictions and faith. These two codices of Archemperor's magic were passed down for many years. They are partly that which is eternal, and partly that which is tribulation. Perhaps both, perhaps neither. They represent hope. The gravekeeper seemed more ancient than ever in this moment. Sadly, one codex alone is difficult to master. It would be rare to find someone who could succeed even among those with a strong bloodline tracing back to the Archemperor, much less those in the world today, in which the bloodline is weak. And even if someone succeeded, they would be unable to combine the Yin and the Yang and achieve the next breakthrough. After mastering one codex, there could be no more progress. To cultivate the Live Forever Codex after the Undying Codex would be difficult beyond imagination. From ancient times until now, no one has ever done it. After all, the only way to practice such cultivation would be to die first. The reason for that is, the opposite of that which is undying is that which dies, and the opposite of that which lives forever is that which lives for a short time. Both of those equate to death. The connection between that which is undying and that which lives forever is death. However, that death is not a true perishing. For example, the blood ancestor. He held his breath in the past to awaken today. Normally speaking, the gravekeeper would not give voice to words such as these. But there was little need for propriety now. Bai Hao was dead, and thus the Hell Emperor was dead. Because of that, the gravekeeper knew that the end of the world was at hand. From this moment on, there would be no cycle of reincarnation. Dead souls would roam the lands now that the underworld river had dried up, and Bai Hao had passed away. As for any souls which had remained in the river, they would be unleashed on the world. Only by experiencing death can someone who has mastered the Undying Codex build the bridge. Only then can that person qualify to cultivate the Live Forever Codex. However, to truly master that codex requires time. Too much time. The gravekeeper sighed. Time was not something he had in abundance. Nor did he have any way to predict what other unforeseen circumstances could arise that would destroy his hopes and plans. Before Bai Xiaochun there had been the blood ancestor. The gravekeeper and the blood ancestor had only been able to discuss this plan, not carry it out. But now that Bai Xiaochun was here, and had mastered the Undying Codex, things were different. He had given up on the blood ancestor, and focused all his hope on Bai Xiaochun. Because of that, and because of other important factors, the gravekeeper had adjusted his plan, and was now more confident than ever. Ah! Taoist heavenspan. If you ignore his evil, he is truly spectacular. I would never have thought of his plan to concoct an undying live forever pill. The gravekeeper closed his eyes. He wanted Bai Xiaochun to take the blood ancestor's place, to become the new hope. He would have Bai Xiaochun cultivate the Live Forever Codex. It would not be done in the usual fashion, but it would work. Even the gravekeeper marveled at Taoist Heavenspan's plan to create an undying Live Forever pill. It was a technique he had learned from and modified. He had made a new plan, to plant the scrap of an aura from the Live Forever Codex into Bai Xiaochun. That aura would be a seed that the gravekeeper could use other methods to catalyze, and push to completion faster than ordinary. The gravekeeper opened his eyes and looked at Bai Xiaochun. In the end, he murmured. It was Taoist Heavenspan's desire to leave this world, and the way I foiled his efforts, that forced him to resort to his final backup plan. In his madness, he went so far as to sacrifice his own child. And I will take this opportunity to make use of the celestial and do Lingfei. I will plant just a bit of the aura of the Live Forever Codex into Bai Xiaochun. Your fusion already reached a certain critical point. It doesn't matter that your body has run out of life force. You still have a bit of the aura of the Live Forever Codex in you. Although the gravekeeper's eyes were cloudy, they still glittered with bright light as he looked into Bai Xiaochun. There, inside of Bai Xiaochun's withered flesh and blood was a scrap of the aura of the Live Forever Codex. That is the seed. I will make that seed sprout, and turn it into the most towering of trees. With that, the gravekeeper slowly rose to his feet. As he did, the cloudiness in his eyes vanished, and all of a sudden, he pulsed with a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering energy. Everything I do is for this world and the people who live in it, and also for my true self, the first-generation Archemperor. Even more so, I do it for that which is eternal. The only person I am letting down is you, Bai Xiaochun. Therefore, allow me to bestow upon you the most beneficial of good fortunes, the type that can allow you to span the heavens. Once you leave this world, you'll come to understand everything. The gravekeeper began to laugh, a laughter filled with both anticipation and shocking focus. As his aura grew stronger, an unimaginably powerful life force erupted out of him, apparently a burst of energy like the final radiance from a setting sun. It was so intense that it seemed likely he would burst into flames at any moment. As the gravekeeper's aura skyrocketed, a massive wind kicked up in the ruins of the third level of the city. Buildings and structures began to crumble away into nothing. Eventually, the third level of the city was in such a state of ruin that it seemed likely that it would collapse. At the same time, though, the entire precious treasure that was Archemperor City began to tremble. I'm not strong enough anymore. And although I can't completely control this precious treasure left behind by my true self, I can definitely extract the magical power stored inside of it. With that, he waved his finger at Bai Xiaochun, who seemed completely bereft of any life. Just as the final tiniest drop of Bai Xiaochun's life force seemed about to wink out, the gravekeeper waved his finger, and Archemperor City vibrated. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun suddenly spasmed bodily. His heart had already gone still in death, but now it twitched. And then, his bag of holding opened of its own volition, and the two skeletons he had acquired on Ghostmother's battleship flew out into the open. As the gold and crystal skeletons shone with scintillating light, the gravekeeper spoke in a voice that echoed like heavenly thunder. Eternal Turtle Regnant, you are the companion spirit of the Eternal Mother. Get out here immediately. The little turtle immediately flew out of by Xiaochun's bag of holding, although whether or not it did so willingly was impossible to tell. Damn it, you old fogey. I knew something fishy was going on. That's why I've been hiding recently. Who would have thought that you would actually recognize me? The little turtle looked over at by Xiaochun, and an expression of guilt could be seen in his eyes. Ignoring the little turtle's words, the gravekeeper reached out with his right hand. In response, the little turtle shrieked and tried to dodge out of the way. Your fate is on the line here too, eternal turtle, the gravekeeper said. If you weren't asleep just now, then why the hell didn't you show your face? The little turtle seemed to be struggling about what to do, but a moment later, he sighed, as though resigning himself to his fate. Fine. Fine, he shouted. What do you want from me? Your blood, the gravekeeper replied, his eyes flashing with sharp light. The little turtle clenched his jaw, stuck his head as far as he could out of his shell, then twisted around and bit down hard on his own neck. He bit down so hard that his head flew off to the side, and a geyser of blood erupted out from the gaping wound. His body immediately began to turn dark, until his head flew back and attached to his neck again. Within moments, there wasn't even a trace of any sort of wound. There you go, you old bastard, he said weakly. Then, he turned into a white beam of light, ignoring the gravekeeper as he shot back into by Xiaochun's bag of holding. A moment later, his head popped back out. You know what, you old bastard? Based on what I know of Bai Xiaochun, it's not a common thing for him to hate somebody. But once he does, he hates them for all eternity. The gravekeeper looked coldly at the little turtle, then waved his right hand, causing the blood that had just spilled out to converge into a blood sphere. Next, he sent the blood sphere toward the two skeletons. As it merged into them, the golden and crystalline light shining out grew more intense. At the same time, the auras of both the Undying Codex and the Live Forever Codex flared to life. These two skeletons had a very extraordinary background. Back when Ghost Mother originally came to the Heavenspan realm, she ended up trapped in the Deadmire, and thus made a deal with the Gravekeeper. The terms of that deal stipulated that, one day, the Gravekeeper would help Ghost Mother leave this world. In return, Ghost Mother agreed to keep these two skeletons on deck 2 of her Ghost Galleon. There, they could absorb the spiritual energy present in the ship, spiritual energy which came from beyond the heavens. Because of that specific spiritual energy, the two skeletons grew much stronger than they had been originally. In some ways, they became refined. Another part of the deal between the Gravekeeper and Ghost Mother was that she would occasionally use her Celestial Realm cultivation base to personally advance the fusion of the two skeletons. Many years passed during which, although no physical change could be detected, those two skeletons actually did merge together and became a consummate high-level medicine. The reason for the Gravekeeper's complicated plan was that he had gained an inkling of what the Celestial would attempt to do, and the Gravekeeper's ability to understand matters relating to an undying live forever pill surpassed the Celestial's. Furthermore, he had selected two very specific skeletons to be used in this plan of his. Somehow, he had acquired the skeletons of two archemperors, and kept the matter hidden from the Celestial. Unfortunately, the skeleton with the live forever bones was lacking in the requisite energy, which was why he had asked for assistance from Ghost Mother. Now, as the Gravekeeper watched the little turtle's blood fuse with the skeletons, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Eyes shining brightly, he thrust his hands out and pushed them down onto the skeletons. Merge! He shouted. The little turtle's blood ignited, fully fusing the two skeletons on an internal level. Impurities were expelled, and then the skeletons began to transform into ash. The only thing left behind was the raw life force power of the Undying Live Forever technique. It was visible in the form of golden and crystalline streams of smoke, which curled and twisted together. It almost looked like what happened when a pill was concocted. As the smoke intertwined, and the blood vanished, a medicinal pill appeared that existed halfway between illusory and corporeal. It looked both golden and crystalline at the same time, and its aura was that of the undying, and that which can live forever. This pill, was the very pill that the Celestial thirsted for. An undying live forever pill. The Celestial had failed in his attempts to make it, but the Gravekeeper, thanks to his astounding plotting and preparations, succeeded. When the Gravekeeper saw the pill form, he chuckled hoarsely. From the look in his ancient eyes, he was preparing to say goodbye to the world around him. Waving his hand, he sent the medicinal pill flying toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun had no control over the matter whatsoever. The pill hit his forehead and merged into his body, causing massive rumbling sounds to explode out into his mind. A tremor passed through him as life force similar to his own undying live forever technique began to course through him. He had been as immobile as if he had been sealed moments ago. But now that freezing seal shattered, and his eyes snapped open. Gasping, he looked over at the Gravekeeper. "Why?" he asked. "You can hate me, Bai Xiaochun," the Gravekeeper replied. "But once you leave this world, you will understand everything. To me, there is nothing more important than my mission." With that, the Gravekeeper reached out and placed his hand onto the top of Bai Xiaochun's head. His cultivation base erupted with power, and all of the remaining life force he had, all of his remaining latent energy, left his body. All of Arch-Emperor City trembled violently as everything that made up the Gravekeeper poured into Bai Xiaochun. Not only was the Gravekeeper giving up his life to heal Bai Xiaochun, he was also catalyzing the live forever seed that existed within him. Rumbling sounds filled Bai Xiaochun's mind and spread through his entire body. His expression flickered as he realized that boundless life force was flowing through him. This life force conformed with his undying live forever technique, and therefore met no obstacle within him. It almost seemed like it belonged with his cultivation base, and as a result, it only took a brief moment for his withered and nearly destroyed body to be almost completely healed. During the process, his fleshly body power skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he went from chi condensation to foundation establishment, and then core formation. As it happened, his undying skin, undying heavenly king, and undying tendons all recovered completely. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun could sense that this version of the Undying Codex was somehow different than what he had cultivated before. It was stronger. The life force was more vibrant, and its energy was the type that could shake heaven and earth. Were it not for his previous experiences, it would have been difficult to detect. But considering how many years he had cultivated the Undying Codex, the sensation of fusing with this new energy left him completely shocked. If his previous mastery of the Undying Skin had led to him to a level of 100% of his possible battle prowess, then after recovering now it had increased to 150%. It was a terrifying upgrade which would make him vastly more powerful than anyone in the same cultivation level as himself. It could only be described as heaven-defying. And it all came from the two skeletons which had turned into ash, and then become a consummate undying live forever pill. Apparently, this amazing pill was not just helping him recover his fleshly body and life force. It was also refining him in an incredible way. Now, his fleshly body power didn't just match someone who had the pure blood of the Arch-Emperors. It surpassed it. Cracking sounds echoed out as his undying tendons solidified, and he rose rapidly through the levels of the undying bones. Within mere moments, he had reached the Great Circle. He looked almost completely recovered. His hair was now back, long and full, and instead of being skinny and emaciated, he thrummed with vitality. The cracks on his skin were gone, and furthermore, he glowed with golden light. Anyone who could see him in this moment would definitely be shaken by the holy air that he exuded. At this point, he passed from the undying bones into the undying blood level. More cracking sounds echoed out as his blood once again transformed into undying blood. That in turn aided in his regeneration, making it speed up even more. The entire third level of the city around him was stained the color of blood, mixed within which was a tinge of gold. After about 10 breaths of time passed, his veins were completely filled with undying blood, and a tremor passed through him. As of this moment, the sensation of fleshly body power that existed within him surpassed anything from before. Ruuyua Yumbal, early demigod realm, mid-realm, Late realm. Great circle. As the cracking sounds continued, his battle prowess rose higher and higher, to degrees difficult to even imagine. Bai Xiaochun couldn't be absolutely sure, but he was fairly certain that, despite the fact that he currently had no cultivation base, his fleshly body power was far, far higher than it had been before. The last time he had reached the great circle of the Undying Codex, he had only become a demigod in fleshly body, and only the early realm at that. But now, things were completely different. It came very close to being the same as the difference between heaven and earth. Although he could feel the pressure of the world weighing down on him, it wasn't very shocking at all. Furthermore, he felt like, if he wanted to, he could will himself to grow to incredible physical height. He could become as large as the original blood ancestor. This was the true Undying Codex. This was what the descendants of the original Archemperor had cultivated, a technique which gave them the power to prop up heaven and earth. Bai Xiaochun was even fairly certain that he was now stronger than the blood ancestor himself. Normally speaking, these developments would have elated him. However, at this moment his heart was as cold as ice. The death of Bai Hao had filled him with pain that couldn't possibly be wiped away. "Things aren't over yet," the Gravekeeper said softly. "After the Undying Codex is the Live Forever Codex." Even as the words left his mouth, Bai Xiaochun spasmed. Although the medicinal pill had been 80% absorbed, there was still 20% left, which contained energy that did not belong to the Undying Codex. And now, that power erupted. It was the energy of the Live Forever Codex. As that power spread through him, Bai Xiaochun realized that it was familiar. A twinge of pain stabbed through him, the source being that scrap of power from the Live Forever Codex. "Boo!" he murmured. The life force from the Live Forever Codex poured into the scrap of energy inside of him, which then began to grow. Within only a few breaths of time, the Live Forever power caused his energy passageways to thrum, and his cultivation base to rise to the foundation establishment level. This type of foundation establishment surpassed his previous Heavendao foundation establishment. This was Live Forever Foundation Establishment. The moment he reached the level of Live Forever Foundation Establishment, he sensed the 5 seals of the human body. A boom echoed out, and the first seal was destroyed. At that point, the remaining 20% of the power of the medicinal pill continued to flow through him, propelling him toward a Live Forever core. "Listen well, Bai Xiaochun," the Gravekeeper said as he passed his cultivation base, life force and everything about himself into Bai Xiaochun. Thanks to the power of the magical item that was Arch-Emperor City, he was able to continue to push Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base higher, even beyond what the energy of the medicinal pill could do. Then, his voice echoed with focus and determination as he spoke his last words. "I know you have many questions, and I know you hate me. Furthermore, you are surely curious why I didn't just comply with the Celestial and let him leave this world. The reason is that this world actually has no world gate. The so-called world gate is nothing more than a fabrication I invented specifically for the Celestial." His words echoed out like peals of heavenly thunder into Bai Xiaochun's mind. What? Despite the fact that his cultivation base was rising rapidly, his mind was in complete chaos. "If there was a world gate," the Gravekeeper continued, "I would have opened it long ago and let the Celestial leave. There would have been no need for this complicated plan of mine. The whole reason for all of this is because there is no world gate. It is entirely possible for the living beings in this world to leave it. In fact, there are actually 2 ways. The first would be for someone with the blood of the Archemperors to cultivate the Undying Live Forever technique all the way to the Mahayana realm and become a Celestial. The world net which binds this world would not be able to resist a true Celestial and would collapse. However, what would also collapse in that scenario would be the entire world in which we live. All of the mountains and rivers, all of heaven and earth. At that time, the Celestial-level Archemperor would gather up all of the living beings from the destroyed world, all of his people, and bring them with him as he left. In the wider world outside, the Arch-Emperor dynasty would then continue to prosper. The Gravekeeper spoke quickly, ensuring that his words battered at Bai Xiaochun's mind without stop. Furthermore, they were finally revealing a profound and tightly kept secret. It was in this moment that Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base broke through from the Live Forever Foundation establishment level. At that point, something new appeared within him. It was a Live Forever core. As his Live Forever core took shape, the second of the seals appeared and was destroyed. It was also in that moment that the power of the medicinal pill began to falter. Clearly, it could not push him to the level of a Live Forever nascent soul. Therefore, it was now the Gravekeeper's cultivation base that erupted with power and continued to bolster the power within him that could live forever. The Undying Codex surpassed all other body refinement techniques in this heaven and earth. Similarly, the Live Forever Codex surpassed all other divine abilities and cultivation practices. Even someone as confident as the Celestial would have no choice but to stay silent in the face of the Live Forever Codex. From the frigid matriarch and Du Lingfei, it was possible to see how shocking the Live Forever Codex was. Of course, Bai Xiaochun had never fought Du Lingfei, but he was now very familiar with her energy and power. Now, as the energy of the Live Forever Codex flowed through him, he couldn't help but gasp. For one thing, the Gravekeeper's words were shocking to the core. In addition to that, though, with the power of the Live Forever Codex inside of him, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that existed in this world suddenly seemed weaker. In fact, Bai Xiaochun also got the sensation that, with this power, he was like the monarch of all the peoples of this world. All he had to do was exercise a single thought, and all entities in the world would lend him their cultivation base power. Although it wouldn't increase his own cultivation base, it would allow him to crush almost any opponent. Clearly, neither Du Lingfei nor the frigid matriarch had ever cultivated the Live Forever Codex to the point of manifesting a divine ability like this. This was something that came only if someone mastered the Undying Codex first. As the Gravekeeper had said before, Bai Xiaochun, the only people to have ever cultivated this technique were the Arch-Emperors. As Bai Xiaochun reeled in mute shock, the Gravekeeper continued, his voice weak and hoarse. There is a second way to leave, and that is with the battle prowess of a Celestial. One wouldn't need to be a true Celestial, but would need power of that level. Someone that powerful could simply destroy the world, and thus leave it. Bai Xiaochun only continued to feel more shaken with every moment that passed, to the point where he almost didn't notice that he had reached the Live Forever nascent soul stage. The third seal appeared, even more resilient than the previous ones, and yet it was also absolutely powerless to prevent itself from being destroyed. As his cultivation base rose higher and higher, Bai Xiaochun was certain that a mere thought on his part could cause winds to scream in the area, and the sky to grow dim. The Gravekeeper was trembling as his energy faded. He panted for breath as his eyes grew cloudier. And yet, he continued to pour everything he had into Bai Xiaochun, causing his cultivation base to rise higher and higher. Rumbling sounds could be heard as Bai Xiaochun's Live Forever nascent soul emerged, and began to climb toward the Live Forever Deva realm. Both methods involved destroying the world. As for all of the living beings within the world, they would be ejected out into the wider world beyond. The Gravekeeper was weak beyond measure now, but he gritted his teeth and continued with his explanation, as if to provide a defense for everything he had done in his life. There are only two options, Bai Xiaochun. So you tell me, could I really just destroy the world to let the Celestial out? As for Ghost Mother, she possessed the coordinates to this world all along, which was why she could leave. It would not have been possible for her to take someone as powerful as the Celestial past the world net. My mission is still not complete. I must create a Celestial via the Undying Live Forever technique, or perhaps a quasi-Celestial. Without that person, how could I possibly agree to destroy the world? As his voice echoed out, he began to fade away. Despite how his energy flagged, he gritted his teeth and drew upon his scant remaining cultivation base and life force, as well as the powers of the precious treasure that was Arch-Emperor City, to transform his own energy into Live Forever power that Bai Xiaochun could absorb. As a result, Bai Xiaochun broke through into the Live Forever Deva realm, a level which surpassed his previous Heavendao level by far. At this point, the fourth sealing mark of the Live Forever Codex appeared, and was destroyed. After his breakthrough, the Live Forever power within him continued to surge. The next watershed mark was the Live Forever Demigod Realm. Live Forever Demigod Realm. Live Forever Demigod. The Gravekeeper chuckled weakly. Although he was fading away into nothing, he still refused to give up, a fact which was evidenced by the happiness and contentment within his laughter. Bai Xiaochun, I will use my last bit of energy to push you into the Live Forever Demigod Realm. I only regret that I cannot use the power of this world to push your undying Live Forever technique all the way into the true celestial realm. I suppose that a quasi-celestial will still do. Laughing contentedly, he performed an incantation gesture with his left hand and pointed out, Arch-Emperor Treasure. All of Arch-Emperor City began to tremble, filling the hearts of the people inside it with shock. That included the Grand Heaven Master, the Arch-Emperor, and the 4 heavenly kings, as well as the heavenly dukes and marquises. Even more shocking was that all of the heavenly marquis pagodas and heavenly duke pagodas simultaneously collapsed. A shocking energy burst into the third portion of the city, pouring into the Gravekeeper and then passing through him into Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun felt like his mind was being struck by lightning, and he could barely breathe. Massive amounts of energy pushed into him, causing his Live Forever power to climb higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, he went from the early Deva realm to the Great Circle. Then, the Live Forever power converged and prepared for a final assault. Boom! Bai Xiaochun felt like the world was spinning. Crashing booms filled him with heaven-rending, earth-crushing intensity as his cultivation base broke through again. The Live Forever Demigod. This was the final level of the Live Forever Codex. The final sealing mark of the Live Forever Codex appeared, and was crushed with impunity. Bai Xiaochun trembled as every portion of his body seemed to link to each other perfectly. The time had come for the Gravekeeper to meet his ultimate end. His right hand was already transforming into ash. The magical power of Arch-Emperor Dynasty seemed incapable of fully transforming into Live Forever power. Bai Xiaochun's place in the Live Forever Codex was equivalent to the early demigod realm, and seemed incapable of progressing further. However, things were not over yet. It was at this point that Bai Xiaochun's demigod cultivation base began to fuse with his undying codex fleshly body. When that fusion was finished, the undying Live Forever technique would be whole. If he had achieved all of this by normal cultivation, there would have been no need to fuse them. That process would have occurred naturally along the way. But now, a proper fusion was vitally important. Bai Xiaochun trembled violently, a look of fear flickering on his face as he sat there cross-legged, incapable of moving. He was fully concentrated on fusing the complete undying Live Forever technique, to the point where his consciousness began to fade. The undying Live Forever technique became like a vortex trying to suck him into it, to completely transform him, to make him the ultimate successor of the undying Live Forever technique. He was not an arch-emperor. He surpassed the arch-emperors. As his consciousness faded, his heart filled with complicated emotions. At that point, he looked over at the Gravekeeper and noticed that the man was smiling. As he smiled, the Gravekeeper began to fade away as surely as if some huge hand were erasing him out of existence. Mission accomplished, he murmured. Looking at Bai Xiaochun for the final time, he clasped hands in respect. He felt guilty about what he had done to Bai Xiaochun, but not guilty about his overall success. He knew that the day would soon come when Taoist Heavenspan realized the truth about how to leave the world. At that time, a deadly battle would surely take place, which would end in the destruction of the world. The Gravekeeper's mission had been to ensure that, before the world ended, a celestial appeared who had cultivated the undying Live Forever technique to completion. Or at the very least, a quasi-celestial. He couldn't stop Taoist Heavenspan, but he could ensure that such a quasi-celestial appeared before the end of the world. It was all to simply accomplish his mission. To do that, He would use anyone and everyone in any way he could. He clasped hands respectfully and bowed. It was a bow he never rose up from. Bai Xiaochun watched as he transformed completely into ash. A long moment passed. Bai Xiaochun was wrapped up in the undying live forever technique, and yet he still managed to murmur, "I still hate you." As the process of completing the fusion of the undying live forever technique was going on, war still raged outside, and the fierce fighting at Heavenspan Island had not yet ended. The entire world was gripped with madness and slaughter. Although this war between the lands of Heavenspan and the Wildlands had only been going on for a few years now, in terms of the bitterness of the struggle, it was something the likes of which had never occurred before in the history of this world. A great war had been fought when Taoist Heavenspan rebelled against the Archemperor dynasty. The dynasty had fallen, and what remained of it had fled to the Wildlands. But not even that war could compare to this one. Never before had a war been fought in which so many cultivators died in such a short period of time. It virtually defied imagination. The Wildlands was the battleground, and it had long since been stained crimson with blood. The aura of death and the stench of gore was so intense that not even the most powerful of winds could dispel it. More than half of the cultivators from the 4 regions of the lands of Heavenspan were dead. Were it not for the strict control maintained by the Celestial, such a high death rate would have already destroyed the morale of the Heavenspan cultivators. Devas fell in battle left and right, to the point where among the Heavenspan forces, only half of their original force of Devas remained. As for the 4 demigod patriarchs, so far, none had been killed. However, all of them had taken severe injuries. Considering that the Heavenspan forces had suffered such mind-boggling casualties, and yet still maintained the upper hand, it was possible to imagine how disastrous this war was for the Wildlands. Of the savage tribes that had once made up the bulk of the Wildlands forces, most had been wiped out. 70% of the heavenly marquises had perished, and nearly half of the heavenly dukes had been killed in body and soul. All of the cities of the 4 heavenly kings had been burned to the ground. The giant ghost king's army was mostly intact, but the armies of the other 3 heavenly kings had suffered roughly 80% casualties. The vast difference between the giant ghost king's forces and those of the other heavenly kings was all because of Bai Xiaochun. Not only had he stopped the fighting between the Eastern Heavenspan cultivators and the Wildlanders at Giant Ghost City, but he had also killed 3 of the Heavenspan arcane guards and destroyed their spell formation. The other 3 cities had been routed, and the flight of their armies hampered because of the spell formations. And thus, those battles had nearly turned into massacres. By now, the Wildlanders were completely surrounded, with 90% of their territory lost. The only thing that remained was Archemperor City. Archemperor City was where the Wildlanders would make their final stand. If that city fell, then it would mean that the bloodline of the Archemperors was gone forever. The cultivators from the 4 rivers were encamped around Archemperor City. Of course, the Heavenspan cultivators still couldn't help but feel exhausted, and were filled with mixed emotions. It was an exhaustion that ran so deep that most of them were expressionless and numb. As the years of fighting wore on, virtually all of the cultivators had lost friends and loved ones. However, there was another death that none of the cultivators from either side of the conflict were aware of. By how? Because of his death, the underworld river had dried up, and the dead souls within it could no longer return to the cycle of reincarnation. They had no choice but to wander heaven and earth. It was easy to imagine how such a situation quickly became another catastrophe to plague the world. It also became a powerful portent. Eventually, the Wildlander soul cultivators began to speculate about what it meant. The new Hell Emperor must have perished. Such speculations inundated the soul cultivators like floodwaters, causing them to tremble and sink further into the darkness of despair. To them, it seemed like the end of the world was nigh. Even the Grand Heaven Master and the demigod experts felt their hearts being overtaken by anxiety and gloom. The 4 heavenly kings' cities had been routed. 90% of their armies were dead. The Heavenspan forces had Archemperor City surrounded. To the people of the Archemperor dynasty, Those things all became a massive blow to any hope for survival that anyone had. But the death of the Hell Emperor was even more unimaginable. It was like an attack that landed directly on their hearts and minds. Those two heavy blows had the Arch-Emperor dynasty reeling. In fact, if the Celestial had offered an opportunity for surrender, the Grand Heaven Master and the other leaders would have definitely been tempted to take it. Except, the Celestial didn't seem to care about human life at all. He would accept no surrender. He wanted the wildlands wiped away, all the way down to the grass and roots. Such orders had long since been passed down to the demigod patriarchs of the 4 river source sections. In their exhaustion, they had begun the assault on Arch-Emperor City with all the power they had at their disposal. Their task was to completely destroy it. The decisive battle was beginning. Booms rang out constantly outside of Arch-Emperor City. It was a precious treasure with powerful defensive shields, but they were being worn down and could not stand forever against the divine abilities and magical techniques that battered them. The giant Ghost Legion and the armies of the other 3 heavenly kings bolstered the innate defensive powers of Arch-Emperor City, giving it the power to make its final stand. Blood-curdling shrieks rang out. Booms of self-detonation filled the air. Shouting and howling could be heard all over the battlefield. The corpse troopers that had once struck fear into the hearts of the Wildlanders were now fully deployed onto the battlefield. And yet, they didn't seem to have much effect on the conflict as a whole. High above, the demigods fought with utter desperation. The 4 heavenly kings and the Grand Heaven Master had all suffered horrific injuries, and yet were still going all out. As for the Heavenspan forces, they had their 4 demigod patriarchs, as well as 2 divine guards from Heavenspan Island. A total of 11 demigods clashed above, causing the entire world to tremble as if it might collapse. The Arch-Emperor stood in the highest tower of the Imperial Palace, looking out at the fighting. A gloomy expression covered his face, but he had a bit of hope in his eyes, hope that the Gravekeeper would eventually show his face. He had no idea that Bai Xiaochun was already in Arch-Emperor City. In his mind, the Gravekeeper was the only hope of the Arch-Emperor dynasty. The Arch-Emperor wasn't the only one who waited with such anticipation. The Grand Heaven Master and the 4 heavenly kings all harbored a similar hope, as did many of the soul cultivators fighting down below. The new Hell Emperor Bai Hao was important in the Arch-Emperor dynasty. But to the soul cultivators, he was like the earth, whereas the Gravekeeper was like the vast heavens. Only if the Gravekeeper appeared could the tide turn. But even as the cultivators of the Arch-Emperor dynasty continued to place their hope in the Gravekeeper, all of Arch-Emperor City suddenly shook violently. The lands around it quaked, and massive crevices snaked out everywhere. In the blink of an eye, an aura of death spread out from Arch-Emperor City, filling all of the wildlands. And things were just beginning. That aura of death continued on to fill all of the lands of Heavenspan. Mountains seemed to lose their strength and collapse. Jungles began to wilt and crumble into ash. It was as if the surface of the world were collapsing. Although it didn't explode, the aura of death that filled it was plain for everyone to detect. It wasn't just the ground that was affected. The sky in the wildlands and in the Heavenspan region began to turn as gray, as if no life force existed in it at all. Apparently, the entire world was dying. Cultivators, mortals, and all other living beings were suddenly filled with the most profound unease. Felt as if the entire world were about to fade away into eternity. All of the cultivators in and around Arch-Emperor City suddenly stopped fighting and looked around in shock. Those from the Heavenspan region seemed confused, whereas the Wildlander soul cultivators were so stunned that many of them staggered in place. Looks of terror could be seen in their eyes, as well as profound grief that soon turned into rage. The Arch-Emperor shivered, his eyes lighting up with disbelief as he murmured, "The Gravekeeper has perished. The world is dying." Then he began to laugh bitterly for a moment before a wave of exhaustion overcame him. Staggering backward, he coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. "There will be no more Arch-Emperors. We will burn along with the Imperial City." He closed his eyes. The Grand Heaven Master and the four heavenly kings looked around with blank expressions and blanker minds. They had all known that the gravekeeper was very weak, but the realization that he had actually perished filled them with despair. It was made worse by the fact that, along with the death of the gravekeeper, the world itself seemed to be crumbling. The demigod patriarchs of the four river source sects were all shaken to the core. However, after looking around momentarily, their eyes lit up with determination. Taking advantage of the sudden blow to the morale of the wildlanders, they joined forces in a final salvo to destroy the city. In the briefest of moments, fierce fighting broke out again. Mountain-toppling, sea-draining force slammed into Arch-Emperor City. The defensive shields of the city finally shattered, and the city walls began to fall. The wildlanders were being pushed back by defeat after defeat. As for the Heavenspan cultivators, most of them just wanted to be done with the fighting, and thus killing intent once again rose from within their numbed minds and hearts. The four demigod patriarchs and the two divine guards reacted similarly. Blood sprayed out of the mouths of the four heavenly kings, and even the Grand Heaven Master was shoved backward. There was no hope for the wildlanders, only despair. There was no way they could defend themselves from this onslaught. At this point, their minds and wills began to collapse, forcing them to howl in madness. Even as Arch-Emperor City seemed to be on the verge of falling, fluctuations exploded out from within it that seemed to affect the rapidly spreading aura of death. Down below in the third section of the city, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes. His left eye was golden, and his right eye was crystalline. They were eyes that were no longer pure and innocent. After opening, heaven and earth went dim, and the entire world quaked, as if from the hatred contained therein. As Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, a blast of wind filled the third level of the city, which rose higher and higher, and then erupted out into the open. The intensity of the fluctuations caused everyone outside to be shaken to the core. On Heavenspan Island, the Blood Ancestor was still fighting the Celestial, but had been seriously injured and was hovering on the verge of death. But when he felt those fluctuations, he suddenly began to laugh hoarsely. "Heavenspan, you lowlife, do you feel that?" The Celestial's face had already been green and livid, and now it turned even more unsightly. Turning to look in the direction of Arch-Emperor City, he said a single name through gritted teeth. "Bai Xiaochun." In Arch-Emperor City, the giant ghost king shivered. Expression flickering with disbelief, he looked down toward the ground, clearly more shaken than he had been when he had detected the death of the gravekeeper. He wasn't the only one to react in such a way. The Spirit Advent King, Nine Serenities King and War Champion King all gasped and looked down at the ground, their expressions those of disbelief. The Grand Heaven Master was also shocked, and despite the level of his willpower, couldn't stop from uttering an exclamation. This aura! The entire world shook as the grayness of death which filled the sky began to swirl into a huge vortex. It was as if the world, in its final death throes, was using its last bit of energy to cry out for the final time. The demigod patriarchs of the four river source sects, as well as the divine guards from Heavenspan, were visibly taken aback. All six suddenly felt profoundly uneasy, a feeling which rapidly transformed into terror. Patriarch Starry Sky was especially terrified. Glancing down at the ground in astonishment, he realized that this aura was very familiar to him. Bai Xiaochun. Meanwhile, the Arch-Emperor was in the Imperial Palace, his eyes shining with astonishment. He could sense much better than everyone else that, deep beneath the ground, there were fluctuations that resonated with the aura of his own blood. In fact, the intensity of these fluctuations surpassed his own. To the Arch-Emperor it seemed completely impossible, and yet, it was happening right here and now. As the world was shaken, winds screamed in the lower regions of Arch-Emperor City. Bai Xiaochun sat there cross-legged, his eyes open, unmoving. Instead of rising to his feet, he simply took in a long, deep breath. With that breath, his undying live forever technique completed the last of its fusion. His cultivation base was now in perfect condition. He was at the peak of the demigod level when it came to his fleshly body, and his cultivation base was in the early demigod realm. When those powers merged, his aura seemed ancient and archaic, and so powerful that the entire world was willing to acquiesce to him. He felt like the ruler of the entire world. Felt like the entire world approved of him. A single thought from him could cause all living things to submit. His gaze could cause mountains and rivers to rise up out of nothing. It was a level of power Bai Xiaochun had never experienced before. And yet, it didn't make him happy. Instead, his complicated feelings grew even more gloomy. This power had come at the sacrifice of Du Lingfei and Bai Hao. In fact, countless other lives in the world had been cast away. Had he been given the choice, Bai Xiaochun would never have chosen to do this. But the Gravekeeper made the choice for him. The Gravekeeper had been willing to sacrifice anyone and everyone to accomplish his mission. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun was both grateful and at the same time filled with hatred. The emotions he felt were profoundly complicated and conflicted. He was grateful to the Gravekeeper for saving his life and for bestowing incredible good fortune onto him. But that gratitude could not make up for the death of Bai Hao and the misery of Du Lingfei. And thus he was filled with hatred. Hatred at his own powerlessness, and hatred toward the Gravekeeper for everything he had done to accomplish his so-called mission. And yet, that hatred could not wipe away his gratitude for having his own life saved, and for being blessed with good fortune. In the end, he could only be battered by complicated and mixed emotions. However, in the final analysis, it was Taoist Heavenspan who had truly orchestrated the greatest villainy. And therefore, Bai Xiaochun's hatred for him towered to the heavens. Bai Xiaochun knew that, with the Gravekeeper having perished, it wouldn't be long before the entire world crumbled. When that happened, it would truly become an enormous tomb for everyone who lived on it. He could sense the epic battle being fought on Heavenspan Island, and he could sense the bad condition Archemperor City was in. A long moment passed, and then he spoke in a voice that surpassed heavenly thunder in its intensity. So many people dead. Taoist Heavenspan, why are you still alive? Energy surging mightily, he slowly stood up. As he did, the cultivators outside of Archemperor City felt as though earth dragons were writhing beneath the ground. Everyone was so shocked that they didn't dare to keep fighting. They all began to back away from each other. They instinctively began to feel terror and dread, regardless of the level of their cultivation base. Even the demigods felt that way. As the ground quaked, Bai Xiaochun took a step forward. The instant his foot touched the ground in front of him, he vanished, to appear in midair above Archemperor City. In that same moment, the vortex up above began to emit intense rumbling sounds. Even as the world seemed to be descending into the gray of death, multicolored light erupted out from Bai Xiaochun to shine on everything around him. This light filled the world, deeply shaking all cultivators. Gasps could be heard as everyone looked up at Bai Xiaochun, their cultivation bases trembling, their souls shaking. Deep within the very being of everyone present, they suddenly felt something tugging at them, as if from within their blood. It was reverence for the first-generation Archemperor. Within the imperial palace, the reigning Archemperor trembled, and his eyes began to shine. He more than anyone else could sense that he was not looking at the same Bai Xiaochun that he had seen in the past. This Bai Xiaochun seemed like the first-generation Archemperor, Arch-Ancestor. It was a reverence and respect that came from within his blood. Because of it, the reigning Archemperor immediately dropped to his knees. Although he had been turned into little more than a puppet ruler by the Grand Heavenmaster, and would never have bent the knee to the man, he was now kneeling to Bai Xiaochun. In the past, the only person he would ever have done the same thing to was the Gravekeeper. Kue Endeo offers greetings, Arch-Ancestor. As the Archemperor dropped to his knees, other figures flew up into the air to offer enthusiastic greetings, all of them descendants of the Archemperor bloodline. Their cries rolled out into Archemperor City, to be heard by the soul cultivators, heavenly marquises, and heavenly dukes. As they heeded the instinctual calls from their souls, they began to drop down and kowtow to Bai Xiaochun. Greetings, Arch-Ancestor. Greetings, Arch-Ancestor. As the fanatical cries of the soul cultivators filled the air, the giant ghost king and his fellow demigods, as well as the 6 demigods from the lands of Heavenspan, all reacted with open shock. Even they, mighty demigods, felt their souls tugging at them, telling them to do what all of the other cultivators down below were doing. It was something that was branded into their souls as people of this world, a mark left upon anyone and everyone from the moment they were born. As of this moment, it was telling them that Bai Xiaochun was their emperor. The power radiating out from Bai Xiaochun's blood caused their hearts to fill with reverence, and left them totally shaken by the unprecedentedly powerful pressure that weighed down from him. The giant ghost king was the first to react. Bowing deeply, he said, "Greetings, Arch-Ancestor." Next came the Spirit Advent King, the 9 Serenities King, and then the War Champion King. After that was the Grand Heaven Master, whose eyes were filled with profound emotion and deep respect. There was even more pressure crushing down onto the 6 experts from the lands of Heavenspan. They trembled both from the pressure of the celestial and the instinctual reverence that came from their souls. All 6 were almost immediately overwhelmed. They struggled for a long moment, until Bai Xiaochun looked over at them, seemingly connecting to their souls, and filling their reeling minds with waves of shock. At that point, all of them, even Patriarch Starry Sky, averted their gazes, and bowed in respectful greeting. As they did, all of the cultivators from the Heavenspan region felt similar prompting from their souls, and began to bow. Mighty waves of sound filled the entire wildlands. Greetings, Arch-Ancestor. Bai Xiaochun had long dreamed of having so many people looking at him, to have crowds worshipping his glory. But right now, these things gave him no pleasure. He looked around at the groveling masses for a moment, then turned his attention to Heavenspan Island. Almost immediately, his eyes turned as red as blood, and began to radiate an intense murderous aura. Ignoring everyone else, he blurred into motion, becoming a blast of wind that left even the demigods shaken as he headed toward Heavenspan Island. As he closed in, he spoke in a voice that battered the ears of everyone in the world, a voice filled with hatred and madness. "Taoist Heavenspan, why are you still alive?" Rumbling sounds echoed out without cease. Crevices and ravines continued to open up everywhere in the wildlands, made worse by the shocking energy radiating out from Bai Xiaochun. Countless mountain peaks crumbled, and numerous plains caved in. The entire world seemed to be breaking apart. The energy at play here seemed to be more than the world could handle, to the point where even the sky began to crack into pieces. All living beings were overwhelmed by the sensation that they were experiencing an apocalypse. Cities trembled, and sects were shaken. Living creatures everywhere sensed that the end was nigh. Cultivators from both the wildlands and the Heavenspan region all sensed the same thing, that the world was dying around them. Unless someone or something intervened, it wouldn't be very long before the world cracked to pieces. It actually had nothing to do with Bai Xiaochun himself. The process began in the moment that the gravekeeper died. As everyone in the world looked around in astonishment, Bai Xiaochun sped through the wildlands toward Heavenspan Island, his energy skyrocketing the entire way. There almost seemed to be no end in sight, as though the hatred and anger in Bai Xiaochun's heart would continue to push his energy higher and higher no matter what happened. Soon he was in the deadmire. There were no longer any restrictive spells locking the area down or protecting it, and as such it was also beginning to fill with crevices and rifts. Heaven and earth were changing. The end of days had come. Bai Xiaochun could tell that beyond the shadow of a doubt. The hatred and anger in his heart manifested as a virtually undispellable murderous aura. His killing intent toward the celestial burned with the ultimate madness. He yelled at the top of his lungs as he shot through the air, his eyes crimson with rage. He had never been like this before in his life, so consumed with hatred that it didn't even occur to him to be scared of death. He didn't care about his desire to live forever. The only things he could think about were Du Lingfei's bitter tears, and how Bai Hao had kowtowed to him before passing away. Those two images were like sharp knives that stabbed through his heart all the way into his soul. He was truly insane. Taoist heaven span. It was as if Bai Xiaochun had been reborn out of death, and none of his happiness had been passed on to the new version of him. The only thing that had been passed on was his desire to kill the celestial. He demanded blood. The blood of the celestial. Never could he forget the look in Du Lingfei's eyes when the celestial pushed her head toward his. She hadn't wanted to hurt him, but had been given no choice. He could never forget how had burned himself into nothing to save him. Bai Xiaochun wanted to cry, but at the moment, there were no tears. Rage and enmity had burned them away, turning him into a being that sought only vengeance. Although he had been driven into madness, he still possessed all his faculties. He knew that the celestial was incredibly powerful, and that although he himself had reached the great circle of the undying live forever technique, he would probably die if he fought him. Unless he achieved a cultivation-based breakthrough and truly stepped into the Mahayana realm. He wouldn't have the battle prowess to crush the celestial, but that didn't reduce his killing intent by even an iota. After all, he still had a trump card at his disposal, that being the world treasure of the North. Normally speaking, he wouldn't use it, considering the heavy price that would be paid to do so. But now, the world was already crumbling around him. I have other tools at my disposal as well, other than the world treasure of the North. Even as Bai Xiaochun burst out of the deadmire and entered the lands of Heavenspan, his mind spun with numerous ideas and plans. The Undying Codex has 5 secret magics. As for the Live Forever Codex, it also has 5 powerful divine abilities. However, they're manifested in a different way. Once someone has mastered the entire Live Forever Codex, then the magic will take shape according to their personal Tao. Within Bai Xiaochun's mind floated 5 divine abilities that he had created after mastering the Live Forever Codex. Divine abilities which were powerful enough to destroy anything in creation. Each person who cultivated the Live Forever Codex would produce different divine abilities. As for Bai Xiaochun's, they were an amalgamation of his subconscious mind and the Taoist magics that he had cultivated in his life. And he was confident that, by combining them with the fleshly body power provided by the Undying Codex, they would make him far more formidable than anyone who had mastered a single one of the codices. And I also have my moonflower, eyes shining as he pierced through the air. He suddenly waved his finger in the direction of the north, and sent a stream of divine sense in that very direction. Moonflower, baby! In response to his call, countless moonflowers suddenly burst into the air from the jungles and ravines in the north. They became like a cloud of dandelion seeds that streamed high up into the sky. From what he could tell, there were millions upon millions of them, filling the sky as they swirled together into the shape of an enormous moon. At a certain point, they vanished, to appear right next to Bai Xiaochun. Seemingly delighted, the moonflowers swirled around Bai Xiaochun, each and every one of them radiating a sense of familiarity and love. For the first time, Bai Xiaochun's freezing heart warmed slightly. Moonflower, baby, are you willing to help me fight? The response from the massive collection of moonflowers was a burst of fearless battle spirit. Bai Xiaochun smiled in response. However, his eyes were fixed on Heavenspan Island, and they were as cold as ice. Without the slightest hesitation or anxiety, he suddenly summoned his turtle walk. In response to the calling of his will, the millions upon millions of dandelion seeds began to converge together, eventually transforming into a single seed, which shot toward the turtle walk. Bai Xiaochun had already made the decision that, in order to make his moonflower stronger, he would bless it with a spirit enhancement. Although he couldn't conjure a 22-colored flame, considering the level of his cultivation base, producing a 21-colored flame was nothing difficult. He waved his hand, causing countless vengeful souls to stream toward him. As they did, he started with a 1-colored flame, and conjured all the way up to a 20-colored flame, using them to push the moonflower all the way to a 20-fold spirit enhancement. Then he conjured a 21-colored flame. He didn't hesitate for a moment to throw that flame into the turtle walk. Instantly, rumbling sounds echoed out, and bright light began to shine out of the lines on the walk. Gradually, the design of the spirit enhancement appeared on the moonflower. Its aura was now vastly different than before. As its energy surged, it began to grow larger and larger, until it was a 30,000-meter tall, shocking flower. Even more astonishing was the fact that it radiated the aura of the great circle of the demigod realm. However, it still seemed to view him just as lovingly as before. Accelerating, he had the moonflower shrink down, and then tossed it in his bag of holding. Soon, he was flying over the heaven-span sea. Cracks could be heard as rifts were torn open into the air, none of which showed any signs of closing back up. As he passed over the sea, the nearby water froze up. Bai Xiaochun's explosive aura was reaching a pinnacle, and his eyes were completely fixed on Heavenspan Island. As he closed in, he could see the blood ancestor, his entire body wreathed in flames, going all out to deliver a shocking fist strike. When the blow landed, a huge vortex sprang up, and the blood ancestor began to fade away. "You're finally here, Bai Xiaochun. My mission is accomplished. Help me to take care of her." The blood ancestor threw his head back and laughed uproariously. He had given his life to lock down the celestial, and therefore a gleam of contentment could be seen in his eyes as he looked in the direction of the north, and then faded out of existence. He didn't specify who he wanted Bai Xiaochun to take care of. He was sure that Bai Xiaochun already knew. Bai Xiaochun nodded at the blood ancestor as he faded away. Then, he fixed his bloodshot, livid gaze at the celestial, who hovered in the air above the island. "Taoist heaven span," he said, the words crackling like heavenly thunder. Heaven and earth crumbled around them. The most breathtaking battle of all time was about to begin. Taoist Heavenspan was in the nastiest of moods. Originally, he had assumed that the blood ancestor wouldn't be able to delay him for more than a short moment. However, the blood ancestor had been saving up life force for 10,000 years, and also had some secret methods imparted to him by the Gravekeeper. Combined with his madness and the fact that he had ignited himself for a final burst of power, he had been able to keep Taoist Heavenspan completely locked down. "Bai Xiaochun," Taoist Heavenspan said through gritted teeth. He seemed supremely frustrated, and also no less furious than Bai Xiaochun. Over and over again, he had watched his ultimate desires crushed by the Gravekeeper at the last minute, turned into nothing more than pipe dreams. However, this time, things were playing out slightly differently. In addition to the anger in his eyes, there was something else shining brightly. "Who would have thought that you would come here of your own volition? At least you've saved me the trouble of tracking you down myself. At last, I can refine you into an undying live forever pill." Licking his lips, he chuckled and waved his hands out in front of him, causing rumbling sounds to fill heaven and earth as the will of the world itself converged on his person. Then he began to walk toward Bai Xiaochun. With every step he took, the will of the world grew stronger, until it became a mountain-toppling, sea-draining pressure that weighed down on Bai Xiaochun. Earlier, not even the blood ancestor, a descendant of the archemperors, had been able to stand up to this. In fact, it was because of the will of the world that the blood ancestor had burned his own blood to get the power he needed to drive his undying technique. That was what had enabled him to lock Taoist Heavenspan down for so long. But now, the will of the world didn't seem to affect Bai Xiaochun at all. He had mastered the undying live forever technique, and could now accept the title of Archancestor. He also conformed to the will of the world and, in fact, was also the ruler of this heaven and earth. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bright red as he stared at the celestial walking toward him. His killing intent raged as he too took a step forward, whereupon the will of the world began to bless him. It was as if the entire world had been split in two because of Bai Xiaochun and the celestial. They strode toward each other until they were only 300 meters apart, both of them surging with different aspects of the power of the very world in which they lived. Boom! When they slammed into each other, it was like mountains and rivers colliding, creating a deafening boom that echoed out across the frozen heaven-span sea. Seemingly incapable of sustaining the force, the sea began to split apart, At the same time, Heavenspan Island, which had already been mostly destroyed by house flames, had reached the point where it couldn't stand any longer and collapsed. It was a holy land that represented the ultimate authority and power in the Heavenspan realm, but now, it sank down into the Heavenspan Sea. As it did, a huge whirlpool formed, like a giant mouth of seawater. "How amusing," the Celestial said. With that, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Despite having just fought bitterly with the Blood Ancestor, he was clearly just as powerful as before. Striding forward, he pointed up into the sky. "For rivers form the heavenly bones, a golden sea to act as flesh." His voice seemed to contain the might of the heavens, a boundless power that would force reality to conform to his wishes. All of a sudden, what appeared to be the sole projections of the 4 rivers of the lands of Heavenspan shot toward the Celestial. At the same time, Heavenspan seawater began to rise up into the sky, taking shape around those souls, to shape the enormous hand that had caused despair to rise up in by House Heart, and kept the Blood Ancestor in check. Unfortunately for the Celestial, the Gravekeeper had died, and the world was withering away. Because of that, his Taoist magic had faltered during his battle with the Blood Ancestor, and had been destroyed. But now the Gravekeeper was gone, along with his influence. As a result, there was now nothing to interfere with the Celestial's control of the will of the world, despite how it was split. Furthermore, he was far more familiar with that will than Bai Xiaochun. The Celestial waved his arm, and the gigantic hand began to fall down onto Bai Xiaochun from above. Bai Xiaochun looked up with a very somber expression. He could sense the pure power of the 4 rivers within that huge hand, as well as the aura of the Heavenspan Sea. Although it looked like nothing but a hand, in truth, it was like all of the lands of Heavenspan combined. He could not withstand such a blow. It didn't matter how powerful his fleshly body was. He would be felled by such power. At the same time, he knew that he couldn't compare to the ancient Celestial when it came to control over the power of this world. However, he did not shrink back. Eyes crimson, he looked up at the huge hand, threw his head back and shouted, "Who cares if I can't match up to you, Celestial?" The power of the Live Forever technique coursed through him, which he then channeled into a Taoist magic called the Water Swamp Kingdom. "Water Swamp," he said, waving his arm through the air. He was confident that, with his powerful cultivation base, the mysterious divine beast would come forth with more power than ever before. Rumbling sounds immediately echoed out as the Heavenspan Sea transformed into a vast watery swamp. Kingdom! Without any hesitation, he slapped his hands together, a sound which was accompanied by the roar of a beast from another world. Heaven and earth trembled from the sound of it, a sound that even the powerful Celestial was shocked to hear. It was a howl of excitement and joy, as a moment came which that mysterious beast had been waiting a long time for. Thanks to Bai Xiaochun's current cultivation base, he could now open a true gap to allow the beast into the world. The entire Heavenspan Sea seemed to become a huge mouth that howled with deafening volume. This time, instead of mountain peaks rising up, an entire continent became visible. It was pitch black, not because it was covered with soil, but because it was covered with a forest of scale-like ridges. This continent was so large it was almost impossible to describe. Each scale that covered the continent was as large as Heavenspan Island had been. As the continent rose up into the air, it was possible to see that, on its bottom, were row upon row of what looked like inverted mountain peaks. If one looked closely, it was possible to see that this was actually not a continent. And the mountain peaks were not mountain peaks. They were actually razor-sharp teeth. This continent was the upper jaw of an enormous beast. Next came the lower jaw. When it was all visible, it looked like the mouth of a gigantic crocodile, rising up from within the Heavenspan Sea. Furthermore, its eyes were bright red, making them look exactly like Bai Xiaochun's eyes. The crocodilian head rose up and opened its mouth. Compared to it, Bai Xiaochun and the Celestial were like tiny bugs. Howling, the crocodilian head lunged toward the enormous hand of the world, and chomped it up. Bai Xiaochun was deeply shaken by what he was seeing. Looking at the enormous crocodilian head, he couldn't help but marvel at how everything was playing out. Never could he have imagined that his life essence spirit was so big that it seemed capable of almost filling the entire world he lived in. On any other occasion he might have been happy, but right now there was no time for such thoughts. He looked up as the enormous hand of the world met his water swamp kingdom beast, whereupon a heaven-rending, earth-crushing boom erupted out. The shockwave created a tempest that filled the entire heavenspan sea region as the hand of the world collapsed into pieces. As that happened, almost all of the mountains in the four river regions collapsed. However, Bai Xiaochun's life essence spirit also couldn't sustain the force. After chomping down on the hand of the world, it faded away. It was gone, not dead. Of that Bai Xiaochun was certain. Up till now, his life essence spirit had only come as a projection. He would need a higher cultivation base to summon it in full. Eyes glittering, he considered summoning it again. But before he could, the Celestial threw his hands up, an unprecedentedly serious expression on his face. On the finger of one of his hands was a ring which he took off and threw down toward the heavenspan sea. "Seal!" he shouted coolly. As the words left the Celestial's mouth, the falling ring erupted with seven-colored light, which spread out to illuminate all of the heavenspan sea, and the collapsing heaven and earth seemed to solidify. However, this was not because of any show of goodwill on the part of the Celestial. No, he just wanted to seal the world. Even he was shocked by the Taoist magic Bai Xiaochun had just unleashed, and therefore, he would ensure that no strange gates to other worlds could be opened, and no enormous beasts could appear. Apparently I underestimated the Taoist magics that can be unleashed here. Water Swamp Kingdom. The Celestial's eyes glittered with bright light as he spoke. Unfortunately for you, that magic won't work now. With the wave of his hand, the Celestial unleashed the sealing power of the ring, causing it to rush in Bai Xiaochun's direction. Bai Xiaochun had an equally serious expression on his face. He knew that the Celestial had been the lord of this world for many years, and had all sorts of reserve powers at his disposal. Not only could Bai Xiaochun not match up with him in terms of control of the power of the world, but he could also tell that the Celestial had so many techniques and items that it defied imagination. The ring he had just used emanated the most ancient of auras, something that left Bai Xiaochun with no doubts that it was a precious treasure. Although it likely couldn't match up to a world treasure, it surely had a very shocking origin. The sealing power which was currently descending onto him had a will of extermination in it, and yet Bai Xiaochun didn't shrink back. Instead, he stepped forward and used the undying hex to slip past it. Virtually all types of seals and restrictive spells were useless against Bai Xiaochun. Even as he passed through the sealing power, he utilized his mountain-shaking bash, which caused him to accelerate rapidly toward the Celestial. Then he unleashed the throat-crushing grasp. However, it was at this point that Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered. Without any hesitation, he suddenly danced backward. However, he was too slow. A cynical smile spread out on the Celestial's face. "You really think someone like me would be scared of that life essence spirit of yours? And how could I not know that the undying hex of the Undying Codex can allow you to pierce through all types of sealing magic? You might be able to avoid the sealing mark, but you can't avoid the true power of my magical item. You've fallen right into my trap." Laughing uproariously, he waved his arms, causing the sealing power to suddenly fragment and shatter. As it did, it became a destructive force that rushed toward Bai Xiaochun from all sides. The use of the sealing power had just been a ruse. The Celestial's true goal had been to distract Bai Xiaochun, get him close, and then use the true power of his precious treasure. If one could view the scene from high above, they would see that Bai Xiaochun was now surrounded by mountain-toppling, sea-draining force that formed something like a huge ring around him, growing smaller and smaller with every passing moment. The destructive power skyrocketed with every moment that passed, causing Bai Xiaochun's face to fall from the sensation of deadly crisis that filled him. There was nothing he could do to fight back. The ring closed down in the blink of an eye, and the only thing he could do was reach out with his right hand, using it as a stand-in for his entire body. Intense pain stabbed through his right arm as the ring closed in around his flesh. As it did, the powers of regeneration within his flesh fought back against the ring. The Celestial frowned at how quickly Bai Xiaochun had reacted in this moment of crisis. Not only was he frustrated because of how difficult Bai Xiaochun was to deal with, he was left marveling at the shocking powers of the Undying Codex. So, I still need to pay a bit of a price to end things. The Celestial shook his head, then blurred into motion. Even as Bai Xiaochun's powers of regeneration worked against the binding of the ring, the Celestial unleashed another spectacular divine ability. Booms rang out as Bai Xiaochun fought back, and shockwaves spread out in all directions. However, Taoist Heavenspan's energy continued to rise. Despite only being a quasi-celestial, he had plenty of reserve powers that could push his battle prowess very close to the true Mahayana realm. Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base was lower than his, and he also had his right hand bound up. He shouldn't have been a match for Taoist Heavenspan, and yet, because of the heaven-defying powers of regeneration that came with the Undying Live Forever technique, he could recover from injuries far more quickly than even the Blood Ancestor. As a result, he was on equal footing with the Celestial in a fight. Blue veins bulged out on Bai Xiaochun's face and neck as his right hand clenched into a fist. By pouring all of the powers of regeneration he had at his disposal at the ring, as well as the full might of his fleshly body, he was finally able to overwhelm the precious treasure until it exploded. When that happened, Bai Xiaochun's battle prowess began to rise rapidly yet again. Clenching his hand into a fist, he struck out, causing a huge vortex to rumble toward the Celestial. The Celestial snorted coldly and backed up. Performing a right-handed incantation gesture, he waved his finger and spoke in a cold voice. Gluttonous flood snake. All of a sudden, from within the depths of the significantly depleted Heavenspan seawater, a roar erupted that shook heaven and earth, accompanied by a shocking aura. Water showered down in all directions as a 30,000-meter-long creature appeared. It was very much like a flood dragon with the body of a snake and a huge 3,000-meter-long head that was vaguely dragon-like in appearance. Overall, it looked fierce to the extreme. Instantly, powerful fluctuations rolled out in all directions. Fantastic crocodile. Things weren't over yet. The Celestial performed another incantation gesture, causing roars to echo out from all four of the Heavenspan rivers. Along with the roars came 4 golden crocodiles, which merged together to form a single, 30,000-meter-long, 4-headed golden crocodile. Gloom bird. All of a sudden, a huge rock appeared in the sky, howling in such a way that it caused everything to tremble. Closer inspection revealed that the rock was covered with rotting flesh, beneath which were dry bones. This bird was actually a creature that had been dead for countless years. Sludge giant. Next, the lands in the southern part of the Heavenspan region exploded, and an enormous stone beetle crawled up from their depths. Everything around it immediately fossilized, causing massive white streaks to be left behind it as it crawled forth. I fought the Gravekeeper for many years, Bai Xiaochun. I have profound reserve powers the likes of which no one in the world could possibly contend with. As for you, what the hell makes you think you can come fight me? The Celestial waved his finger at Bai Xiaochun, sending all 4 of the beasts rushing in his direction. 3 of the animals were of little note to Bai Xiaochun. However, he had seen one of those golden crocodiles on numerous occasions. Of course, he could never have imagined that there were 4 of them, and that they belonged to the Celestial. Shockingly, all of these beasts pulsed with the power of the great circle of the demigod realm. Clearly, the fact that the Blood Ancestor had fought with the Celestial for so long was suspicious, considering how powerful the former was. Granted, the Blood Ancestor was extraordinary, and had succeeded in buying time. However, the Celestial couldn't possibly have been so out of sorts after fighting him. Obviously, the Celestial had been waiting for the Gravekeeper to succeed with his plan. The Gravekeeper had been plotting against the Celestial, but the Celestial had also been plotting against the Gravekeeper. He had been waiting for Bai Xiaochun to arrive, but more importantly, had been waiting for the Gravekeeper to die. The person the Celestial feared the most was the Gravekeeper. a fear that had only grown deeper over the years in which the Gravekeeper, despite growing weaker and weaker, had defeated him at every turn. Now that the Gravekeeper was dead, the Celestial could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Everything had been complicated before, but now, all he had to do was consume Bai Xiaochun to get his undying live forever pill. Such thoughts flashed through Bai Xiaochun's mind in the shortest of times. Considering how much of a schemer Taoist Heavenspan is, he thought, he must have something up his sleeve to make him completely and utterly confident in being able to win in the end, and there's no way that his true secret weapon is these 4 beasts. He immediately began to back up. In this life-or-death battle with the Celestial, he had to maintain complete concentration. The Celestial was the paragon entity in this world, and Bai Xiaochun knew that there was no room for slip-ups. If he made a mistake now, he would be dead forever. Unfortunately, only the Gravekeeper had the ability to outthink the Celestial. Bai Xiaochun had only spent a few short years on the path of cultivation, making it impossible for him to compare to the Celestial in terms of plotting and scheming. Although he had somewhat of an idea of what the Celestial was thinking, there were too many clues that he couldn't pick up on. Furthermore, there was no time to sit around thinking about the matter. The fight between the two of them was one in which life and death hung in the balance at every moment. Bai Xiaochun couldn't afford to be distracted, and therefore fully concentrated on the 4 beasts that were currently charging toward him. The gluttonous flood snake and the fantastic crocodile were both fantastically large, and were currently coming at him from the left and the right, clearly intent on ripping him to shreds. At the same time, the sludge giant and the gloom bird were coming at him from the front and behind, their piercing cries shattering the air around them. All of them radiated the fluctuations of the great circle of the demigod realm, giving birth to windstorms that could change the face of heaven and earth. From the look of things, they were not going to give Bai Xiaochun even the shadow of a chance to escape. In that moment of crisis, Bai Xiaochun unhesitatingly slapped his bag of holding and said, "Moonflower!" The instant the words came out of his mouth, an aura erupted out that, even on its own, surpassed the auras of the 4 incoming beasts. Rumbling sounds could be heard as 9 bright green vines shot out at high speed. Following the vines was an enormous moonflower made of an infinitude of flower petals. An aura from beyond the heavens shook the entire area as the huge flower towered overhead. If the Gravekeeper were alive, and the world were not withering to death, the world would instinctively attempt to crush this flower. But now, the will of the world was fragmented, and the moonflower erupted with shocking, otherworldly power. In fact, it seemed to pulse with something like a Heavendao aura. Ruiyuayumbal. It was fully 30,000 meters tall, and radiated an aura of complete savagery. In addition, it glittered with brilliant designs. In that moment, a shocking roar erupted from the moonflower. Roar! Everything in the area began to shake, and the tempest that the 4 beasts had created was ripped to shreds. The moonflower didn't even need any direction from Bai Xiaochun. Even as the roar echoed out, the flower broke up into countless petals that streamed out in order to wipe all traces of the beasts out of existence. In the blink of an eye, the moonflower and the 4 beasts began to fight with utter ferocity. Taoist Heavenspan's eyes glittered in surprise because of Bai Xiaochun's moonflower. However, he merely glanced at it for a moment before heading directly toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun also began to head toward Taoist Heavenspan, and the two of them began to fight. Surrounded by the battling moonflower and 4 beasts, they performed incantation gestures and unleashed shocking divine abilities and Taoist magics. It only took a short time for all parties involved in the fighting to have exchanged thousands of blows. Although the moonflower was powerful, it was fighting against 4 opponents, and was gradually losing ground. Eventually, a howl erupted from inside of the flower, and it exploded, creating something like a sea of dandelion petals that surged toward the 4 beasts. The 4 beasts' expressions flickered as they lurched away. Unfortunately for them, they were too slow. In the blink of an eye, they were overwhelmed. The flying seeds slammed into them, boring into their bodies and seemingly drawing them up as food. When the 4 beasts began to scream miserably, Taoist Heavenspan noticed, and frowned. The sight of his 4 beasts rapidly withering away caused his heart to pound in his chest. What an incredible seed from beyond the heavens! Snorting coldly, his eyes flashed with determination as he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. Voice as cold as ice, he said, "World relics to me." As the words left his mouth, the 4 beasts suddenly shuddered and exploded into bits. From inside of the 4 beasts emerged millions upon millions of streams of sword energy, which screamed through the air like a tempest and then slashed into Bai Xiaochun. Wounds opened up everywhere, and although his powers of regeneration went to work immediately to heal him, his eyes still widened. Then the sword energy shot back, and became 6 beams of light that swirled around Taoist Heavenspan. Shockingly, 6 colorful swords could be seen, all of them unique in design and appearance. They seemed incomparably sharp, and Bai Xiaochun could tell from just looking at them that they were ancient and powerful to the extreme. Were those 4 beasts embodiments of the Celestial's magical items? Wait, no. Maybe the Celestial hid the 6 ancient swords inside of them? Even as he shot backward, the countless flying seeds swirled back, converging into the shape of a damaged and bedraggled moonflower. Its aura was weak, and it looked to be in bad shape thanks to the injuries inflicted by the explosion of sword energy. Interesting, Taoist Heavenspan said, hovering in midair, looking at Bai Xiaochun with coldly shining eyes. No wonder the Gravekeeper chose you. In all the years, no one other than him has ever forced me to use my life essence Dao swords. The Undying Live Forever technique has its 5 shackles and 5 sealing marks. Spectacular, to say the least. However, the very reason why I can change my own fate in heaven-defying fashion is the 9 Dao gates that I created. I have cultivated these Dao gates for my entire life, and they require the use of these 6 Dao swords to employ. In fact, it was by using the Dao swords to open the Dao gates that I was able to kill the Archemperor and slaughter countless numbers of his people. Today, I will similarly use my life essence Dao swords to open the Dao gates and end your life. Even as he spoke, his energy began to rise higher and higher. Rumbling sounds filled all creation, and wild colors flashed in the sky. Massive waves covered the surface of the Heavenspan Sea. It was as if he had become the origin of all energy and power in the world, as if his every action or move could cause the Heavenspan realm to respond. Bai Xiaochun panted, a sensation of danger filling him the likes of which he had never experienced before. And the source was none other than the Celestial. Based on what he could sense, not even his powers of regeneration would allow him to recover from the next attack. And yet, he did not show any signs of backing down. The Celestial had a trump card, but so did Bai Xiaochun. The Celestial's energy caused the entire world to shake around him. Strange light erupted from his eyes as he threw his arms wide and spoke in a voice that filled the world. Dao Gate, Palace of Water. His words seemed to thrum with the power of a great Dao. As they did, his 6 swords flew forth, linking together to form a design with 3 rows. The top row featured 2 swords in a line, with a gap between them. The second row featured 2 swords together, with no gap. The third row looked exactly like the first row. Even as the design was completed, seemingly infinite streams of water vapor began to rise up from the withered lands of Heavenspan. It was as if all the water in the world were forming together into an ocean. That much water carried indescribable weight, and all of it began to fall onto Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun backed up in the face of the seemingly endless amount of water filling the sky. It was water that thrummed with destructive power, power that seemed capable of eradicating any life force that got in its way. Celestial magic? 9 Dao gates? Am I supposed to be impressed? Eyes bloodshot, he threw his head back and roared, clenching his right hand into a fist that caused a black hole to explode into existence. At the same time, a shadowy emperor appeared behind him, bursting with a domineering air. Undying, Emperor's Fist. The Daogate Palace of Water was part of the 9 ruins. The water of the 9 ruins made the Palace of Water boundless. The endless amounts of water around Bai Xiaochun thrummed with explosive, destructive power, and seemed indefatigable. It was seemingly capable of crushing anything and everything, and absorbing it to become part of the water. Water was innately a yin and feminine element, but Bai Xiaochun still unleashed the undying emperor's fist. It was an attack backed with unyielding, dominating might, and was a convergence of both his fleshly body and cultivation-based power. No longer was this a quintuple power fist strike, but at the moment, Bai Xiaochun didn't have time to calculate exactly how powerful it was. His only thought was that he needed to break this seemingly endless flow of water around him. Even as his fist struck out, the fist of the shadowy emperor also struck out. Colors flashed and winds screamed. The world shook as a tremor ran through the water, which turned into vibrations that increased in intensity with every moment. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were completely bloodshot as he then shouted, "Stronger this time!" Howling madly, he unleashed another undying emperor's fist, which was even more shockingly powerful than before. Boom! An indescribably powerful tempest erupted out into the ocean of water created by the yin powers of the Palace of Water. Within moments, a limit was reached, and a series of explosions occurred. The enormous sea immediately began to break up. As it did, heavy rain began to fall in all parts of the world. The Wildlands was no exception, nor Archemperor City. Countless individuals looked up to see rain falling down toward them as the world shook beneath their feet. Back at the Heavenspan Sea, Taoist Heavenspan's eyes narrowed. Over and over again, Bai Xiaochun's might caused his unease to build. Snorting coldly, he didn't hesitate to say, "Tao Gate, Palace of Mountains." At that point, his 6 swords once again began to move toward each other. However, before Taoist Heavenspan could finish creating the Palace of Mountains, Bai Xiaochun turned into something like a meteor that shot forward in attack. In response, Taoist Heavenspan snorted and performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, causing the 6 swords to rapidly lock together in the form of a design different from the last. Shockingly, it caused a mountain to materialize out of nowhere, which then slammed into Bai Xiaochun. It was thousands upon thousands of meters tall, and thrummed with shocking energy. The moment of impact caused a deafening boom to ring out, and also caused Bai Xiaochun's expression to flicker. Howling, he unleashed another fist strike, only to find that more and more mountains were falling down toward him. Each one was larger than the last. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 mountains filled the sky, with the last one being tens upon tens of thousands of meters high, and all of them were smashing down toward Bai Xiaochun, clearly giving him no room to evade. Even more shocking was that the Heavenspan Sea began to rumble as a mountain rose up from beneath its surface. More mountains appeared on either side of him as well. As of this moment, countless mountains became like magical items under the control of Taoist Heavenspan. To attack Bai Xiaochun could destroy one mountain. But as soon as he did, 10 more appeared, and then 100, and then more. Each mountain was larger and more powerful than the one before it. Bai Xiaochun's eyes continued to flicker with shock. Taoist Heavenspan's Tao Gates were virtually beyond compare. It was something the likes of which Bai Xiaochun had only seen during the spectacular battle in the Wildlands, when the Gravekeeper had used his 5 elements Taoist magic. Bai Xiaochun's expression was unprecedentedly serious as his undying blood began to burn. Blood qi immediately began to swirl out from his skin, and a maddened, bloodthirsty look sprang up in his eyes. And yet, he didn't even come close to losing consciousness. He now had complete and full control of the Godkiller technique. As he unleashed the Godkiller, blood qi towered to the heavens. Bai Xiaochun howled at the top of his lungs as he sent the burning blood mist out to meet the mountains. Every mountain that touched the mist shattered. Its energy completely drained away as it transformed into ash. The blood mist began to grow stronger, casting the whole world into red light. Even as the mountains shattered, the Celestial frowned. Snorting coldly, he waved his sleeve and said, "Tao Gate, Palace of Lightning." The booming of heavenly thunder exploded out, along with numerous black lightning bolts. In the blink of an eye, they filled the sky, and then began to fall onto Bai Xiaochun. There was so much lightning that it seemed to have no end. like the most ultimate of heavenly tribulations. As this Tao gate opened, Taoist heavenspan seemed to become the monarch of all lightning and thunder. This was a celestial magic that Taoist heavenspan had personally created, and was one of the reasons why the Gravekeeper had described him in such dramatic terms to Bai Xiaochun in the past. This celestial magic that bordered on a great Tao was also one of the reasons that Taoist heavenspan had been able to overthrow the Archemperor dynasty. It was the reason he was so confident that, if he left this world and went to the world beyond, he would be able to become a true celestial. He would definitely make his breakthrough. Furthermore, he would eventually be able to reach the peak level of power, the likes of which were as rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns even in the world beyond. He would become an Archean. With my talent, I am destined to become an Archean. Why do I have to be stuck in this cramped bug's nest of a world? Why do I have to struggle on death's door, just waiting for my longevity to run out? I refuse to accept this. A vicious, insane expression covered the Celestial's face as he strode forward, surrounded by crashing thunder and lightning. 100,000 bolts. 1,000,000 bolts. 10,000,000 bolts of lightning. Bai Xiaochun had his God-killer technique and had previously consumed lightning to advance his cultivation. But this was lightning created by the Celestial's Taoist magic, and was something he could not simply shrug off. As the boundless sheets of heavenly lightning dropped toward him, Bai Xiaochun looked up at them, his eyes shining with no less madness than Taoist heavenspans. "Nice magical technique," he growled. "But I have something just like it." Eyes burning with killing intent, he threw both hands out in front of him. Drawing all of the blood chi back into him, he unleashed the power of the Live Forever Codex. The Undying Codex had its 5 divine abilities, but the Live Forever Codex had 5 Taoist magics. As of this moment, he was using the first of the magics that he himself had created as part of the Live Forever Codex. They were world-shaking Taoist magics of his own creation. One glance abyss crystallization. As Bai Xiaochun's voice rolled out, it sounded like an expression of the Tao, as though a great bell had been struck that resonated through all heaven and earth. This was the heavenly reverberation of a true Taoist magic. In the briefest of moments, the entire heavenspan sea emitted loud cracking sounds as it transformed into crystal. All the waves and ripples in it became solid and crystallized. Inside and out, the heavenspan sea was now as transparent as glass. The heavenspan sea now looked like a land of ice, glowing with radiant and shocking light. That blinding light shot up to meet the lightning above, whereupon more cracking sounds rang out. Suddenly, it was in completely shocking fashion that the entire crystalline sea shattered into millions upon billions upon trillions of crystalline swords, shining with boundless light and multitudinous razor-sharp manifestations of sword energy. The crystalline swords all turned upward and shot toward Taoist heavenspan. At this point, Taoist heavenspan's face fell. Countless crystalline swords began to rise up into the air from the crystallized abyss that was the heavenspan sea, creating a screaming whistle that filled the world. The swords cast dazzling light in all directions, to such blinding effect that Taoist heavenspan's face fell from the shock of it all. Although he was very familiar with how the divine abilities of the Live Forever Codex worked, this was his first time seeing one of Bai Xiaochun's personalized Taoist magics. Furthermore, Taoist heavenspan was very well aware that the power of the Taoist magics of the Live Forever Codex surpassed any other ordinary techniques by far. In addition, the specific way that such divine abilities were created had to do with the Tao and will of the individual cultivator. Each cultivator had a different Tao and a different will, and thus the Taoist magics they could create would all be different. Therefore, it didn't matter how deeply Taoist heavenspan had researched the Live Forever Codex. There was no way he could be familiar with Bai Xiaochun's Taoist magics before they were revealed. What will Bai Xiaochun's Taoist magics accomplish in the end? Taoist heavenspan didn't dare to look down on Bai Xiaochun in this moment. Looking around at the endless cloud of crystalline swords, he prepared to flee. However, the swords were too fast, and before he could do anything, they were upon him. Looking slightly nervous, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing the lightning from the Palace of Lightning to shrink down. Instead of using that lightning to attack by Xiaochun, he threw it up as a shield against the crystalline swords. Rumbling sounds filled all heaven and earth as the millions upon billions upon trillions of crystalline swords smashed into the lightning shield. The Dao Gate, Palace of Lightning, was immediately weakened and began to shrink down, and yet managed to stand against the assault of swords. The crystalline swords slammed against the shield and then toppled down, falling one on top of the other to create a huge pile underneath Taoist Heavenspan. The pile of swords grew higher and higher until finally, the lightning shield shattered. By the time it was all over, the masses of swords had created something like a small mountain beneath Taoist Heavenspan's feet. "So, that's your Taoist magic? By Xiaochun?" Although Taoist Heavenspan was panting a bit as he stood there on the mountainous pile of swords, his eyes shone with piercing light. Bai Xiaochun looked back at him coldly, then extended his right hand, pointed out with his finger, and said, "Heavenly Canopy Lampshade." As soon as the words left Bai Xiaochun's mouth, the sky began to tremble and grow murky. Then, the sky seemed to break up into numerous layers, almost like cloth. In the blink of an eye, the lowermost of the layers began to drop down and cover Taoist Heavenspan. The heavenly canopy was difficult to see clearly at first, and was identifiable mostly by how it twisted and distorted the air around it. In response, the Celestial's expression flickered, and he quickly performed an incantation gesture to unleash the Dao Gate, Palace of Wind. As he did, a black wind sprang out of nowhere to block the descending heavenly canopy. However, even as the Celestial's Taoist magic was unleashed, a second heavenly canopy began to fall, and then a third. Soon, the sky itself was starting to seem thin. Before long, the eighth canopy had dropped down toward the Heavenspan Sea, and seemed just on the verge of sealing Taoist Heavenspan. Taoist Heavenspan now stood on a pile of crystal, surrounded by a black wind, struggling to escape. Meanwhile, the 8 heavenly canopies dropped down, spreading over him just like a lampshade. Despite being a manifestation of the fallen sky, the lampshade wasn't blue, but rather light gray. By this point, enough of the sky had peeled away from above that it was possible to see the black void beyond. Taoist Heavenspan panted heavily, his heart filled with unease and a sensation of crisis. Bellowing, he sent the black wind to batter this way and that, and yet it did no good. Even as Taoist Heavenspan's shock intensified, Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned even icier. Performing an incantation gesture with his left hand, he waved his finger and spoke in a voice that echoed like thunder. "Boundless longevity, endless life." As the 4 words left his mouth, the aura of the Live Forever Codex erupted out into the world, filling the air with innumerable longevity characters. Although the characters were very small, they all pulsed with the aura of the Live Forever Codex. Furthermore, there were literally too many to count. In fact, there were far, far more than the crystalline swords from before. A moment later, rumbling sounds could be heard as the longevity characters shot toward the heavenly canopy lampshade that covered Taoist Heavenspan and merged into it. As they fused with the lampshade, the characters emanated a shocking aura which strengthened the lampshade and made its sealing powers vastly more incredible than before. Inside, Taoist Heavenspan was starting to get very nervous. All of a sudden, he had the premonition that if he didn't get out of this heavenly canopy lampshade, he would be in profound danger. "I have to get out of here. Now!" He tried to move, but no matter what he did, he was incapable of freeing himself. Overwhelmed by a sensation of danger, he howled and performed an incantation gesture to unleash the Dao Gate, Palace of Fire. Instantly, Taoist Heavenspan was surrounded by majestic heavenly fire that sent indescribable heat out in all directions, setting the heavenly canopy ablaze. It was in that moment that the killing intent in Bai Xiaochun's eyes blazed. Ignoring the blazing heavenly canopies, he reached out to point at the sealed celestial. "Thou art the candle." His voice crashed like deafening thunder, and slammed directly into Taoist Heavenspan's body. Taoist Heavenspan let out a miserable shriek. His eyes were crimson, and his hair in complete disarray as, without any warning whatsoever, a layer of wax appeared all over him. It was sinister and white, and in the blink of an eye, it covered him completely. With every moment that passed, it grew thicker and thicker, as did the Celestial's unease. Unleashing the power of his cultivation base to try to protect himself, he shouted, "Tao Gate! Palace of Marshes!" The Palace of Marshes didn't summon water, but rather, a swamp. As Taoist Heavenspan opened his mouth to utter the words, white wax spilled into it. However, the area surrounding him still turned into a marshy swamp, filled with decay and rot. It was the type of thing that could melt anything within its bounds, and apparently, he hoped that it would neutralize the wax and cause the seal of the heavenly canopy to melt away. Rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth as the power of the rotting swamp combined with the effects of the previous Tao gates, causing the heavenly canopies to begin to break apart. However, with the bolstering of the longevity characters, the lampshade held. No matter what techniques Taoist Heavenspan used, no matter how strong his Tao gates were, as of this moment, he simply couldn't fight by Xiaochun's live forever Taoist magic. Despite being counteracted to a degree by the rotting swamp, the wax continued to build up around Taoist Heavenspan. Soon he was completely white and looked like he was made of wax. "Damn it! Damn it!" he shouted, his expression twisting ferociously, drawing on what appeared to be an even more powerful magic than before. He blasted away at the white wax, which began to crumble and crack. At the same time, the heavenly canopy lampshade also seemed to be on the verge of shattering. However, that was when Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, fire blazed to the heavens. Live forever lamp. Integrate. The Celestial's body was the waxy candle, and Bai Xiaochun's eyes were the spark. This was none other than the personalized divine ability that Bai Xiaochun had created after mastering the Live Forever Codex. It was the Live Forever lamp. Bai Xiaochun was panting, and his face was ashen. This was his first time unleashing his Live Forever Codex Taoist magic, the Live Forever lamp. However, he had visualized the process numerous times, and therefore felt quite proficient in its use. This was one of the things that made the Live Forever Codex so unique, the fact that it could create a peerless Taoist magic based on the individual cultivator. However, it was difficult to deal with how draining it was. After unleashing it only once, the power of the Live Forever Codex within him had been drained by more than 70%. Cultivation-based drainage was not something that the powers of the Undying Codex could help with. The Undying Codex only helped him recover from injuries of the fleshly body. The cultivation base could only be restored by means of breathing exercises or similar means. The power of this Taoist magic was shocking even to Bai Xiaochun. His eyes flashed like lightning as his gaze fell on the Celestial. As of this moment, the entire world looked very different. The pile of crystal was the lampstand. The massive size of the lampstand was enough to cause pressure to weigh down on anyone who looked at it. Furthermore, the gravitational force it emitted ensured that no entity in existence would dare to get too close to it. The heavenly canopy from above had descended, surrounding the lampstand to act as the lampshade. Countless longevity characters were visible on the lampshade, which represented long life. However, all of those things only constituted part of the Live Forever lamp. The most important part was right in the middle, the white, glowing candle. Taoist Heavenspan's life force, his body, and everything else that made him up became that white candle. The final bit of the lamp was the spark from Bai Xiaochun's eyes, which lit the candle, providing the fire and the light. As Taoist Heavenspan's body burned, fiery radiance spilled out, hitting the lampshade and accenting the longevity characters. Furthermore, the powerful gravitational force from the lampstand made it impossible for the Celestial to move a muscle. Shockingly, Taoist Heavenspan had become the Live Forever lamp. He trembled violently, his mind and heart assailed by waves of shock. The indescribable sensation of imminent crisis that filled him was stronger than anything he had ever experienced. He could sense that his life force, his body, his cultivation base, and even his soul were being burned by the live forever lamp. He was wasting away rapidly, and in fact it was to his shock that only moments later he felt unprecedentedly weak. This divine ability, this Taoist magic. At this point he howled like a wild animal. Insignificant live forever lamp. How dare you burn my soul? Amidst his struggling, he threw his head back and howled, and Bai Xiaochun stood there looking at him coldly. All right, Taoist Heavenspan, he murmured to himself. It's about time to use your final trick, the one you thought would earn you the win. Taoist Heavenspan glared back at Bai Xiaochun, burning, his skin and flesh slowly melting until bones became visible beneath. His hair was pure white, and his face was covered in wrinkles, and yet, the madness and insanity in his eyes had not been reduced by even a smidgen. Watch and learn, Bai Xiaochun. Pay attention to how I break your Taoist magic. He extended both of his burning hands and pushed them together, palm to palm, as if he were praying. Seventh Tao Gate, Palace of Earth. As the words left his mouth, a muffled rumble echoed out that seemed to come from far beneath the surface of the ground. Moments later, the energy of the land erupted out. The Palace of Earth represented all of the lands in the world. Energy poured from every square inch of the ground, which then began to stream toward Taoist Heavenspan. The energy of the earth swirled around him, causing the flame to show signs of weakening. As for the crystalline lampstand, it began to darken, as though it would soon turn into ordinary stone. It wasn't just the lampstand that was affected. The lampshade was also affected by the earth energy, and began to turn brown. Within a few breaths of time, it looked like soil, and then, Taoist Heavenspan no longer looked like white wax, and the burning of his life force ceased. A boom rang out that seemed capable of rending heaven and earth in two. The live forever lamp, which had been created with Taoist Heavenspan, exploded into bits. Did you really think you could trap me with that Taoist magic of yours? Bai Xiaochun? Taoist Heavenspan appeared to be in very bad shape, and was even gasping for breath. But after a moment, he threw his head back and began to laugh maniacally. Bai Xiaochun stood in place, not moving, his eyes flickering with cold light, and also derision. You really think you broke free? He said, gesturing casually up at the sky. In that instant, Taoist Heavenspan's face fell as he realized that his life force, his cultivation base, and his soul were still fading away. He suddenly looked up into the sky, his mind reeling as he staggered backward. How is this even possible? High up in the sky, countless live forever lamps had appeared. They stretched to the farthest corners of the Heavenspan realm, to the point where it was impossible to see where they began or ended. And in each of the live forever lamps was a tiny version of Taoist Heavenspan, laughing and crying simultaneously, snarling and howling at the same time. The bizarre nature of the sight was terrifying to behold. Taoist Heavenspan's aura suddenly flared to life, and he burst into motion, flying up into the sky and throwing both of his hands out wide. Eighth Tao Gate, Palace of Heaven. As he unleashed the eighth of his Tao Gate magics, the entire world went dim, and a massive wind kicked up. At the same time, the Celestial's hand transformed into a massive, illusory hand that reached up and began to tear open a huge rift. As the rift opened, it was as if the sky were being sliced open by an enormous, razor-sharp blade. Shocking energy fluctuations poured out, causing the live forever lamps to tremble. Simultaneously, the miniature versions of Taoist Heavenspan within the lamps all howled at the tops of their lungs and joined together to power the magic of the Palace of Heaven. Boom! One by one, the countless live forever lamps began to explode. Within moments, they were gone, and Taoist Heavenspan hovered there, gasping for breath. He was clearly exhausted and profoundly weak, and yet his eyes glittered brightly. As the moments passed, he began to recover, and he turned his gaze to Bai Xiaochun, looking very much like the most domineering figure in all heaven and earth. Unless you have some other trick up your sleeve, Bai Xiaochun, Then, the time has come for you to be a good boy and transform into the high-level medicine I need. Bai Xiaochun looked as calm as ever, except for the raging killing intent in his eyes. Then he spoke, and it sounded as if he were saying the funniest thing in the world. You really think you broke free? Based on what he could tell, the secret move that Taoist Heavenspan believed would gain him victory had still not been employed. As for Taoist Heavenspan, a look of blank shock appeared on his face. Backing up, he looked up and realized that the world net had appeared overhead. Then he looked down and realized that the lands below looked almost like an enormous lampstand. Countless emotions flickered across his face, and he began to tremble. For the first time, bitterness and regret began to rise up in his heart. This Live Forever lamp is truly amazing. And the Live Forever Codex, even more so. As of this moment, the entire Heavenspan realm had been turned into a gargantuan, unparalleled Live Forever lamp. The lands below were the lampstand, and the world net was the lampshade. And Taoist Heavenspan was still the white candle. He was still burning, providing the lamplight. This was the third form of the Live Forever lamp. First, the self. Second, the heavens. Third, the world. It was a peerless Taoist magic, breathtaking and unrivaled. Apparently I underestimated the Live Forever Codex. Or perhaps I underestimated your Live Forever Codex. Bai Xiaochun, Taoist Heavenspan looked around at the world, which had become an enormous Live Forever lamp, and suddenly his heart was awash with numerous complicated emotions. He knew quite a bit about the Live Forever Codex, and yet neither his top apprentice nor his daughter Du Lingfei had ever been able to do anything as shocking as this during their cultivation of the same technique. The world was the Live Forever lamp, and Taoist Heavenspan was the flaming candle. As he burned, his control over the will of the world began to slip away. Apparently, the Live Forever lamp was causing him to lose his place as the ruler of the world. Instead of acknowledging him, the world now wanted to crush and kill him. Bai Xiaochun remained in place off in the distance, looking on with a slight frown. As of yet, he had still not seen anything that seemed like something Taoist Heavenspan would rely on to gain ultimate victory. You definitely have a true trump card. I refuse to believe that you'll continue to hold it back in the face of my Live Forever lamp. Eyes flickering with cold light, he waved his hand, causing the world-level Live Forever lamp to begin to shine even more brightly. I still have one Dao Gate left of the 9. Bai Xiaochun, eyes completely bloodshot, Taoist Heavenspan threw his head back and roared, simultaneously throwing his arms out, placing one hand above and one below, with the palms facing each other. Dao Gate, the palace within. Howling, he shoved his hands out in front of him, causing the 6 swords to produce another strange design with 3 sections. As soon as it appeared, it radiated an air of both life and death. One half of it was alive, the other dead, and as they swirled around each other, they created an image that seemed to encompass the entire circle of life. Then, rumbling sounds echoed out as that image of life and death shot toward the enormous world lamp. As soon as the air of life and death began to fill the world, the area around Taoist Heavenspan was demarcated into 2 halves. One half withered away into death, and in the other half life force flourished. If anyone were able to look at the scene from far above, it would be possible to see the entire world of Bai Xiaochun's Live Forever lamp transforming, with one half dying and the other half growing. As this bizarre scene played out, Taoist Heavenspan ripped his hands apart from each other. "Open!" he shouted. If the world represented both life and death, then Taoist Heavenspan was ripping the 2 halves apart, and thus tearing the Live Forever lamp in 2. If this is your secret weapon, Taoist Heavenspan, Bai Xiaochun said slowly, then I'm afraid you're doomed to perish this day. Even as the celestial ripped the world to pieces, Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, the world-scale Live Forever lamp was extinguished. In that instant, all of the light in the world vanished, leaving behind only Taoist Heavenspan, who still burned with fire. Before, it had been difficult to make out with the naked eye, but now, with the entire world cast into darkness, It was more obvious than ever. Extinguish the lamp. Extinguish the person. Bai Xiaochun murmured. As the words left his mouth, the entire world of darkness filled with an unimaginably powerful will of extermination. Then that darkness rushed toward Taoist heavenspan with mountain-toppling, sea-draining power, ignoring the palace within, ignoring all defensive measures, ignoring the will of Taoist heavenspan himself. This darkness would extinguish the fire. It would snuff out the flame of his life force. New! Taoist heavenspan shrieked. His life was about to end, and therefore there was no time for thinking or planning. His right hand shot up in a blur to touch his forehead, from within which he extracted an iron sword. It was none other than the fallen sword of Gu Tianjun. Hefting the sword which had fallen from the world beyond, Taoist heavenspan howled and slashed at the darkness of extermination which threatened to darken the flame of his life force. The slash of his sword split open the darkness, causing cracking sounds to erupt out. However, it was within the blink of an eye that, to the utter disbelief of Taoist heavenspan, the fallen sword shattered into pieces. The darkness couldn't be blocked. In the briefest of moments, it poured into Taoist heavenspan, inundating him and extinguishing the candle flame. The lamp was extinguished, and the person was extinguished, killed in body and soul. The entire world went silent. Gradually, the darkness faded away, and light once again began to fill the world. The live forever lamp was gone, and Bai Xiaochun hovered there above the heavenspan sea. However, there was no joy on his face. Instead, he was staring at the spot where Taoist heavenspan had been wiped away. It was only at this point that he suddenly realized why he had been feeling so uneasy. He now realized why he had begun to speculate that there was a hidden truth at play. That laughing, crying ghost face that he snatched still hasn't shown up yet. Gaze sharpening, he looked down at the nearly dried-up heavenspan sea, performed an incantation gesture, and waved his finger. In response, the surface of the sea suddenly bulged, as though some boundlessly powerful force were inside of it, just about to emerge. All of a sudden, a whirlpool erupted in that very spot, spinning rapidly until the seawater around it screamed loudly. In the very center of the whirlpool appeared Taoist heavenspan, striding up from the bottom of the sea. You are very near the level of being able to kill my true self. Taoist heavenspan's aura was back to normal, but his eyes were bloodshot, and within them could be seen a glint of lingering fear. In the very last moment, he had switched places with the discarnate soul of the laughing, crying ghost face. Were it not for that substitution magic, the might of the live forever lamp would have definitely wiped him out of existence. Discarnate soul life replacement, Bai Xiaochun said, his face unsightly to the extreme. The sight of Taoist heavenspan rising up from the bottom of the sea confirmed that he had always had a trump card to rely on. He had used a discarnate soul to stand in his place, just as he had used his blood hair to survive his world-shattering battle with the Gravekeeper in the Wildlands. Taoist heavenspan took a deep breath, his eyes shining with intense killing intent, as well as madness. Oh, so slowly he raised his hand up toward the sky. Now that I understand your live forever lamp, the time has come for my own ultimate Taoist magic. Call it survival of the fittest. Call it the law of the jungle. The world is withering away and will die soon. Instead of simply allowing all the living things therein to die along with it, it would be better to take those lives for myself. I created a Taoist magic long ago that I've never used, a Taoist magic that can destroy the world. It is my 10th Tao Gate. Taoist heavenspan's voice was like the final crack of thunder to hit the world. A massive vortex appeared in his outstretched hand, pitch black and spinning madly. An indescribably powerful gravitational force then erupted out to fill the entire world. The sky had already been damaged severely, and was bereft of almost all life force. And now it began to wrinkle and crumble. Within the already withering world, the plants and vegetation all began to die. Every bit of life left in the mountains and lands began to vanish. The rivers and lakes began to go dry. Even the heaven-span seawater started evaporating. Next were the animals, the cultivators, and all other living things. All of the sects, including those in the east, west, south, and north. Everything in the wildlands, and everyone inside and near Archemperor City. The Grand Heaven Master, the Giant Ghost King, all the cultivators from the lands of Heavenspan, and the demigod patriarchs. Everyone began to tremble as their life force began to seep out of them and float through the air. As all of this happened, Taoist Heavenspan's vortex began to turn from black to red. At the same time, a heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing energy began to build up. Underneath the red glow, the celestial's face looked particularly vicious. "This is my last move by Xiaochun. Open, my 10th Dao Gate." In concert with his voice, the vortex began to pulse with the most destructive of airs. Bai Xiaochun could sense the vortex pulling away at the life force of all living things in the world. He could sense the river-defying sect in the wildlands, as well as everyone else he knew, trembling and withering up. At that point, it was with completely bloodshot eyes that, without any hesitation, he reached out in the direction of the north. The world treasure of the north was Bai Xiaochun's trump card. In response to the movement of his hand, the northern Heavenspan River region, which had long since ceased to be a land of frozen ice, began to crack and crumble. The mountains which were falling because of Taoist Heavenspan's magic transformed into ash. Deafening cracking sounds erupted out from the entire broken landmass, spreading out to fill the world. Crevices spread up and down the length of the parched Heavenspan River, stretching all the way to the wildlands. Then the lands of the north began to tilt, sending a multitude of rocks and rubble crumbling down. The place where the northern lands of Heavenspan connected to the wildlands broke, and then began to rise high into the air. As this happened, everyone in the world was able to see it, and they gasped in shock. Despite how their life force was flowing away from them, this was still one of the most shocking images they had ever seen in their entire lives. Heavens! What is that? Is that the northern Heavenspan region? As the landmass that was the northern Heavenspan region rose up, it began to shine with brilliant blue light. Anyone who looked closely would be able to see countless crevices appearing in the land, from which the blue light spilled. Simultaneously, any living beings who remained in the north vanished, taken away into the interior of the world treasure. As the moments passed, the earth and soil began to crumble and fall down until an enormous sword was revealed. This was the world treasure, the Great Sword of the North. The bright blue Great Sword cast its light throughout the dying world around it, and illuminated the crumbling sky, causing indescribable pressure to radiate out in all directions. Now that it had truly become a world treasure, it was possible to see a huge face on the surface of the sword. It was the frigid matriarch, clearly awake, her eyes shining with grief as she looked in the direction where the blood ancestor had burned to death. She appeared to be murmuring something in a voice that only she could hear. And then, a moment later, the enormous sword turned into a blue streak that shot toward the Heavenspan Sea. Considering how large it was, it took only a brief movement for it to appear right above the sea. However, along the way, it shrank down rapidly until it was just large enough for Bai Xiaochun to grab it by the hilt. As soon as Bai Xiaochun grabbed the world treasure of the north, his cultivation base surged, and he began to radiate unprecedented dignity. Eyes harsh and cold, he turned to the red vortex held by Taoist Heavenspan and violently slashed at it with his sword. Die! The sword became a glittering blue streak. At the same time, a projection of the full-size sword appeared, rumbling directly toward Taoist Heavenspan. The sensation of deadly crisis that Taoist Heavenspan felt couldn't have been greater. Although he had been aware of the existence of the Great Sword of the North, he could never have imagined that it would be this powerful. He was still in the middle of trying to absorb the lives of everyone in the world, but now was not the time to worry about how the job wasn't finished. Without any hesitation, he sent the full power of his cultivation base into the vortex, causing it to rapidly increase in size. Battle prowess that was very close to the level of a true celestial raged as Taoist Heavenspan let out a shout. Then he thrust out his right hand, sending the vortex flying to meet the great sword of the north. Time seemed to slow down. The withering heavens, the wasting earth, the minds of all living things, they all slowed. Slowly but surely, the spinning vortex and the great sword of the north approached each other, and then made contact. Then, a massive, deafening, ear-splitting boom rang out, the volume of which surpassed anything that anyone had ever heard in all of history. The great sword of the north slashed into the vortex, sending out fluctuations that surpassed the quasi-celestial level, and reached the point of a true celestial. If you liken this world to a paper model, then the fluctuations of the true celestial realm were like flames that would engulf it. The crumpled heavens couldn't sustain the force anymore, and a massive rift opened up. Then a second rift appeared, and a third. More and more appeared until there were 8 in total, ensuring that the sky above had been torn into 9 parts. It was possible to see through those rifts into what lay beyond. A strange world. An aura that did not belong to the heavenspan realm then began to seep in through the rifts and spread about. As that was happening, the lands were equally shaken. Intense rumbling sounds filled the heavenspan realm, including the wildlands, as the ground was ripped into 10 parts. As of this moment, the heavenspan realm had 9 heavens and 10 earths. The entire world was being torn to pieces. The living beings throughout the realm were trembling, their gazes blank as the world was destroyed around them. Indescribable terror filled them from the destructive fluctuations they felt. Meanwhile, the great sword of the north finished slashing through the vortex, which was powerless to fight back, and in the end, exploded. When Taoist Heavenspan was hit by the devastating blow, it was like an enormous mountain had slammed into him. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and his hair whipped about in wild fashion as he was flung away. Blue light was reflected in his eyes as he dodged to the side, and yet, his efforts couldn't prevent his right arm from disappearing in a haze of blood. "Impossible!" he screamed, blood splattering his lips and chin. He simply couldn't accept how powerful Bai Xiaochun was, and how majestic the Live Forever lamp had been. Worse was that his top apprentice of years past had finished forging the great sword of the north, a fact that drove him into further madness. Although he had recently come to be certain that his top apprentice hadn't really died, and had also known of the supposed world treasure, he hadn't particularly cared. After all, he knew of one important fact. A demigod could not unleash the full might of a world treasure. However, the shocking sword energy which had just been released was almost impossible to believe. Impossible. This is impossible. Trembling in terror, he suddenly thought back to a point he had overlooked. Backing up, he said, "The laughing, crying ghost faces true form. Damn it, it must have been him." As for Bai Xiaochun, he was just as blood-spattered as Taoist Heavenspan. It didn't matter how strong his powers of regeneration were. They couldn't immediately heal him from the backlash of using the great sword of the north, which contained true celestial fluctuations. The injuries were inconsequential, nor did he care that his consciousness was fading. He bit his tongue to maintain clarity, and then, bursting with killing intent and a murderous aura, hefted the great sword of the north and transformed into a bright beam of light that shot directly toward Taoist Heavenspan. Time to die, Taoist Heavenspan. Even if the heavens were being destroyed and the earth was being decimated, his killing intent had not lessened. Taoist Heavenspan's anxiety skyrocketed as he saw Bai Xiaochun using every last bit of energy in this final attack. The blue beam of light which descended upon him was not the type he could fully avoid. Pupils constricting, he dodged to the side, only to have his left leg wiped out of existence. The pain caused a wild shriek to erupt from his lips, and yet the maddened Bai Xiaochun didn't slow down at all. Taking advantage of having gained the upper hand, he attacked again. The look in Bai Xiaochun's eyes made even the powerful Taoist Heavenspan shiver in fear. "Du Lingfei isn't dead," he shouted in a thunderous voice. Although it was a shocking revelation to Bai Xiaochun, he was so maddened that he didn't slow down for even a moment. Seeing that his tactic had failed, Taoist Heavenspan gritted his teeth and self-detonated. Massive force erupted from his battered body, and a glowing ball emerged. a mass of magical symbols that almost looked like a seed. Moving with incredible speed, it shot away from Bai Xiaochun and headed up into the crumbling sky. Bai Xiaochun wasn't willing to just let the celestial destroy his own fleshly body for a burst of speed to escape. Coughing up blood, and his injuries worsening with every moment that passed, he shot off in pursuit. Unfortunately, Taoist Heavenspan achieved a final burst of speed, and massive rumbling sounds could be heard from the sky as the 9 pieces which now made it up crumbled into nothing. The heavens were destroyed. A massive shockwave spread out in all directions. Bai Xiaochun had been struggling just to keep his injuries in check, and was unable to evade the force. As it hit him, his mind began to spin, and he began to tumble through the air, completely out of control. Even as his consciousness began to fade, he jerked his eyes in the direction of Taoist Heavenspan, only to see him being overwhelmed by the shockwave. It was impossible to tell if he survived or died. Bai Xiaochun wanted to see for himself, but couldn't control his own body. Slowly but surely, he began to lose consciousness. The last thing he saw was, as the heavens were destroyed, a massive black hole sprang into being high above. Intense gravitational force erupted out, which rapidly transformed into teleportation power. That power descended into the Heavenspan realm and reached out to all of the living beings within it. In the blink of an eye, they vanished, to reappear in random locations in the world beyond, although Bai Xiaochun had no way to know that. Everyone from the river-defying sect, everyone from the wildlands, every person from the Heavenspan realm was teleported away. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were completely bloodshot as the heavens were destroyed and the earth decimated. In his bitter blankness, he thought back to everything that had happened, and wondered if it was all real. It didn't seem like it. My home is no more, he murmured. The future seemed like a blank as he slowly descended toward unconsciousness. He fell through the air, and the light of teleportation wrapped around him. Then he vanished. In the last moment before he passed out, he heard a cacophony of voices ringing out from the world beyond the heavens. Some were excited. Some sounded greedy. Some seemed profoundly sinister. It broke open. The Archsovereign's body broke open. Ha ha ha. We've been waiting a long time for the people from that world to come out. Quick, notify the vile emperor. The people of the Archemperor dynasty are going to be teleported to all sorts of random locations in the Eternal Lands. There's no time to waste. Enslave all of them. Humph. The Saint Emperor is obviously going to covet the bloodline of the Archemperor dynasty, the sanctimonious bastard. But he won't be able to outdo us. Once our vile Emperor dynasty enslaves everyone from the Archemperor dynasty, then the people of the Saint Emperor dynasty are done for. It's a good thing we went to war over the issue of setting up teleportation formations all over the body of the Archsovereign. Of the 3 sovereigns, he was the last to blow. Sure took long enough. Originally, everything was supposed to be split 3 ways, but it's way too late for that now. The people from the Archemperor's world are destined to be the slaves of the vile Emperor dynasty. Fellow Taoists from the Archemperor's world. We are from the Saint Emperor dynasty. We're here to help you. Join us in resisting the vile Emperor dynasty. Remember, we are the Saint Emperor dynasty. Come look for us. The Saint Emperor dynasty is the only force in the Eternal Lands that can resist the vile Emperor dynasty. Fellow Taoists from the world of the Archemperor, and especially the reigning Archemperor, you really have no choice. Join the Saint Emperor dynasty. In the Eternal Lands, there were 5 immortal domains as well as a misty sea. Within that sea was an enormous, ancient statue, which seemed capable of propping up the very heavens. Suddenly, a massive boom erupted from that statue, to fill all of the Eternal Lands as the statue collapsed. End of Book 6. The Strongest Deva Book 7. The Eternal Immortal Domains. Time passed. Half a year had already gone by since the destruction of the Heavenspan realm. Strange skies, strange lands. Strange cities, strange people. These lands were actually made up of 5 enormous land masses which were called immortal domains. Any one of the immortal domains was dozens of times as large as the Heavenspan realm or more. On one of them, in the eastern part of the domain, was a vast, winding mountain range that resembled a sleeping dragon. Many cities could be seen within those mountains, around which were numerous towns. In one such town was a young man in a rumpled white garment, with a smudged and dirty face. He seemed to be laughing and muttering to himself as he stumbled drunkenly down the street, a jug of alcohol clutched in one hand, from which he occasionally took long swigs. "Immortal domains, huh?" he murmured. From the way he trudged along, he seemed completely despondent. It was autumn, and a biting wind swept through the mountains, sending yellow leaves rustling along down the street. This particular town wasn't very heavily populated. It was located in a relatively remote area, and for the most part the people in it kept to themselves. Because of how bitingly cold the wind was, the few people who did walk down the street all wore thick, warm clothing, and hurried to their destinations as quickly as they could. Clearly, no one wanted to be out on the street on such a chilly evening. And anyone who did have to be out wanted to get back home as quickly as they could, to where it was warm, and to where their friends and families waited for them. However, this drunk young man didn't seem to have any concept of home. He wandered in seemingly aimless fashion, a blank look in his eyes, completely ignoring the biting wind. He didn't seem to mind the wind at all, and in fact, it matched the loneliness in his heart. As he walked along through the evening, he seemed incredibly melancholy. Brittle yellow leaves floated in the air around him, and they seemed to have found a kindred spirit in him that they didn't wish to leave. Immortal domains? Who gives a shit? The aroma of alcohol surrounded the young man as he staggered onward, lifting the jug up for another drink. However, at that point he realized that the jug was empty. Cursing, he lifted it up and jiggled it a bit to get the final remaining drops out. After swallowing them, he smacked his lips. As the amber light of evening shone in his listless eyes, it revealed the bitterness and loss contained deep inside. Out of booze again. At least the alcohol in this world is good stuff. Ducking his head, he began to mutter incoherently as he stumbled off in the direction of the tavern he frequented. His only company, the biting autumn wind. The tavern wasn't very far off, but the young man almost seemed to be walking through knee-deep water as he went along. It took him the time it takes an incense stick to burn before he reached his destination. By that time, not much of the amber sunset remained. He pushed the door open and lurched inside, simultaneously allowing a blast of cold wind to enter with him. There were only about 7 or 8 tables in the tavern, but they were all full. Even the random seats that weren't attached to tables had people in them. There were quite a few young ones present, running about amongst the tables playing while their parents sat chatting and drinking. There wasn't much to do in this remote town, and therefore this tavern, which sold drunken immortal liquor, had long since become a center of activity. It was here that people exchanged local gossip, rumors about the rich people in town, and even stories about immortals. Sometimes, people got drunk and told their secrets out loud, leading to much laughter from their fellows. For most of the people in town, their greatest entertainment was to come to this tavern and enjoy each other's company. As soon as the young man entered, some of the regulars pointed at him and chuckled. "Well, if it isn't Scholar Bai. Hey, shopkeep. Looks like you've got another one hooked on your drunken immortal." Considering how drunk the men were, it was hard to say whether they were being friendly or not. No one in town knew this young man, but the regulars at the tavern recognized him. He had shown up out of nowhere a few months before. He never talked with anyone, and nobody even knew his name. However, he was clearly different from the somewhat rough and uneducated townsfolk. He wore a long white robe and seemed to wallow in melancholy and pain. None of that did anything to forestall the speculation about who exactly he was. He looked like a scholar, specifically the type who had only passed the town-level scholar examinations. Because of the white robe he wore, people took to calling him Scholar Bai. Scholar Bai must have failed in the imperial examinations and doesn't have the face to go home. That's why he's drunk all the time. Nah, you listen to me. Scholar Bai's family all died, and then he got robbed by bandits. The pain of everything he's been through is why he looks so depressed. The crowd in the tavern had noticed how often he came to buy alcohol in the tavern, and considering how despondent he looked, they couldn't help but sigh and come up with various guesses about his past. The young man could hear much of what was being said about him, but didn't seem to care. He stumbled over to the counter, put the alcohol jug down, and then spoke in a somewhat incoherent voice. "Another jug. Shopkeep. Drunken immortal. This drunken immortal of yours. It's good stuff." The shopkeeper, an older fellow in green garments, looked back at the young man and sighed. "Scholar Bai, it's nearly the end of the year. Why don't you save your silver and go back home?" "Home?" The young man chuckled, a blank look in his eyes that seemed tinged with pain. Reaching into the fold of his robe, he pulled out a stack of silver and placed it on the counter. "What, you think I'm poor or something?" The old shopkeeper frowned at the young man's apparent inability to accept a kindness. Looking a bit annoyed, he scooped up the silver, plopped a new jug of alcohol onto the table, and then proceeded to ignore the young man. It was with somewhat glazed eyes that the young man grabbed the jug of alcohol and then took a long drink, smiling foolishly, and face flushed red from the alcohol. He swayed his way toward the door. By this point, the children playing around in the inn had taken notice of the young man, and considering how he was stumbling around, began to jokingly call him a drunkard. The young man didn't care. By the time he walked out of the tavern, it was already dark, and the wind was even colder. He looked around at the lantern light flickering in the windows of the houses, and his heart grew even darker. As the darkness in his heart spread to encompass his eyes, he stumbled off in the direction of a temple where he usually slept. Upon arriving, he slumped down against the wall and continued to drink. The only sound he could hear was the whimpering of the wind and the rustle of the leaves that occasionally landed on him. At one point, a leaf landed on his hand, highlighting a scar there that looked like a spark. "Hower!" he murmured, the pain in his voice clear. Right now, the only thing he could think of to do was drink, to use drunken immortal to descend into a muddle-headed daze. Only by being drunk could he forget about all of the pain and confusion. This young man was Bai Xiaochun. Once upon a time, he had been happy and full of laughter. But in the same way that summer will change into autumn, those things were gone and he had changed. Also gone was his home. Just before passing out, he had heard the deafening boom and watched as the heaven-span realm was destroyed. Later, he woke up in a strange, unfamiliar land to find that everyone from his past was gone. His home was no more. The river-defying sect, Li Qingho, Mistress Red Dust, Song Junwan. They were all gone. Thankfully, Taoist Heavenspan was also gone. However, that fact brought him no joy, only sadness. An ocean of sadness with him at the bottom of it. He wanted to cheer up. And in fact, after being teleported to this immortal domain, he had spent months searching. He had used everything in his power, including all of the power of his cultivation base, and all of his divine sense. But the only things he had found were corpses. One after another, he tracked down people from the lands of Heavenspan who had been teleported to this unfamiliar world. None of them had been able to survive the process and reached their destinations as corpses. It was like a nightmare for him, and led to a moment of weeping in which he simply couldn't hold on any longer. During his months of searching, he had found corpses that included nascent soul cultivators and even Devis. Eventually, he didn't dare to search anymore. He feared that one day he would find Li Qingho, Mistress Red Dust, Song Junwan, or some other familiar faces as corpses. Bai Hao's death, the Gravekeeper's plan, Du Lingfei's tears, the destruction of the world. One corpse after another. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun couldn't take it. Exhausted in all senses of the word, he reached this town, where he ended up in a drunken stupor. He was not the ruthlessly ambitious type like Taoist Heavenspan. He was Bai Xiaochun, a simple person who wanted to be happy and live forever. "If all of you are still alive, then where are you?" he said, his voice slurring a bit as he slowly closed his eyes and passed out. Dawn. The distant sky was misty white, with dark clouds overhead. Gradually, The sun climbed up, turning the clouds violet, and then bright red. Eventually, sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the world in a riot of colors. At around that time, an old man and a youngster appeared, walking through the forested mountain. The old man wore a Taoist robe, and although he kept his cultivation base mostly concealed, from the way his eyes sparkled like lightning, it was obvious that he was in the core formation stage. The child who walked with him was a mere qi condensation cultivator. Eventually they entered the town and reached the temple. Outside the entrance, the youngster caught sight of Bai Xiaochun slumped up against the wall. He frowned. "The world is a bitter place," the old man said. "Those who fail to understand the great Tao live their lives like insects. Pay him no heed." Shaking his head, he led the child inside. Some time ago, the temple had caught fire and nearly burned to the ground. It was in terrible shape. "Master, is this the place?" The old man nodded. "Yes. Years ago, fire fell from the heavens and landed right here. Immerse yourself in this place, and your fire-kindling incantation will rise to the next level." Looking around at the ruins of the temple, he sighed. "This was once a temple to the Eternal Mother. Before you begin meditating, make sure to pay your respects." "The Eternal Mother?" the child said, clearly surprised. He quickly clasped hands and bowed respectfully. Then he looked up at his master and asked, "Master, the story about the Eternal Sons and the enemy from beyond is true, isn't it? And we can see the enemy from beyond when we look up into the sky, right?" The truth was that the boy already knew the answers to his questions, but he still wanted to hear his omniscient master explain the answer. By this point, the conversation between the master and apprentice had reached Bai Xiaochun's ears, and he slowly opened his bleary eyes. He was hungover, and his head was pounding. At the moment, he couldn't even see clearly. But that didn't stop his memories from rising up and filling his heart with pain and confusion. He thought about how he had been forced to fuse with Du Lingfei, and about how his apprentice had died right in front of him. He thought about all the plots and schemes that had played out, and how the entire world had been destroyed in front of his very eyes. The things he had experienced were things that most people of his generation could never even imagine happening. Because of all of that, he now felt confused, bitter, and in pain. He was lost. Only in his drunken dreams could he once again feel happy and blessed. But after sobering up, and looking into a sky that was not the sky of the heaven-span realm, depression would grip him tight once again. After his months of wandering in this strange world, he had heard enough from the local inhabitants to know that he was in the eternal lands. Even the mortals here knew the beautiful legends about this place. The truth was that they actually resided on a gargantuan flower. The eternal flower was vast beyond imagination, with its 5 petals forming enormous districts, which were called immortal domains. People usually referred to the flower as the Eternal Mother, whom they worshipped with pious devotion. Even small, remote towns like this one had temples erected in her honor. According to the legends, people had lived on the petals of the eternal flower for too many years to even count. In fact, it had been this way from the moment life began in this world. In between the 5 immortal domains was something called the Eternal Sea. It was a sea of mists that mortals couldn't even approach safely. According to the stories, within the depths of the Eternal Sea, there had once existed 3 enormous statues. People called the statues the Eternal Sons. In the legends, those 3 eternal sons had once fought a spectacular war with the enemy from beyond. In the final battle, the enemy from beyond fell into slumber, and the 3 eternal sons became statues. It was a story that had been told in the eternal lands for many years. Oftentimes, stories that get passed down through the ages are eventually forgotten or changed. More commonly, people stop believing them, and yet, the story of the 3 eternal sons and the enemy from beyond had never been forgotten. Even the mortals had full faith that the story was no legend. It was the truth. Bai Xiaochun put the jug of alcohol to his lips and took a long drink. As he listened to the master and apprentice talking in the temple, he looked up into the sky. Back when he had first arrived in this world more than half a year ago, he had awoken, looked up and been struck with astonishment. This sky looked very different from the sky he was used to. Now, as he listened to the master talking about the history of the eternal lands, he gazed up into the sky with that same sense of wonderment. On each side of this sky hung 5 enormous mountains. At the bases of either of the 2 sets of 5 mountains were enormous land masses, each of them just as large as one of the immortal domains. The mountains and the land masses did not rise up from the eternal lands, they just hung there, as if they were a part of the heavens. Mountains? Land masses? Bai Xiaochun murmured. No, those are obviously 2 gigantic hands. The hands of a gargantuan giant. That had been his initial reaction months ago upon first looking up into the sky. The truth was that even the children in the eternal lands knew the history of such matters. After all, in addition to the 2 enormous hands in the sky, there was also a face. The face existed far away in the heavens, but it was still clear for everyone to see. It was awe-inspiring, harsh and cruel, and generally speaking, terrifying. That face hovered there at all times in the sky above the eternal lands. If it were true that the mountains and land masses were really hands, just as Bai Xiaochun had assumed from the beginning, then it was obvious to conclude that, because of the huge face, there must be a spectacularly unfathomably large giant in the void outside of the eternal lands. The giant was so large that even half of its face would be large enough to fill most of the sky above the eternal lands. And its hands seemed poised to crush the eternal lands into dust. And he, said the old man in the temple, is the enemy from beyond who fought the 3 eternal suns. According to the legends, the enemy from beyond had destroyed the starry sky, but had been stopped outside of the eternal lands by the 3 eternal suns. Those 3 suns had sacrificed themselves in death to seal the enemy from beyond in a state of slumber. The stories said that one day in the future, the giant would awaken, open his eyes, and try to destroy the eternal lands. Bai Xiaochun took another long drink. He had heard this story numerous times over the past months, and every time he did, it made him think of the mural he had seen on deck one of the Bone Galleon all those years ago. It seemed like the same story. People say that after the 3 eternal suns sealed the enemy from beyond, destructive fluctuations filled the world. Because of that, the eternal suns brought all of their people into their own bodies, and then transformed into 3 enormous statues that stood in the depths of the eternal sea. It is also said that the eternal suns used their last bits of life force to give birth to all the living things that inhabited the worlds formed by their bodies. Their descendants became the imperial clans, and it was the emperors who led their people, spread knowledge of the world, and imparted the ways of cultivation. The legends also speak of how, many years later, the first statue shattered. People emerged from that world and were the first to lay eyes on the eternal lands. When they saw the strange things in the sky, they were not as happy as they had been when they first emerged into the open. However, under the direction of their emperor, they settled down and began to multiply. As Bai Xiaochun listened to the story being told in the temple, he wanted to smile, and yet couldn't. This was not his first time hearing the tale, and yet, every time he did, it shocked him to the core. Eventually, the people from that world created a mighty nation that has existed from generation to generation down to this very day. That is our nation, the Vile Emperor dynasty, one of the 2 imperial dynasties that exists in the eternal lands, and also the most powerful. Eventually, the Vile Emperor dynasty took note of the other 2 statues of the eternal suns. They knew that one day, the 2 statues would break open, and the hosts of living beings inside would emerge. Originally, the Vile Emperor dynasty had intended to welcome the people from the other statues and join forces with them to fight the great enemy. But before they could prepare properly, the second statue unexpectedly shattered. The people inside were teleported to all sorts of locations in the eternal lands. Unexpectedly, they were not interested in fighting the great enemy. They were bent on conquest, and in the end, the Vile Emperor dynasty had no choice but to go to war. It was around that time that an Archean appeared from within the newly arrived imperial clan. Thankfully, the Vile Emperor was already in that same cultivation level. In order to prevent a horrific situation for their peoples, they eventually made peace. As the old man sighed in the temple, Bai Xiaochun took a swig of alcohol, and then chuckled. Bai Xiaochun could see through to the truth almost immediately. The vile emperor dynasty had hoped to control all of the eternal lands, but the second eternal sun statue had opened before they were in a place to do so. The people from within the second statue regrouped and fought back until the vile emperor dynasty had no choice but to declare a truce. Obviously, that other major force was the Saint Emperor dynasty. Originally, there should have been 3 imperial dynasties. The old man said with another sigh. I know, master. The third imperial dynasty was supposed to be the Archemperor dynasty. Hasn't everyone been saying that the third eternal sun statue shattered recently? When Bai Xiaochun heard the boy's words, he looked down at the alcohol jug, his hand trembling. Sadly, the third eternal sun statue was supposed to produce the Archemperor dynasty. But it shattered far, far too late. Right now, the vile emperor dynasty essentially controls 3 of the immortal domains. There are 2 immortal domains that are mostly under the control of Saint Emperor City, which the vile emperor dynasty can't do anything about. The only thing the Archemperor dynasty people are good for now is to bolster the forces of the other 2 imperial dynasties. In any case, the end goal of it all is to deal with the great enemy from beyond. Of course, the sanctimonious Saint Emperor dynasty is weak and useless. Our vile emperor dynasty is the true strength of the eternal lands, and its only hope. By the time the old man got to the last part of his speech, his voice resonated with devotion and zeal. Bai Xiaochun lay there slumped against the wall, hand trembling as he lifted the alcohol jug and took another drink, hoping that he would soon be numb to the bitterness that dwelled in his heart. This town was in the third immortal domain, which was controlled by the vile emperor dynasty. The 5 immortal domains in the eternal lands were all roughly the same size, each one vastly larger than the Heavenspan realm. In fact, the Heavenspan realm would only count as one of the many prefectures that existed within a given immortal domain. Each immortal domain had dozens of prefectures. Within the prefectures were dozens of counties, and within the counties were hundreds of cities and towns of varying sizes. The little town that Bai Xiaochun was in was just such a place. In the eternal lands, the relationship between cultivators and mortals was somewhat different than in the Heavenspan realm. Here, the cultivators took care of the mortals as well as the land itself. Each immortal domain was ruled by a celestial, whose subordinates, the demigods, would oversee the prefectures. Of course, the demigods had subordinates too, Devis who ran the various counties. Usually, nascent soul experts would be in charge of the larger cities, with the smaller locations occasionally being run by core formation cultivators. Not every celestial would be appointed to serve as the ruler of an immortal domain. For example, in the Vile Emperor dynasty, there were only 3 celestials with such responsibility, while the other handful remained stationed in Vile Emperor City. And the Vile Emperor himself was in charge of Vile Emperor City and the areas surrounding it. The Eternal Lands, Bai Xiaochun murmured. Whether it was in terms of sheer size or the number of powerful experts present, the Eternal Lands vastly surpassed the Heavenspan realm. People like Taoist Heavenspan who had not yet become true celestials were by no means rare. Only by reaching the Mahayana realm and becoming celestials could someone truly be counted as a powerful expert in the Eternal Lands. Above the celestial realm was the Archean realm. That was a terrifying level, and in all of the Eternal Lands, there were only 2 such people, the 2 emperors. From what Bai Xiaochun could tell, quasi-Archeans were people in the great circle of the celestial realm, or people who had failed to actually become Archeans. I wonder where that laughing, crying ghost face came from originally, he thought. Then he shook his head. Every time his thoughts strayed to such matters, many images would appear in his mind. He would see friends and family from the Heavenspan realm, people that he had been unable to find. During his first few months of searching, it had been easy to track down the aura of the Heavenspan realm. He had found corpses of strangers, and some who were familiar faces. Each time he had trembled and looked up into the sky, heart racked with grief. At some point, the old man and the boy moved on from the temple. When they did, the boy couldn't conceal his excitement at having gained enlightenment of his magical technique. Eventually, the sun set. Bai Xiaochun was still lying there against the temple wall, as drunk as ever. He almost looked like he was asleep. Usually, he would only leave the spot when he ran out of alcohol. Then he would stagger over to the tavern to buy more, then come back to the temple, lean up against the wall, and watch the sun rising and setting, or look up at the strange hands and the evil face in the sky. Days turned into a blur. Bai Xiaochun had no idea how much time had passed. He had a scraggly beard now, and his clothing was so dirty it threatened to turn black. He no longer thought about the past. Unwilling to deal with the pain, he entered a state of almost complete mental blankness. Sometimes a dried-up leaf would land in front of him, and he would stare at it for the entire day. It was almost as if by looking at the leaf, he could see all of the happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy it had experienced in its life. One thing he loved was when night fell and, from his spot at the temple, he could see lamplight filling the little town. Each of those flickering lamps represented a family. He looked at them until his tears ran dry. Sadly, the lamp of his heart seemed impossible to spark to life. One autumn night, thunder rumbled in the sky, and great, bean-sized drops of rain began to fall, almost as cold as ice. Clearly, winter was on the way. Bai Xiaochun looked up into the night, and the rain splashed onto his face. For the first time, he actually felt cold. However, it was also in that same moment that he looked down at the back of his hand, to the spark-shaped scar that was the spot where Bai Hao had perished. "It's warm," he said. It had been a long time since he spoke out loud, and the feeling was strange. As he looked down at his hand, his disheveled hair fell down to cover his face, and yet, it couldn't cover the confused shock in his eyes. He suddenly began to pant. "It's warm." Shivering, he lifted his hand up until it was right in front of his nose. For the first time in a long time, his eyes were not cloudy and dim, but rather shone with the bright light of surprise. Deep within his gaze, a stubborn determination suddenly erupted to life. "It's warm!" he exclaimed in a quavering voice. Unable to stop his hand from shaking, he sent some divine sense into it, and specifically, the spark-shaped mark on it. He had done this on numerous occasions before, but his divine sense had never detected anything in particular. But now it did. All of a sudden, his dry eyes began to overflow with tears. "Howard, you're not dead." All of a sudden, mad excitement rose up inside of him. Up above, thunder crashed, but it was like nothing compared to what was happening inside his mind and heart. He could sense Bai Hao's aura. Deep inside the mark on his hand, he could sense Bai Hao as an incredibly weak discarnate soul. He was as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. And yet, within that weakness, he showed a tenacious refusal to be destroyed. Unfortunately, it would be many years before he managed to grow strong and recover. Shaking physically, Bai Xiaochun grabbed one hand with the other and then pushed them both up against his chest. Considering his unkempt hair and scraggly beard, he looked very much like a destitute beggar who had just found the most precious of gems. As the rain fell down on him, it was for the first time since he arrived in the Eternal Lands that he smiled. "Howard!" he murmured in excitement. He smiled as excitedly as a child would, a smile that had appeared often in the Heavenspan realm, but after everything he had experienced, had become as rare as a jewel. In his state of despondency, the fluctuations of Bai Hao's soul became something like a burning lantern on a dark night. Despite how wet and freezing it was that night, Bai Xiaochun felt warm. Back in the wildlands, master and apprentice had depended on each other for survival as they ran their little spirit enhancement shop. And it was that memory which suddenly brought Bai Xiaochun to his senses. It was almost like the sun rising up from the horizon. He looked back down at his hand, and suddenly wondered if he was dreaming. Therefore, he probed at the scar on his hand over and over again to make sure. Finally, he breathed a long sigh. Bai Hao was definitely not dead. Or perhaps it was most appropriate to say that his soul had not fully dispersed. Perhaps it was something the gravekeeper had done. Or perhaps it was Bai Hao's own determination. Either way, he had somehow survived as a discarnate soul. Bai Xiaochun had reached out to try to grab Bai Hao, only to have a tiny spark fall down onto the back of his hand. And that spark was the discarnate soul. It was so weak that it seemed it might vanish at any moment. And yet there it was, inside the scar. Due to the string of catastrophic events that had ended in the destruction of the Heavenspan realm, Bai Xiaochun had never sensed the oh-so-weak fluctuations of the soul. But now, in this tiny town, in his moment of quiet despair, as he sat there watching the sun rise and set, he suddenly sensed something in the mark on the back of his hand. "You're still with me," he murmured. A bit of pain and bitterness could be seen in his smile as he lifted his alcohol jug up to take another drink. It was almost empty. "This drunken immortal is good stuff, Howard." Rubbing his aching temples, he began to head toward the tavern again. As he walked along, talking to himself and drinking, the other people on the street would look at him with strange expressions and hurry to get out of his way. "Scholar Bai is crazy." He started talking to himself. Who is this Bai Hao fellow? His assistant or something? You can't help but feel sorry for him. Bai Xiaochun ignored all the townsfolk pointing and whispering about him. Before, he had been all alone in the world, but now he had Bai Hao to accompany him. His whole day was spent drinking and talking to his apprentice, until he eventually staggered back to the temple and leaned up against the crumbling wall. There, he stared up blankly into the sky again. The fluctuations of Bai Hao's soul were like a lamp on a dark night, casting light out into the world. Before, Bai Xiaochun had been unwilling to consider what the future held. But now he began to ponder just that. "Howard, what do you think Master should do? Maybe I should look for people from the Heavenspan realm. But I already looked. From the moment I woke up, I started looking. All I found were corpses. Howard, do you remember Beihan Lai? Oh right, you never met him. Well, I found his corpse." Bai Xiaochun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he took another drink. "I don't want to keep looking. But what else am I supposed to do in this strange, unfamiliar world? I wish you could wake up. You would definitely have some great ideas. You always do." Bai Xiaochun sighed and looked up at the setting sun, and the amber glow which it cast out across the sky. It was almost dark when he decided that he needed more alcohol. Like usual, he crawled to his feet and headed toward the tavern, where he got another jug. By the time he headed back out into the dark, he was already drunk again. Ah, the drunken life. That's how to be happy. He threw his head back and laughed heartily, then suddenly started crying. By the time he staggered back to the temple, he was out of energy and collapsed face first onto the ground. His jug rolled off to the side, spilling quite a bit of alcohol. There were a few lamps lit within the little town, but none of them were strong enough to illuminate the ruins of the temple. A biting wind kicked up, and whether it was the rustling of the withered leaves that blew through the air, or the whisper of the bamboo forests around the village, it all sounded very desolate. The night grew darker, and the wind picked up. Eventually, one particularly strong gust of wind pushed the empty jug of alcohol into motion. It rolled off to the side and down into a nearby ditch, where a foot suddenly stepped down onto it, crushing it into the mud. That drunkard is going to drink himself to death sooner or later. You know, he must be pretty rich. Think about it. He's been drinking for months and months, but still has money to spend. We're actually doing a good thing here. His money would do a lot more good in our pockets than it would being wasted by him, drinking himself to death. Let's just send him off early to reunite with his dead family. 3 local ruffians emerged from the nearby bamboo forest, joking greedily amongst themselves as they tromped over to the temple. They were members of a local gang, mortals who had long since taken notice of Bai Xiaochun. Originally, they hadn't given him much thought, but when they realized that he continually bought drunken immortal and never seemed to run out of money, their interest was piqued. To ruffians like this, a drunkard with deep pockets was like a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Only one of the ruffians actually approached Bai Xiaochun. The other 2 fanned out to act as lookouts. As far as they were concerned, any of them could single-handedly take care of a single drunken scholar. One of the ruffians standing watch chuckled and said, "Hurry up and kill him, Sun Wu. Then we can take the loot to the pink and lace pavilion and have a real good time." The one they called Sun Wu didn't hesitate. He walked over to where Bai Xiaochun lay on the ground outside the temple and squatted down next to him. The sooner you die, Scholar Bai, the sooner you can be reincarnated. I'm just helping you out here. With that, he reached into the fold of his robe and pulled out a dagger, which he placed right over Bai Xiaochun's heart. Because of the life of crime they had led, these three ruffians had done things that most ordinary people had not. They had taken lives in the past, and although they couldn't be considered particularly powerful or dangerous, were vicious and merciless to the core. They had never even considered sparing Bai Xiaochun's life. He was an outsider, so if he died, no one would care too much. On the other hand, if they robbed him but left him alive, and he reported the theft to the authorities, it could cause them a big headache. The moonlight caught the dagger, causing it to glint in sinister fashion. Sun Wu smiled coldly, but then realized that considering the scholar might awaken from the pain, he reached down and clamped his hand over his mouth. He had killed people in this way before. However, something different happened this time. As he tried to plunge the knife into Bai Xiaochun's chest, it felt like he had struck a slab of metal. He pushed harder, but then let out a yelp of shock and pain as the dagger snapped in half. To Sun Wu's shock, his forefinger was cut by the broken dagger and began to bleed. It was too dark for the other ruffians to see what was happening, so one of them called out, "Hurry it up, Sun Wu. What are you doing?" Sun Wu took a deep breath. He looked at the broken dagger, and then the sleeping Bai Xiaochun, who reeked of alcohol. Assuming that it was a problem with his dagger, he borrowed a saber from one of his fellows and then hacked it down onto Bai Xiaochun's neck. A cracking sound rang out, and Sun Wu shrieked and staggered backward, his arms vibrating so hard he worried his bones might break. He even lost his balance and fell onto the ground, the shattered remnants of the saber scattering around him. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was snoring just as loudly as before, and hadn't reacted at all. To him, both the dagger and the saber had felt like little more than a mosquito landing on him. Sun Wu and his companions immediately began to sweat profusely, and their eyes went as wide as if they had seen a ghost. How is this even possible? The cold wind was no different than it always was. And yet, as it blew on the three shivering ruffians, they were soaked with sweat. An immortal, Sun Wu blurted. He's definitely an immortal. The mere thought that he had struck an immortal made Sun Wu feel like crying. In fact, he was certain that his life was about to end. So what if he's an immortal? One of the other ruffians said. I saw an immortal a few years ago, and he got gutted like a pig. Perhaps this fellow was confused about what he had seen in the past. Or perhaps he was just so terrified that he wasn't thinking straight. Either way, he quickly pulled out an axe and aimed it at Bai Xiaochun's head. If he is an immortal, we're dead anyway, so we might as well go for broke. Howling, the ruffian swung the axe down with all his might. When it hit, a cracking sound could be heard as the haft of the axe shattered into pieces. As for the axe blade, it might as well have struck a boulder, and it turned into a blur of light that whizzed back and embedded itself into the ruffian's face. Before the blood could even drip down from the wound, the ruffian staggered backward, and then flopped down onto his back, dead. Sun Wu and the other ruffian were scared out of their minds. Screaming, they turned to run away. Terrified, they didn't dare to stay in the town for another night. After stealing some horses, they rode off into the night. Back at the temple, the cold wind blew over the corpse with the axe head embedded in its face. Eventually, the blood from the wound pooled around the unmoving body. Some time passed, and Bai Xiaochun managed to open his eyes. He looked at the bamboo forest, and the corpse lying next to him, and then struggled to his feet. Annoyed at having been woken up hungover, he stumbled to the tavern to buy some more alcohol. After returning, he slumped down against the wall, oblivious to his own filthy clothes and hair as he started drinking again. Before long, the alcohol allowed him to revel in his fancies and forget any painful and bitter memories. As he drank, the sky turned dark. Soon, hints of dawn could be seen on the horizon, and the inky darkness began to retreat. It was at that point that Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered with disbelief. Straining his eyes to focus, he looked at the bamboo forest not too far away, and suddenly began to tremble. In fact, his hand started shaking so hard that he dropped the jug of alcohol. There, striding out of the bamboo, was a tall man clad in a black robe. He almost seemed at one with the night, wrapped up in a sinister, ghostly energy that transformed the temple and its surrounds into an underworldly hell. The man walked up to Bai Xiaochun, loomed over him, and then let out a sigh of regret. When he spoke, it was in a voice that seemed profoundly ancient. "Got any more left in that jug? Can I have some? Big bro. Giant ghost?" Bai Xiaochun could do little more than stare blankly at this tall man in black. Sure enough, he was none other than the giant ghost king. This was the first living friend Bai Xiaochun had encountered after arriving in the Eternal Lands. He looked much, much older than he had back in the Heavenspan realm. He had scars on his face. Clearly, he had experienced many trials in the more than half a year since he had been teleported to the Eternal Lands. Looking very tired, he sat down next to Bai Xiaochun. After leaning up against the temple wall, he reached out, grabbed the alcohol jug, and took a long, hard swig. Bai Xiaochun suddenly jumped to his feet and sent some divine sense out into the area. "Don't bother," the giant ghost king said, not even bothering to look over. "I have no idea where Zimo is, or anybody else. The only person here is me." With that, he continued to drink. Bai Xiaochun suddenly seemed to lose even the power to stay standing. He flopped to the ground, snatched the alcohol jug back from the giant ghost king, and took a drink. However, it was empty. He shook it back and forth a bit to get the last drop or two out, and then threw it off to the side. The giant ghost king didn't say anything. "How did you find me?" Bai Xiaochun asked, his voice hoarse. The giant ghost king produced a jug of alcohol from his bag of holding, took a long drink, then tossed it to Bai Xiaochun. "By looking for half a year." In the moment when the world collapsed, Bai Xiaochun had been severely injured because of his fight with Taoist Heavenspan, and thus lost consciousness upon being teleported away. However, the giant ghost king had not lost consciousness. He had been there to watch as Bai Xiaochun was whisked away to the third immortal domain in the Vile Emperor dynasty, just as he had been. He had begun his search almost immediately. Just like Bai Xiaochun, he had found so many corpses that he eventually began to sink into bitterness and despondency. However, he had held fast to his belief that Bai Xiaochun was alive. That faith pushed him through many months until this very day, when he finally found Bai Xiaochun wasting away outside of the temple. The truth was that the giant ghost king was in just as bad a state as Bai Xiaochun. After the war in the Wildlands, the world had been destroyed, and his daughter went missing. He had once been a mighty heavenly king in the Archemperor dynasty, but now everything had changed. The wife he had taken in Giant Ghost City was also nowhere to be found. And thus, the heart of the mighty giant ghost king eventually went dark. The people he had once ruled, and his previous glory, were gone in the blink of an eye. They were a thing of the past. Here he was alone in the Eternal Lands, starting over from scratch. Considering how old he was now, the idea of being back at square one caused him to sigh bitterly. It was just when things seemed to hit rock bottom that he realized that the alcohol in the Eternal Lands was a wonderful thing. This alcohol could get mortals drunk, and could also get immortals drunk. Bai Xiaochun took a drink, then stared off into the distance for a moment. Eventually he said, "Did you see?" Certain that the giant ghost king would know what he was talking about, he didn't finish his sentence. A moment passed, and then the giant ghost king replied, "Did I see anyone else alive? You're the only one I've encountered so far. However, I'm certain that even though a lot of people died in the teleportation, there are some who survived. I saw many of them flying through the starry sky." Bai Xiaochun looked quietly up into the night sky. As he did, there were other people on the other immortal domains of the Eternal Lands doing the same thing. They were in different domains, different continents, different counties. Some were in cities, and others were out in the wilderness. But all of them had the blood of the lands of Heavenspan in their veins, and all of them were looking up into an unfamiliar night sky. They were like a vast multitude of stars, flickering with their own desires, not willing to resign themselves to fate. Li Qingho, Patriarch Spirit Stream, Master God Diviner, Su Baokai, Zhou Zimo, Song Jun 1. Bruiser was out there as well. Because of the insanity to which Bai Xiaochun had sunk, he had forgotten about Bruiser during the final hectic moments of the fighting. After being teleported into the Eternal Lands, Bruiser found himself among strangers, and was scared. He couldn't sense Bai Xiaochun's aura, but he could sense some familiar fluctuations. And after searching for a time, he found Song Jun 1. That was when he realized that the familiar fluctuations were not coming from Song Jun 1, but rather from inside of her belly. The blood was familiar, but the aura was not. Bruiser didn't understand. However, when he saw Song Junwin's beaming smile, he knew that he had to protect her, and protect that aura inside of her. Bruiser knew that sooner or later, he would find that familiar face, which he longed to see in this strange land. The following day, the corpse was gone. The ruffians who had stolen horses and disappeared into the night would never again be seen in the world. Although Bai Xiaochun didn't care about them, the giant ghost king wanted to make sure there were no loose ends. Although the people in the town were all mortals, he still didn't want to risk word spreading that could cause trouble. The gang in town lost 3 members, and although they investigated the matter, they didn't turn up any evidence about what had happened, and quickly forgot the matter. As for Bai Xiaochun, he continued with his usual routine. However, now he didn't drink alone. Whenever he went to the tavern, he was joined by an old man. The man was tall and tough-looking. Although he was old, he was mighty and heroic, and made quite the contrast to the slim, fair Bai Xiaochun. In fact, his burly frame, the scars on his face, and his overall manly appearance made him quite attractive to many of the women in town. Eventually, a month had gone by. The giant ghost king never tried to force Bai Xiaochun to cheer up. The two of them spent their days drinking, and their nights dreaming drunken dreams. They talked a lot. The giant ghost king recalled his past glories, and bragged about how incredible he had been. He even talked about how many young noblewomen had crawled into bed with him throughout the years. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun started to get bored with such stories, and began to throw in some sarcastic comments here and there. At one point, he yawned and said, "Hey, remember that woman from that one clan? I forgot which clan it was. Have you forgotten who told me to go get her, and then made me the scapegoat in the whole thing? You old pervert." Nobody in the Wildlands ever found out the truth. Although he wasn't as talkative as the giant ghost king, every time he said something sarcastic, it would catch the man by surprise. After a moment passed, the giant ghost king would then angrily resort to reminding Bai Xiaochun who he was. Grabbing the alcohol jug out of Bai Xiaochun's hand, he glared at him and growled, "Listen, fool. I'm your father-in-law. You think I don't know about you and Zimo? If it hadn't been for me secretly playing matchmaker, that would never have happened." Snorting coldly, he guzzled down some alcohol. Upon hearing Zhou Zimo's name, Bai Xiaochun sighed despondently. When the giant ghost king saw that, he felt a bit bad. Sighing, he said, "Hey Xiaochun, do you know why the archemperors never had many children?" Somewhat taken aback, Bai Xiaochun looked over at the giant ghost king. "Few people know the truth, but as a heavenly king, I know many things that ordinary people don't. You see, people who cultivate the undying live forever technique have much stronger male energy than ordinary cultivators. Because of that, it's impossible for them to get mortal women pregnant. And even if they get a female cultivator pregnant, it will take dozens of years or more for that masculine energy to cause the baby to form." This was Bai Xiaochun's first time hearing anything like this, and although he was a bit shocked, he actually didn't find it very surprising. As he took another drink, the giant ghost king went on to another conversation topic. Before long, Bai Xiaochun was as silent and depressed as he had been earlier. The giant ghost king sighed, and deep within his eyes, it was possible to see a glint of worry. He knew that Bai Xiaochun had suffered a much greater blow than he had. Furthermore, when it came to how many years the two of them had lived, the giant ghost king really did count as an old man compared to Bai Xiaochun. However, he wasn't hoping to immediately light a fire in Bai Xiaochun's heart. He wanted to help him recover slowly. And in fact, a month later, it was already possible to see that Bai Xiaochun was different from before. He talked a bit more, and would smile more often. Another half a month went by. The regulars at the tavern were now used to Bai Xiaochun and the old man coming to buy alcohol. Furthermore, the old man was quite different from Bai Xiaochun. He liked to talk, and before long people got comfortable around him. Some people even noticed that the old man referred to himself as Scholar Bai's father-in-law. Eventually, people in tavern formed their own version of Bai Xiaochun's background. So, Scholar Bai's wife died. His own wife. No wonder he's been so down in the dumps. Now the two of them are relying on each other to survive. You have to admit, the world is a crazy place right now. Most of the people in the tavern would sigh sadly at the story. Bai Xiaochun and the giant ghost king began to argue more often as time went on. One evening in the temple, as the giant ghost king lounged against the wall, guzzling some alcohol, he looked over at Bai Xiaochun and said, "Xiaochun, I'm telling you, there's no flower up in the sky, just that ugly face. We're out of alcohol. Go get some more." Bai Xiaochun frowned at having his reverie interrupted. Glaring, he threw the jug over to the giant ghost king. "You go," he said. The giant ghost king sat up straight and yelled, "Bai Xiaochun, don't think I've forgotten how you slapped me and kidnapped me. We never settled that debt. All I want you to do is go get some booze. But you come up with a million excuses. Don't forget that I'm your father-in-law." After hearing the giant ghost king call himself father-in-law for over a month, Bai Xiaochun felt like his ears were about to fall off. Glancing mischievously out of the corner of his eyes, he said, "Oh yeah, well I'm the arch-ancestor." Bai Xiaochun's words apparently caught the giant ghost king completely by surprise, and he couldn't think of anything to say. Even as he sat there, eyes turned up in thought, Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered. Then the two of them looked at the door of the temple. Before long, the voice of a woman could be heard from outside. "Squire Zhou, Scholar Bai, I have some good news for the both of you." From the way the woman spoke, she sounded very happy and excited. Even as her words continued to echo out, she stepped into the temple. Neither young nor old, she was dressed in fine clothing, and was flanked by several handmaidens. "Well, if it isn't Madame Sun," the giant ghost king said, his eyes sparkling. Ignoring Bai Xiaochun, he rose to his feet. "Please, let's talk over here." Bai Xiaochun sighed. The giant ghost king had made quite a few friends since coming to town. Bai Xiaochun had been in the town for a lot longer than him, and yet wouldn't even have been able to guess what this woman's name was. Bai Xiaochun looked at the giant ghost king and the woman standing there off to the side talking back and forth, and couldn't help but marvel. Here was the giant ghost king, a mighty demigod, a heavenly king, acting just like a mortal. Although that in itself wasn't necessarily amazing, the fact that he even knew how to deal with mortals on the romantic side left Bai Xiaochun mostly speechless. All of a sudden, Madame Sun gently pushed the giant ghost king away from her. "You devil!" she exclaimed, eyes flashing charmingly, but expression serious. She continued, "Squire Zhou, I'm being serious here. Widow Zhang has a shop in the east part of town. Her husband died years ago, and ever since then has maintained the propriety of a widow. She's also one of the most good-looking women in town, and very rich. You're lucky to have a woman like that take a liking to you, Squire Zhou. She asked me to come here and see if you would be willing to marry into her family. If you are, then she'll give you 30% of her shop as her dowry." In response to Madame Sun's words, the giant ghost king's jaw dropped. Never could he have imagined that something like this would happen to him in a little town like this. After all, he was a mighty demigod. To marry into the family of a mortal widow would be very embarrassing. However, the truth was that despite how old he was still tall and well-built and also very handsome. To most older women, he would be considered very attractive. Bai Xiaochun was also stunned. He looked at Madame Sun, and then at the giant ghost king, and despite how depressed he still was, couldn't help but slap his thigh and start laughing. "Congratulations, father-in-law," he said. All of a sudden, he felt the sadness and bitterness inside of him melt away a bit. The truth was that all the bickering with the giant ghost king had been slowly chipping away at the ice which held his heart locked up. And now, his laughter caused those cracks to widen and begin to fall away. In contrast, the giant ghost king was very depressed by Xiaochun's words. However, even as Xiaochun stood there laughing, Madame Sun looked over at him with narrowed eyes. "Oh, Scholar Bai," she said with a smile. "I'm glad you approve of the matter. Silly me, I forgot about the good news for you." Widow Zhang said that if Squire Zhou accepted her proposal, then her daughter, whose husband just died last month, and who is also very beautiful, would be the perfect match for you. If both of you agree to marry into the family, she'll give you 50% of the shop. I guess her daughter must have just been born under an ill star. Her husband was a ruffian of sorts, a real plague on the village. Supposedly, he got what was coming to him, and was tossed out into the wilderness for the animals to eat. Obviously, he's nothing like the well-educated and cultured man you are, Scholar Bai. All of a sudden, Xiaochun's laughter screeched to a halt. Then, a moment later, the giant ghost king started laughing. The leaves of autumn had all fallen, and the cold of winter had set in. Although the coldest days of the season had not yet come, it was still cold enough that most people didn't want to go outside. The bite of the wind was like blades against the face. It was still possible to see a few leaves on the ground, but they were all dry and yellow, and would collapse into fragments at the slightest touch. Only once in a while would a leaf be seen dancing in the wind. But now that winter had arrived, none of them seemed willing to stay in the town, and would fly off into the distance as quickly as possible. It was in such weather that Madame Sun had left the warmth of the buildings in town and come to the dilapidated temple to talk with the father and son that lived there. After all, if she succeeded in her task, the compensation she would receive from Widow Zhang would be considerable. Because of that, she wouldn't give up easily. She tried over and over again to convince Xiaochun and the giant ghost king to agree to the deal. She emphasized that for the two of them, it was the kind of rare chance that would only come around once in a blue moon, and that they definitely should not allow the opportunity to slip by. She talked up the good looks of the younger widow, and repeatedly pointed out how profitable the shop was. Over and over again, she explained out how much they would be losing out if they didn't agree. The giant ghost king wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. Despite being a demigod cultivator, there was no reason for him to be cruel in his refusal. All he could do was tell Madame Sun that they would think about the proposal, and then ask her to be on her way. After she left, he turned back to Xiaochun and sighed. "See? I'm just too dashing. This is how it was back in Giant Ghost City. It was so bad I preferred to stay indoors. Whenever I went out, the women would all go crazy, young and old alike." Although his words were spoken as if in frustration, it was impossible for him to hide how pleased he was with himself. Who would have thought that in a little town like this where nobody even knows I'm a cultivator, the same thing would happen again? I guess it's really my fault. He sighed. Xiaochun wasn't exactly pleased to see the giant ghost king moaning and groaning about how amazing he was. It was worse that Widow Zhang had obviously been using Xiaochun as a bargaining chip to try to gain the giant ghost king's approval. Otherwise, why else would she have offered her daughter to Xiaochun in marriage after she had only been widowed for a month? I can't believe that I, Xiaochun, am not even as attractive to these mortals as this old fogey. Not willing to accept the truth of it, he looked at the preening giant ghost king out of the corner of his eye and snorted coldly. "Congratulations, father-in-law. Who would have thought that you would put down roots in this little town? I'm sure you'll really prosper here. You absolutely, positively must not refuse the offer. Oh, you'll also need alcohol for the wedding. So why don't you go get another jug?" By force of habit, the giant ghost king glared at Xiaochun and prepared to start arguing. But then he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Now that I think about, I remember seeing this Widow Zhang before. I'm pretty sure I passed her on the street on the way to get alcohol. If I remember, she blushed when she saw me. She's actually pretty good looking. Nice figure. Attractive rear end. A real hottie." The giant ghost king's eyes began to shine brightly, especially upon describing what Widow Zhang looked like. "Wait, hold on a second. I should head over to that shop to double-check. After all, She's making an offer in good faith, and I've always been a straightforward and candid person. I can't take advantage of her good faith. The giant ghost king had been somewhat of a pervert even back in the wildlands, especially when it came to attractive women of his own age. That much was obvious from how he had secretly asked Bai Xiaochun to bring him that one particular woman from the clan outside of Giant Ghost City. Here he was, down and out in the eternal lands, and yet his personality hadn't changed. Now that his passions were aroused, he didn't care what kind of sarcastic things Bai Xiaochun said. Full of zest, he hurried out of the temple. "Xiaochun," he called over his shoulder. "You'll have to drink alone today. I'll be back later." Bai Xiaochun was a bit stunned. Although he knew of the giant ghost king's lecherous nature, he would never have been able to guess that the man would even be attracted to mortal women. How could a demigod expert be like that? Bai Xiaochun smiled wryly at how eagerly the giant ghost king rushed out of the temple, and was about to yell something after him when, all of a sudden his eyes flickered, and then began to shine with a light much more intense than anything which had appeared in them in recent days. He wasn't the only one to react in such a way. The giant ghost king suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked up. Instead of the fiery light of passion which had just been burning in his eyes, his expression was now as cold as Bai Xiaochun's. The biting winter wind wasn't even close to being as cold as their gazes, and in fact, it didn't dare to remain and died down. Moments later, a whistling sound filled the air, along with 3 distant beams of bright light. As they got closer to the town, it was possible to see that within them were 3 Deva cultivators, natives of the eternal lands. 2 of them simply continued to fly overhead, but the third, a middle-aged man with an intimidating expression on his face, came to a stop in midair above the town. As he did, he unleashed a Deva aura that caused rumbling to fill the air like heavenly thunder. All of the mortals in the town began to tremble in fear, and no matter where they were or what they were doing, dropped to kowtow to the figure up above. In the eternal lands, mortals didn't view the immortals as figures of legend and myth. Although they didn't necessarily see them every day, they were by no means rare. In fact, even this small town had an official residence set aside for them. As the Deva fluctuations filled the town, 4 figures emerged from a rather large pagoda. They quickly flew up into the air toward the Deva, and then kowtowed in greeting. One of them was the old man who had taken his apprentice to the temple some time ago, the core formation cultivator. Another of the 4 was that very apprentice, the boy who was in the chi condensation level. The other 2 were young men, both of whom had foundation establishment cultivation bases. The entire group was visibly sweating as they greeted the Deva. "Greetings, immortal," the old man said respectfully. The Deva looked at the man with a piercing gaze, then clasped his hands behind his back and spoke in a voice that echoed out like thunder in all directions. "I bear orders from the demigod preceptor of Cross Peak Prefecture, Master Dust Origin. All inhabitants of Cross Peak Prefecture are hereby commanded to participate in the manhunt for people from the Heavenspan realm. Every single one of them must be tracked down and delivered to the local prefecture, even the corpses. Anyone who harbors or assists refugees from the Heavenspan realm will be severely punished, and possibly have their clan exterminated. If anyone is found guilty of negligence by allowing Heavenspan cultivators to reside in the area, they will have their cultivation base crippled. There will be no leniency in this regard, and anyone willfully violating any of these orders will bring greater disaster onto themselves than they can possibly imagine. Of special importance are any Heavenspan cultivators in the foundation establishment level or higher. Hold nothing back to capture them. Anyone who does will be handsomely rewarded by the vile emperor." His words were spoken in callous and grim fashion, and left everyone in the town trembling, especially the core formation cultivator. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he said, "We will follow the orders of the preceptor down to the smallest aspect. If any Heavenspan denizens appear in our area, we will put our lives on the line to do just as the vile emperor and the preceptor command." The Deva nodded slowly, then scanned the area with divine sense. Finding nothing unusual, he turned and sped off into the distance to the next location on his list of places to make the announcement. Generally speaking, A voice transmission would have been sufficient, but in order to emphasize the importance of the matter, this Deva and his compatriots were personally taking the announcement to everyone in Cross-Peak Prefecture, and simultaneously inspecting the area. After the Deva left, the town did not simply go back to business as usual. No one would dare to take the words of a Deva lightly, and thus the old man in the core formation stage immediately passed down orders, instructing the gang in town to perform a thorough search. Back in the temple, Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone with cold light, as did the giant ghost king's. I could smell the blood of heaven-span cultivators on him, Bai Xiaochun said. The giant ghost king snorted and flew up into the air. Some distance away from the town, the Deva who had just made such an impressive showing was currently flying through the air over Cross-Peak Prefecture. This is all the fault of those vermin from the heaven-span realm, he muttered. He was the youngest Deva in Cross-Peak Prefecture, a fact of which he was very proud, arrogant even. Considering that he had already made such achievements, it seemed likely that his future prospects were considerable. Although reaching the demigod realm might not be realistic, he was confident that he would eventually get to the great circle of the Deva realm. Why don't the heaven-span people just hand themselves over to be slaves? Why resist? What's the point of struggling? The man chuckled, thinking back to the search for heaven-span cultivators which had already gone on over the past half-year or so in Cross-Peak Prefecture. A flicker of scorn passed through his eyes. From what I heard, the legacy of the Archemperor dynasty was never passed on. They had some guy called the Celestial? How dare he call himself that without ever having reached the Mahayana realm? And what about that arch-ancestor? The man shook his head arrogantly. Although people with the blood of the heavenspan realm are supposedly really good at spirit enhancement. That's pretty amazing. At this point, his eyes began to burn with anticipation. After all, the rewards offered by the vile emperor were quite attractive. Pushing forward with greater speed, he thought, the best would be to capture one of the heavenspan devas. Even as his heart surged with excitement, the air around him suddenly distorted. It happened so quickly that he had no time to react. A hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere, which then reached out and grabbed him by the neck. You? The man's eyes went wide, filling with terror and shock as he realized that he was powerless to struggle against this hand. In fact, he could sense that all the hand needed to do was squeeze down a bit, and he would be crushed out of existence. Demigod? He didn't even have time to transmit a message before that very power he feared erupted into him. However, it didn't kill him, it merely shoved him into unconsciousness. Then he was dragged away by the hand, vanishing without a trace. From the moment the hand appeared until both of them were gone, only a brief moment passed. No evidence was left behind of what had occurred, not even a tiny energy fluctuation. Back in the temple, a cold, grim expression could be seen on Bai Xiaochun's face as he sat there against the wall. A moment later, the giant ghost king entered, his expression equally grave. A limp Deva held in his hand the same way he might hold a chicken. After walking over to Bai Xiaochun, he dumped the Deva down onto the ground. The Deva shivered and opened his eyes. After looking around and seeing Bai Xiaochun and the giant ghost king, he began to pant. "Who are you people?" he blurted, his mind and heart battered by waves of shock as he realized that his cultivation base was sealed, making him little more than a mortal. As for the old man who had captured him, he had his cultivation base fluctuations masked to a certain degree, but the Deva could tell that he was no ordinary demigod. The pressure the Deva felt when looking at him was even more terrifying than those of Cross-Peak Prefecture's preceptor, the demigod master Dust Origin. Then he looked over at Bai Xiaochun, sitting off to the side with a blank face. When Bai Xiaochun looked back at him, he sensed something intangible stabbing into him, causing his head to spin, and shaking him down to the depths of his being. It was as if that gaze contained divine sense which could peer at every aspect of him, inside and out. At this point, the Deva cultivator felt 10 times more shaken than he had before. Seals, celestial, he stammered. Years ago, he had accompanied the demigod preceptor to visit the celestial who presided over the third immortal domain, and back then, he had experienced this same feeling. It was as if the person sitting in front of him wasn't a cultivator, but rather a god. As of this moment, he had no need to ask who this person was. "Your arch-ancestor by Xiaochun," he said in a quavering voice. He had now fully resolved to not do anything to resist. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered with cold light and killing intent. The fact that this person knew who he was would actually make certain matters easier to handle. Narrowing his eyes, the giant ghost king said, "Where are you from?" Knowing who Bai Xiaochun was, the Deva could already begin to speculate who this old man was that kept him company, although he couldn't be certain. In any case, considering that he was a demigod, there was no way to conceal anything from him. The Deva knew that if he didn't talk quickly enough, the man would have plenty of ways of making him talk. When he saw Bai Xiaochun frown in response to what he had just said, his heart began to pound, and he added, "Junior's name is Li Hai. I am a subordinate of the preceptor of Cross Peak Prefecture, the 17th prefecture of the third immortal domain of the Vile Emperor dynasty. There are a total of 6 celestials in the Vile Emperor dynasty, who rotate leadership of the second and third immortal domains. Currently overseeing the third immortal domain is Celestial Ghost Mother." In response to the man's words, Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed, and the giant ghost king's heart began to pound. Both of them were familiar with the name Ghost Mother. The huge fight between the Gravekeeper and Gongsun Wanner in the Wildlands was something the giant ghost king could never forget. "Ghost Mother?" Bai Xiaochun asked. "Not Celestial Verpka?" The divine abilities and Taoist magics of Ghost Mother were of the same line of cultivation as the giant ghost kings. Despite how down and out both he and Bai Xiaochun had been during the past several months, they had still come to know a lot about the third immortal domain. For example, the celestial in charge of it should not have been Ghost Mother, but someone with the Taoist name of Verpka, which meant all-seeing. Upon hearing different information from this Li Hai, the giant ghost king frowned, walked over, and clamped his hand down onto the top of the man's head. Instead of wasting time speaking, he decided to simply resort to a soul search. Screams erupted from Li Hai, but none of them went beyond the confines of the temple. He twitched, blood oozing out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. It wasn't that he didn't think to end the pain by self-detonating, but rather, he couldn't. In much the same fashion as the numerous heavenspan cultivators that he himself had soul-searched in recent days, he eventually began to lose consciousness. Eventually, the giant ghost king removed his hand, whereupon Li Hai coughed up a mouthful of blood and then flopped down onto his back, dead. "Any information about Ho Xiaomei, Big Fatty Zhang, or any of the others?" Bai Xiaochun asked quietly. "No. I just know that Ghost Mother took over for Celestial Verpka last month." The giant ghost king actually didn't know Ho Xiaomei or Big Fatty Zhang, but hadn't seen any information about them in Li Hai's mind. Ghost Mother is in charge now. She has 17 demigod preceptors, who in turn oversee 17 prefectures here in the third immortal domain. Every preceptor has numerous devis under their command. The Vile Emperor has ordered a full-scale manhunt to track down everyone from the Heavenspan realm, and Ghost Mother is going all out to scour the third immortal domain. They're even trying to bring in all the corpses. One reason for the search is that the Vile Emperor dynasty wants to bolster their own forces. But even more importantly, they figured out that we people from the Heavenspan realm have something special about us. We have a type of Taoist magic that no one from the Vile Emperor dynasty or the Saint Emperor dynasty can match. And that is spirit enhancement. Only Heavenspan cultivators can perform spirit enhancements. No amount of research by cultivators from either of the other 2 dynasties provide any help in that regard. The only way it can be accomplished is with Heavenspan blood. Therefore, all 3 of the immortal domains controlled by the Vile Emperor dynasty are being searched, and it's the same in the Saint Emperor dynasty. The main difference is that the Vile Emperor dynasty is openly revealing their intent to enslave the Heavenspan cultivators. The Saint Emperor dynasty is at least proclaiming a desire to offer help. Having finished his analysis from the soul search, the giant ghost king looked at Bai Xiaochun with sparkling eyes. "Xiaochun, the time has come to stop sitting around wasting time." It was a dark night, and the winter wind only continued to grow stronger. The wind sobbed, growing colder as it scraped over the lands, the towns, and the millions upon millions of residents in the land. As the wind rose into the sky, it met the black clouds above, and thunder rumbled. Based on the thunder, anyone could tell that rain would fall soon, or perhaps snow. And so it did. It was either rain mixed with snow, or snow mixed with rain. In this, the beginnings of winter, it was difficult to tell. The dilapidated temple could do nothing to keep out rain or snow, and before long, it began to drip down onto by Xiaochun and the giant ghost king. The precipitation caused the withered leaves to rustle, as if they wished the falling snow would simply become rainwater, having forgotten that oftentimes freezing rain is colder than snow. Bai Xiaochun reacted to the giant ghost king's words in similar fashion. Although he didn't shiver, it was hard to say whether his heart became as cold as falling snow, or as cold as freezing rain. "You're right," he murmured. "We can't let things go on like this. The time has come to attack. Kill as many as we can." Out of reflex, he reached out, grabbed the nearby jug of alcohol, and prepared to take a drink. However, the giant ghost king stepped forward, eyes blazing with anger as he slapped the jug out of Bai Xiaochun's hand. It spun off to the side, where it shattered, the alcohol quickly mingling with the rain and snow. "Drinking?" the giant ghost king said, nearly shouting. "Is that all you know how to do? I know you've been through a lot, but so what? Did nobody else lose people? Who lost the most? You? Me? What about everyone else? Everybody from the heaven-span realm lost friends and loved ones. If these eternal lands were completely filled with malice and evil, then you could drink yourself to death and I wouldn't care. But that's not the case. Did you ever think about Zimo? Did you ever think about the elder generation from your river-defying sect? What about all your friends? What about everybody who looks up to you?" Although the giant ghost king was yelling at Bai Xiaochun, to some extent he was also speaking to himself. He too had become somewhat lost. "Attack them? What, you and me? How many do you think we can kill? Don't you remember what you used to be like back in Archemperor City in the Wildlands? Where did that Bai Xiaochun go? Remember your clever plots? Remember the proclamation of universal grace? Remember how you made a foundation establishment-level soul into a deva soul? You got the Grand Heaven Master to back you, and then you forced all of the nobility and aristocracy to cower in front of you. Slaughter should always be the last part of the plan. That's what you do when you go crazy and have nothing else to lose. You don't go around attacking people as your opening move." The giant ghost king looked truly disappointed. He had long since come to the realization that, at this point, Bai Xiaochun was not the same old Bai Xiaochun who feared death. It was like he had gone crazy, shifting from one extreme to the other. Furthermore, the giant ghost king knew that someone who was only interested in slaughtering enemies would never be able to rise to prominence in these eternal lands. "What we need to do now is look for people from the heaven-span realm," he said, flicking his sleeve. Then he continued to speak, driving each word home like a hammer slamming into a nail. "No attacking, no drinking, no more wallowing in despair." Bai Xiaochun sat there quietly. He was now trembling visibly, and his eyes were bloodshot. The giant ghost king's words had struck him deeply, stabbing into his heart like a sharp knife. A moment passed. Then he looked up. "I'm not wallowing in despair," he said, his voice hoarse. "And I already went looking for them." Waving his hand, he caused a small pile of medallions to pour out of his bag of holding and pile up next to him. They were identity medallions from heavenspan cultivators. Clearly, these were not from rogue cultivators, but rather cultivators from powerful organizations in the Wildlands and the 4 heavenspan rivers. They were objects that cultivators would normally use to transmit messages or prove their identity. "You know what I found? Corpses. All I could do was bury them and take their identity medallions." Bai Xiaochun's eyes bulged as he spoke, as though all of the anger and resentment he had been building up inside of him were finally being released. "I want to keep looking too," he continued hoarsely. "But what if all we find is more corpses? I know I shouldn't give up, but the eternal lands are huge. Just one prefecture is as big as the entire Heavenspan realm. The third immortal domain alone has well over a dozen Heavenspan realms inside of it. How am I supposed to search through all of that? The giant ghost king looked at the pile of command medallions for a long moment. Then he shifted his gaze back to Bai Xiaochun and said, "If we can't find them, maybe we can get them to find us." The giant ghost king's eyes began to shine even more brightly. That would also give them hope. And if they have hope, they can endure. That's what we need to do. Hope, Bai Xiaochun murmured. As he looked at the giant ghost king, his eyes finally began to come to life. That's right. Hope. Eyes glittering, the giant ghost king began to pace back and forth in the temple. Xiaochun, we need to seek asylum with the Saint Emperor. The vile emperor wants slaves. Working out a deal with him doesn't seem possible. Supposedly the Saint Emperor is a bit sanctimonious, but at least his dynasty openly proclaims themselves to be kind. That gives us a basis to try to work out a deal. However, if we seek asylum, we can't go empty-handed. Just showing up and asking for help isn't impressive at all. We need to bring the Saint Emperor a blood tribute. Yes, the head of an enemy. The more the giant ghost king thought about his idea, the clearer it became. Xiaochun, if we want to prepare a blood tribute, then we need to accomplish something major in the vile emperor dynasty. We need to get famous. We need to do something that will shake not just the vile emperor dynasty, but all of the eternal lands. If we can't find all of our people, we can at least let them know we're here. Let them know where we are. In the darkness of night that these eternal lands are for the people of the Heavenspan realm, the two of us can be blazing torches. The brighter and more dazzling we are, the easier it will be for them to find us. And at the same time, we can gain stronger positions, shake the other two imperial dynasties, and buy some breathing room for the people of Heavenspan. When someone is powerful, no one will dare to bully him or his people. Bai Xiaochun was panting, clearly deeply shaken by what the giant ghost king was saying. At long last, his eyes were no longer blank, but rather filled with hope. Hope for the Heavenspan realm, and hope for himself. If we offer a blood tribute to the Saint Emperor, he'll have no other option than to give us official positions in the government. And then we can use the power of the Saint Emperor dynasty to forge a new place in the eternal lands for the people of Heavenspan. The giant ghost king's booming voice resonated back and forth inside of the temple. Outside, the rain and snow continued to fall harder and harder. The tattered temple walls and ceiling did nothing to conceal the weeping of the wind. Water and snow continued to build up inside of the temple, to the point where the scattered leaves were covered. Bai Xiaochun stared at the leaves for a long moment, then looked up. All of a sudden, his aura changed, and his eyes began to glitter brightly. What kind of blood tribute should we prepare? When the giant ghost king saw the anticipation in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, his own heart began to pound. How about the heads of a few of the vile emperor's demigods? The third immortal domain has 17 demigod experts, the giant ghost king said. The locals call them preceptors. But before we make our move, we should make sure we have an escape route planned. I saw a map of the third immortal domain within the memories of that Deva cultivator. Some distance to the northwest, about halfway across the prefecture, is a majestic sea. With that, he pulled out a jade slip, branded it with some information via divine sense, and then tossed it over to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun grabbed it out of the air and looked at it. Not only did it have a general map of the third immortal domain, it also had information about the demigods who oversaw the various prefectures. Although the information wasn't extremely detailed, it was at least fairly comprehensive. Almost immediately, Bai Xiaochun noticed the details that the giant ghost king had just mentioned. Eyes flickering with killing intent, the giant ghost king said, "What if each of us go to a different prefecture, take out a demigod, and then meet back up? Master Dust origin of Crosspeak Prefecture is only in the early demigod realm. I'm 100% certain that I can handle him. Next to Crosspeak Prefecture is Cloud Sea Prefecture, ruled by a preceptor named Li Luohai. He's in the late demigod realm. Xiaochun, How about you handle him? Bai Xiaochun didn't give a specific answer. The killing intent in his eyes said everything that needed to be said. The giant Ghost King nodded and prepared to continue with some more information when Bai Xiaochun said, Ghost Mother runs this entire area, and she's definitely going to notice. We need to act fast, and we need to pick a good location to meet back up. If either of us are late, we don't stick around waiting. We leave the third immortal domain and head directly toward the Saint Emperor dynasty. The fact that Bai Xiaochun had begun to participate in the planning caused the giant Ghost King's expression to brighten visibly. After all, he had always been impressed by how Bai Xiaochun handled everything in the wildlands. Over the next few minutes, the two of them continued to discuss and refine the plan further. Finally, the giant Ghost King took a deep breath and looked at Bai Xiaochun. Safety first, he said. Then he turned and vanished. With that, Bai Xiaochun looked around at the dilapidated temple in which he had spent the better part of a year. He looked at the snow and rain, and at the broken jug of alcohol. Finally, he sent his divine sense out, covering the entire town. His eyes shone brightly now, as if the flame of his life force had finally been reignited. The time has come to leave. My old pal Giant Ghost was right. I get it now. Hope. Hope for the people of Heavenspan. Hope for myself. Hope for Howard. He looked down at the scar on the back of his hand, and seemed completely different than he had been for the last several months. He was now like an unsheathed sword that would soon cast fear into 17 prefectures. My Tao has always been to live forever. It has always been to give all my friends and family that same chance. To live forever. No more doubts about the fighting and killing. If I want to live forever, then I have to face the difficulties and obstacles along the way. Without a sword in hand, how could I ever cut through the thorns and thistles that block my path? I'm still afraid of dying, but being afraid is useless. The only thing that does any good is to get stronger. I need to be the kind of person nobody can kill. That is the way to protect my great Tao. He lifted his foot to take a step forward, and when it landed, the rain and the snow seemed to pause. It was as if some undetectable fluctuations had suddenly rolled out in all directions. People back in the Heavenspan realm always said that in the right circumstances, I could destroy all heaven and earth. Well, here we are with one imperial dynasty that wants to enslave the people of Heavenspan, and another that wants to assimilate them. I guess the time has come to see if I can really destroy them both. With that, he vanished, to reappear high above. With his aura masked, not even someone at the peak of the demigod realm would be able to detect him. The only person who might notice something would be a celestial. By now, Bai Xiaochun had surpassed that peak level. Furthermore, to say that he was a quasi-celestial would actually not be completely correct. After all, even a quasi-celestial would be no match for him. Although he was not quite at the level to fight a true celestial, for all intents and purposes, his battle prowess was that of a celestial. Get that blood tribute and head to the Saint Emperor dynasty. With the resources I'll gain access to there, I can achieve my breakthrough and become a true celestial. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he buried all of his despondency and depression. Then he blurred into motion. Cloud Sea Prefecture was right next to Cross Peak Prefecture. Instead of the numerous mountain peaks which filled Cross Peak Prefecture, Cloud Sea Prefecture was made of a vast plain. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth there surpassed most other prefectures, and made it one of the best places in the third immortal domain to practice cultivation. Because of that, the preceptor here would obviously not be an ordinary early demigod realm expert. Only someone in the late demigod realm could possibly be trusted to watch over such an area. There were also more Devis in Cloud Sea Prefecture than there were in the surrounding prefectures. There were 9 counties and over 100 cities and towns, all of which had vast tracts of medicinal plant fields surrounding them. Preceptor Li Luohai's official residence was located at the very center of Cloud Sea Prefecture, in the bustling capital city. That was also where the largest medicinal plant farms were located. Even Archemperor City back in the wildlands couldn't match up to this capital city in size. Right now, in the shadows of dusk, The glimmering lamplight which filled the city made for a particularly lively scene. People hurried about every which way, cultivators and mortals alike. Flight was restricted, and squads of patrolling soldiers could be seen in numerous locations throughout the city. Bai Xiaochun soon appeared in the air off in the distance, where he could both see and hear the bustle of the city. This was not his first time seeing a large city in the Eternal Lands, and yet it was still a shocking sight. The Eternal Lands really are huge. Keeping his eyes on the path directly ahead of him, he continued on. In terms of the restrictive spells preventing flight, considering Bai Xiaochun's undying hex and cultivation base, they were essentially useless against him. Within moments, he was in midair above the city, looking down at an area right in the middle of it. A huge stone gate had been erected there that was guarded day and night by the local cultivators. Inside of that stone gate was a spatial dimension created by Li Luohai that contained his personal immortal's cave. Li Luohai spent most of his time in secluded meditation, and was rarely seen publicly. He would only emerge when the vile emperor sent decrees specifically for celestials. After the people of Heavenspan were teleported into the Eternal Lands several months prior, he came out more often. Like many others, he was particularly interested in the blood of Heavenspan. Any cultivators with that blood in them who were captured in Cloudsea Prefecture would be sent directly to him. After identifying the stone gate, Bai Xiaochun took a step forward, placing him directly in front of it. 3 devas sat there cross-legged, keeping watch. Unless someone showed them a dermic decree from a celestial, they would not permit that person to enter. However, they didn't even realize Bai Xiaochun had appeared among them. It was as if he existed in a different dimension. Ignoring them, he walked calmly into the stone gate. Not a single ripple or energy fluctuation resulted. It was with completely and utter silence that he appeared, inside of a sprawling immortal's cave. It was actually only a fragment of a spatial dimension. In the middle of it was a medicinal plant farm roughly 30,000 meters across. All sorts of medicinal plants grew there, many of which Bai Xiaochun had never seen before. A hunchbacked old man stood in their midst, performing a double-handed incantation gesture as several hundred bodies floated through the air around him. It was impossible to tell whether those bodies were living or dead. He seemed excited, almost laughing as he loudly said, "Upgrade my medicinal spiritualization into spirit blood fertilization. If this works, then when I go to offer tribute at the Imperial City, I'll receive a handsome reward." Medicinal spiritualization was used to describe techniques in which the spiritual power of heaven and earth was used to extract the life force from plants and vegetation, which was then used to create stronger medicines. It was something that, as an apothecary himself, Bai Xiaochun would sometimes do. In terms of blood-spirit fertilization, it was very much as the name indicated. It involved burying people alive in the soil so that the spirit plants could absorb that person's spirit and blood to grow faster and stronger. Only unscrupulous and evil apothecaries would use such methods. Bai Xiaochun had actually seen such evil before in the wildlands. For example, when Song Ke had been turned into a living spirit stone. Another blood-spirit fertilization technique he had seen once was a vile method in which a seed was planted into a person's body, which would then grow inside of them and take them over. But what he was looking at right now was different from either of those 2 methods he had seen in the past. Growing right in front of the hunchbacked old man was a crimson plant fully 90 meters tall. Despite its size, it only had 9 leaves, each of which had serrated edges that almost looked like teeth. In addition to the leaves, there were hundreds of vines, each of which was stabbed into the forehead of one of the bodies, and was sucking its life force away. Most of the bodies that floated in the air attached to the vines were severely withered, as though they had been sucked dry by the blood-colored plant. All of them had expressions of pain and rage on their faces, their mouths open as if they had been crying out right before death. 90% of them truly were dead. However, the remaining 10% had a bit of energy left. They were like oil lamps flickering on the verge of winking out, the flames of their life force just barely there. Some of them had the aura of the Heavenspan realm on them, but the majority had a unique, holy air that Bai Xiaochun had never encountered before. Presumably, those were people from the Saint Emperor dynasty. Bai Xiaochun's divine sense also revealed to him that deeper in the Immortal's cave was an enormous pit filled with skeletons and corpses, most of which had that same holy feeling to them. That enormous pit was the main reason that the plants in the Immortal's cave grew so well. When Bai Xiaochun detected the heaven-span aura among the hundreds of bodies hanging in the air, his eyes turned as cold as ice. "Have a death wish?" he said, his voice like a biting winter wind that had swept from Cross Peak Prefecture all the way to Cloud Sea Prefecture. The excited Li Luohai shivered, his expression flickering. "Who's there?" he blurted, his heart already pounding. Then he took a step forward, as if to leave. Although he had been caught completely by surprise, the fact that a voice had spoken out in this place where no one could possibly enter was extremely telling. Considering the level of Li Luohai's cultivation base, he knew that in all of the third immortal domain, there were no more than 3 people who could possibly enter his immortal's cave so stealthily, and they were all celestials. Even as he began to step forward, he could sense something behind him, something whose mere energy fluctuations created a pressure that could shake the world. It was something that could devour even demigods, something that could topple mountains and drain seas. And that energy immediately engulfed him. New! It was to his shock and terror that he realized his divine soul was shaking violently. Countless streams of frigid chi entered him through his eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and pores, causing cracking sounds to ring out as his flesh and blood was frozen and shattered, then his energy passageways and even his bones. It only took a few breaths of time before a blood-curdling scream erupted from Li Luohai's mouth. Then came a stream of blood as his vision blurred. And finally, he realized that a hand was clamping down onto the top of his head. The last thing he heard was the sound of crunching bone. Starting with his head, his entire body shattered into pieces. It only took the blink of an eye. Because he was a demigod with abundant life force, it was not easy for him to simply pass out. And therefore, he experienced every single last bit of pain. The entire time, Li Luohai never even had a chance to look back to see who it was that had entered his immortal's cave. Nor did he have time to send out any divine sense. He had absolutely no idea who it was. As his body shattered into bits, and before his divine soul could do anything, a massive pressure crushed down in the area, suppressing the power of reincarnation. As a result, he was unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation, and was snatched up by Xiaochun. He was Bai Xiaochun's first demigod soul from the eternal lands. He wouldn't have been able to do such a thing in the past. However, after arriving in the eternal lands, despite the fact that he had not practiced any cultivation, the powerful energy of heaven and earth had entered him, and caused his cultivation base to advance some. It was actually the same with all cultivators from the heavenspan realm. After encountering the spiritual energy in the eternal lands, all of them slowly began to grow stronger. After snatching up the demigod soul, Bai Xiaochun swished his sleeve to throw it in his bag of holding, then turned his gaze toward the corpses attached to the enormous crimson plant. The plant was close to being sentient, and shrank back from Bai Xiaochun. However, the powerful fluctuations emanating off of him caused it to simply wither away into death. As it did, the corpses began to drop to the ground. Bai Xiaochun walked over to examine them, and among the several hundred, found a single familiar face. Zhou Hong, heir apparent to the 9 Serenities king. Zhou Hong had plotted against him over and over again in the wildlands. Bai Xiaochun had thwarted him at every turn, until the point where he reached such a high standing that Zhou Hong was powerless to even plan a strike against him. At that time, Zhou Hong had simply gone into hiding. Zhou Hong had not yet breathed his last breath, but unfortunately, the flame of his life force had already gone out. In his last moments, the death of the plant caused a slight backlash of energy that forced his eyes opened, allowing him to see Bai Xiaochun. He was surprised, excited, and also sad. Both gratitude and grudges alike could be seen in his eyes. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but only managed to smile, and then he closed his eyes forever. Bai Xiaochun stood there silently for a long moment. He had hoped to come to the rescue of the people he had seen here, but had clearly come too late. Sighing, he waved his hand to collect Zhou Hong's corpse, then turned to leave. He left the immortal's cave in a sea of fire. Everything inside the cave became ash, with the exception of the valuable medicinal plants. Although they had been grown with the blood and spirit of countless Saint Emperor dynasty cultivators, they could still be useful in concocting medicine. It was a true windfall for Bai Xiaochun. Eyes flashing with determination, he left. I've come late, but I'm going to take all of the people of Heavenspan in this city with me. As soon as he was out in the open, he sent his divine sense spreading out through the entire city. Everyone present, regardless of the level of their cultivation base, shivered, and then their minds went blank. For them, it was as if time had stopped. Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base surpassed the ordinary quasi-celestial level. That, combined with his powerful Taoist magics from the Live Forever Codex, ensured that his divine sense was actually very close to the level of a true Mahayana realm celestial. Although there was a slight gap, only a true celestial would be able to tell. When it came to anyone under the celestial level, Bai Xiaochun would appear to be an actual celestial. In the third immortal domain, the capital city of Cloudsea Prefecture was often referred to as the medicine storehouse. And right now, the minds and souls of all cultivators in that city went blank, leaving them completely unaware of their surroundings. From the moment that Bai Xiaochun's divine sense spread out, to the moment that they regained consciousness, from their perspective, no time would have passed. This was one of the dramatic, domineering, and terrifying things that powerful experts in the Mahayana realm were capable of doing. The innumerable cultivators in the capital city all remained in place, completely unmoving. The only person who could act as normal was Bai Xiaochun. As he walked away from the huge stone gate that was the entrance to the Immortal's cave, he ignored the Deva guards and used his divine sense to locate the auras of the more than 100 Heavenspan realm cultivators in the city. Sadly, all of them were strangers to him. But that didn't stop him from vanishing and reappearing in the northern part of the capital city, where a prison was located. The Heavenspan cultivators in the prison were also immobilized and rendered unconscious by Xiaochun's divine sense. However, they weren't hurt. He considered sending them into the Great Sword of the North, but after some thought, waved his sleeve and put them in his bag of holding. Blue light glittered as the Great Sword of the North then appeared in his hand. After examining it closely, his eyes glittered. From what he could sense, the laughing crying ghost face has been subjugated by the world inside the Great Sword, which would explain why his strike at Taoist Heavenspan had been so shocking. Furthermore, he could tell that, now that he was in the eternal immortal domains, the three-use limitation that had been placed on the sword was now gone. Unfortunately, it had still not accepted him as its master. Therefore, he could only use it as a weapon, and could not access its divine abilities in order to send people inside. On top of all that, the spirit automaton, the frigid matriarch, was not responding to his divine will. Do I not yet meet all the requirements? He thought. He knew that there were people living inside the world of the sword, those being the northern cultivators who hadn't been mobilized in the war. In fact, considering that they were inside the world of the sword, they would have no idea of the events which had occurred on the outside, or that the Heavenspan realm had been destroyed. Still contemplating the matter, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was next to another Heavenspan cultivator, who he quickly put into his bag of holding. Then he went on to another and another. After he had them all, his eyes flickered. I can't let any of the medicinal plants here go to waste. With that, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, and used the power of the Live Forever Codex, as well as Frigid School energy, to summon 9 frigid clones. Without the slightest hesitation, he then sent them out in 9 different directions into the city. Wherever they went, they took the medicinal plants they saw, regardless of whether they recognized them or not. They were like ravenous locusts who, in a very short time, cleared out all of the medicinal plant farms in the entire capital city. And yet, even after doing that, Bai Xiaochun wasn't finished. That Li Luohai mentioned something about tribute. After a bit more searching, his frigid clones found exactly what he was looking for. A treasure storehouse deep beneath the surface of the capital city. Other than Bai Xiaochun, few people would be able to open it, but with his undying hex it was little challenge. Once inside, he took all of the medicinal plants and spirit stones that were stored inside. There were also 10 crystalline strongboxes that radiated such a powerful energy of heaven and earth that it was obvious they contained shocking, high-level medicinal ingredients. One of them was an ingredient that Bai Xiaochun recognized. 9 Hell's Apparition Leaf. His eyes immediately began to shine with passion. He had read about 9 Hell's Apparition Leaves back in the Heavenspan realm. They were a legendary medicinal plant that had long since gone extinct. Supposedly, only 1 leaf would sprout on the plant every 500 years. These leaves were so beneficial to cultivators that they were considered heaven-defying. Inside of the box, Bai Xiaochun could see more than 30 such leaves, provoking a loud gasp. That's 15,000 years worth of leaves. For the first time since arriving in the Eternal Lands, Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone with delight. After all, the 9 boxes all contained medicinal plants, and although he didn't recognize any of the others, considering how valuable the 9 Hell's Apparition Leaves were, he could only imagine what the other plants were. As for the crystalline boxes, he got the sense that they had been crafted by refining countless spirit stones. Furthermore, the boxes were sealed with strips of paper that had the character Emperor on them. Obviously, these medicinal plants were the tribute that Li Luohai had spoken of. After collecting the boxes, Bai Xiaochun called his frigid clones back, then looked around at the city one last time, sighing. Too bad time is so limited. Otherwise, I would spend more time cleaning this place out. Shaking his head, he was forced to hold back the skills that he had honed in the wildlands. Turning into a blur of motion, he left the capital city. He took his divine sense with him, removing the pressure which had been weighing down on the cultivators. They didn't awaken immediately. It took about an hour. At that point, everyone simultaneously shivered, and then went about with whatever they had been doing before losing consciousness. The cultivators within the city walls had it better off. To them, nothing much seemed different. However, the cultivators in the farms that surrounded the city were stunned to find that not a single plant or even root could be seen. Everything around them was nothing more than bare soil. Where am I? This place seems familiar. As the stunned cultivators muttered and looked around, they eventually noticed a city off in the distance. When they recognized the city, and then looked back at the bare earth, they began to gasp in shock and cry out in alarm. Heavens! What's going on? This is crazy. Did locusts sweep through or something? No way. Even if locusts came through, they wouldn't wipe things as clean as this. I just blinked, and then everything was gone. As the commotion built up, some of the more quick-witted among the farm workers came up with logical explanations. Calm down, everyone. The preceptor probably just came and harvested the plants. However, such voices of reason were soon drowned out by angry shouts. Like hell! If the preceptor harvested the plants, he would only take the leaves. Look, even the roots are gone. I've been tending medicinal plants for my entire life, and I've never seen a field as empty as this. It couldn't be cleaner if it was licked clean by dogs. And look over here. Damn it! The medicinal soil levels here are lower. That's nothing. Look at this, guys. When I blinked just now, the medicinal plant I was holding in my hand vanished. Soon, the commotion spread to the city itself. By that time, Bai Xiaochun had already left Cloud Sea Prefecture and was closing in on the rendezvous spot. I wish I'd had more time. What a pity I had to leave all those bricks behind. They weren't exactly spirit stones, but they had a lot of spiritual energy in them. And what about the floor tiles and the building foundations? Shaking his head, he flew along until he saw a sea that was vastly more majestic than the former Heavenspan Sea. Waves rolled and crashed on its surface, creating a sound like thunder from the highest heavens. Compared to this sea, the Heavenspan Sea was more like a lake. Far, far off in the distance, just off the shore, there was a huge mountain that seemed to hold command over the waters around it. Visible on the surface of that mountain were words. Eternal Sea. This was the appointed rendezvous location with the giant Ghost King. After sending his divine sense out and ensuring there was no danger, Bai Xiaochun flew up to the top of the mountain. The giant ghost king should be coming along any moment now. Sitting down cross-legged, he sat there listening to the crash of the waves and looking off in the direction of Crosspeak Prefecture. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he breathed a sigh of relief as he caught sight of the giant ghost king heading toward him.